Was, and remain, a student of war and of the hunt. Experiences in combat and in the backcountry helped shape me into the citizen, husband, father, and writer I am today. The one has made me better at the other. I suspect it has always been this way. It is the feelings and emotions from those most primal of endeavors that form the foundation of Savage Son. I was first introduced to Richard Connell's masterpiece, The Most Dangerous Game, in junior high school. Connell, a veteran of World War I, published his most celebrated short story in Collier's Weekly in 1924. Upon that initial reading, I was determined to one day write a modern thriller that paid tribute to this classic tale, exploring the dynamic between hunter and hunted. Providing for and defending my family and country are hardwired into my DNA. Perhaps that is why The Most Dangerous Game resonated with me at such an early age. Or maybe those primal impulses are in all of us, which is why Richard Connell's narrative continues to endure, almost a century after it was first published. Fast forward 30 years. As I prepared to leave the SEAL teams, I laid out all my ideas for what was to become my first novel, The Terminal List. The plot for Savage Son was among several of the storylines I was contemplating as I decided how to introduce the world to James Reece. For that first outing, I knew my protagonist was not yet ready for what I had in store. I needed to develop him through a journey, first of revenge and then of redemption, before I could explore the dark side of man through the medium of the modern political thriller. Is James Reece a warrior, a hunter, a killer? Perhaps all three? Hunting and war are inexorably mixed. They share a common father. Death begets life, and in defense of one's self, one's family, one's tribe, or one's country, killing is often a part of the equation. Throughout most of human history, defeating an enemy in battle led to the survival of the tribe and the continuation of the bloodline. The same tools developed to defeat rivals in combat are analogous to those used in the quest for sustenance. Similar tactics are used to hunt, both man and beast. Those who picked up a spear to defend the tribe were the same ones who used that spear to provide food for their families. The reason each and every one of us is alive today is the martial prowess and hunting abilities of our ancestors. Much as the hunter, deep in the back country, often thinks of his family by the hearth, so too the warrior on the distant battlefield longs for a homecoming. Similarly, when they return home, the hunter dreams of going back to the woods, just as the warrior yearns for battle. Is it the guilt of no longer being in the fight, not standing shoulder to shoulder with brothers in arms? Or is it missing the sense of belonging that only comes from being part of a team that has spilt blood in war? Or is it something darker? Is it because of the kill? Is it because that is the only place one can truly feel alive? Martin Sheen's line from Apocalypse Now, the movie my buds class watched before going into Hell Week, rings true for those who have answered the call. When I was here, I wanted to be there. When I was there, all I could think of was getting back into the jungle. Warriors can relate. On the battlefield, I witnessed the best and worst of humanity. I have been the hunter, building target packages and developing patterns of life on our targeted individuals, using disassociated human intelligence networks corroborated by technical means to ensure we were taking the right player off the board before launching on a mission to capture or kill them. And I have been the hunted, caught in an ambush in the Al-Rashid district of Baghdad at the height of the war. The global war on terror has ensured us ample practice, sharpening our skills in the hunting and killing of man. Direct action, special reconnaissance, counterinsurgency, unconventional warfare, foreign internal defense, hostage rescue, counterterrorism, and counterproliferation of weapons of mass destruction are all crucial special operations mission sets. But it is manhunting that has become a primary focus of our operators and intelligence agencies over the past 30 years. Manuel Noriega, Mohammed Farah Aidid, Ramzi Youssef, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, Saddam Hussein, Osama bin Laden, Abu Musab al-Zarqawi, Ayman al-Zawahiri, Mullah Omar. to say nothing of the less well-known HVIs targeted and killed or captured over the years. At the time of this writing, Ayman al-Zawahiri remains at large, but rest assured there are teams of men and women actively hunting him down. It is a specialty in which we have become quite proficient. My time in combat was but one chapter in my life. I am now an author. Though I've passed the torch to the next generation, my time in uniform will always be a part of me. Those memories, lessons, and reflections are now finding their way into the pages of my novels. One of the most intriguing passages in The Most Dangerous Game is this exchange between the protagonist, Sanger Rainsford, and the antagonist, General Zaroff, where the central theme of the narrative is revealed. "I wanted the ideal animal to hunt," explained the general. "So I said, 'What are the attributes of an ideal quarry?' And the answer was, of course, it must have courage, cunning, and above all, it must be able to reason." "But no animal can reason," objected Rainsford. "My dear fellow," said the general, "there is one that can." Savage Son explores the darkest impulses of the human psyche. Do they live in all of us, repressed by the comforts and technology of the day? Have we advanced beyond those more primal instincts, and if so, who will provide for and defend the tribe? Civilized society tends to keep warriors at arm's length, only turning to them in times of national emergency. Break glass in case of war. We've been hunters and warriors for the majority of our existence. Only recently have we evolved, or possibly regressed, into beings with no connection to the land or the wild animals that inhabit it, while also outsourcing our duty to defend our families and our country. Whether this is a progression for our species remains to be seen. Will there come a day when our survival depends on those primordial abilities? I suspect so. It might not be tomorrow or the day after, but then again, it might. In either case, we would be wise to be ready, but right now, it's time to turn the page and hunt. Jack Carr, August 22nd, 2019, Kamchatka Peninsula, Russia. A note on Department of Defense redactions. In certain sections of Savage Son, you will notice words and sentences redacted. Just as with the Terminal List and True Believer, I submitted the manuscript to the Department of Defense Office of Pre-Publication and Security Review. What the government censors have redacted in my novels is surprising in that almost every word and sentence can be found in publicly available government documents and is part of the national discourse. Select information should remain classified, yet the current review process is inefficient and ineffective, wasting time and resources to redact information that is in no way harmful to national security. At issue is freedom. The First Amendment is at the core of our Bill of Rights. It is the first for a reason. It is a natural right. It is not a right given by government, and therefore it cannot be taken away. The review process is all about control. As I wrote in the preface to the Terminal List, the consolidation of power at the federal level in the guise of public safety is a national trend and should be guarded against at all costs. This erosion of rights, however incremental, is the slow death of freedom. Enjoy your time with Savage Son. Try to ignore the redacted sections, or better yet, try to decipher what the government deems so secret. If you listen closely, I bet you can figure it out. Jack Carr, Park City, Utah, February 10th, 2020. Prologue. Medny Island, Bering Sea, Russia. She was a strong one. Most humans would have given up by now, the deep snow quickly exhausting even the fittest among them. His snowshoes weren't exactly sporting, but no one said this was supposed to be fair. His heart rate increased, and he had to take a break to catch his breath due to the steep incline. She had taken the toughest route on the island, directly toward the highest peak. This was a first, a feisty one. Still, the tracking was painfully easy in the waist-deep snow. He didn't speed after her. Instead, he relished the chase the way one would slowly enjoy a magnificent meal. No, that wasn't the correct comparison. This was more than that. This was carnal. The winds howled as he crested the first of a spine of ridges that ran toward the summit. His quarry's trail had crossed to the windward side where the gale had already begun to erase her tracks with blowing snow. Feisty and crafty. The winds had shifted, and cold, moist air was now blowing down from the Bering Sea. He looked toward the rapidly disappearing trail and watched the white wall of fog envelop the high ground before him, feeling the elation of finally matching wits with a worthy adversary. Her jeans were soaked from the snow, and her feet were numb inside her boots. She was post-holing through the deep white drifts, each and every step a physical challenge. She knew that to stop would mean death. Death from hypothermia. Death from those who hunted her. The pursuit had to be their game. Why else would they have let her go? She was on an island, or at least a peninsula. She could see water on both sides of the treeless landscape. Down to the shore would be the easy route, but that's what they would expect. The coastline was a death trap. She pushed herself up as her leg muscles screamed from the exertion of high stepping through the powder. An accomplished endurance athlete, she was used to pain. She was comfortable being uncomfortable. A native of Montana, she was also used to being cold and wet. God, I wish my brother were here. He'd know what to do, she thought, remembering their epic trail runs and how they'd cheer one another on at the jiu-jitsu academy. The desolate tundra landscape meant she was somewhere in the far north, Scandinavia or Alaska maybe, more likely somewhere in Russia. The men who took her rarely spoke, but they stank of Turkish tobacco. Her father's carpenter was an immigrant from Belarus. The odor of burnt leaf and sweat was one she remembered. If that was true, they'd flown her east. Whatever drugs they'd given her had worn off, and she had been fed surprisingly well. They must have wanted her strong. She looked to the sky and saw that weather was blowing in. Fresh snow would cover her tracks, and the dense fog would give her camouflage. She scrambled across the ridgeline toward the wind. She would make herself disappear. The whiteout lasted nearly 2 hours. The hunter made his way back to the base camp to wait it out by the crackling fireplace with a leather-bound copy of Meditations by the great Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher Marcus Aurelius. Sergei offered him a brandy, but he passed, opting instead for hot tea. There would be plenty of time for celebration later. He wanted nothing in his veins that would dull the pleasure of what was to come. He savored the flavor of a tea smuggled in from China. He had acquired a taste for it on one of his postings, intrigued by the ritual, history, and a classification system to rival French wines in complexity. Leaning back in the comfortable leather chair, he took in his surroundings. Above the fireplace hung an impressive Anatolian stag he'd taken in Turkey, a testament to both luck and perseverance. Next to it, a Tinshan Argali sheep stared at him with lifeless eyes, a hard-won ram taken in the extreme altitudes of Tajikistan. The stone hearth was framed by a thick pair of Botswanan elephant tusks, each of which weighed in just under the mythical 100-pound mark. He'd walked at least that many miles in pursuit of them. Though he looked upon these trophies fondly, he saw them as relics of a past life, similar to the medallions he'd won in sports as a child. He had since moved on to more challenging and satisfying pursuits. He pulled a Dunhill from the pocket of his wool shirt and lit it with the gold St. DuPont lighter that had been a gift from his father. He slid his thumb across the engraved, double-headed imperial eagle emblem of the SVR, Russia's Foreign Intelligence Service. Some vestiges of the Tsar had survived, even communism. What to do about his father? Not now. Later. He sipped his tea and visualized his stalk. He had several hours of daylight left, and it was imperative that he find her before dark. She would never survive the night in these conditions. Steam rose from his boots as the wet snow evaporated from the heat of the fire. The weather would soon turn. This snow would have wiped clean her trail, especially since she was clever enough to have used the wind to her advantage. He called to Sergei to ready the dogs. He was about to teach her a lesson in fear. She had run out of elevation and was quickly running out of island. Her path had led beyond the exposed rolling tundra and into a set of jagged cliffs above the icy sea. The cold was all-consuming now and was beginning to sap her will to run, to survive. She was soaked from head to toe in a mixture of snow and sweat and was numb from the waist down. The agony in her feet had subsided, indicating that frostbite had set in. She rubbed her frozen hands together under her fleece jacket in a vain attempt to warm them. The biting wind was killing her, so she moved to the lee side of the island and began to pick her way slowly down onto the sheer cliffs. She lost her footing once and slid 50 feet before she was able to arrest her fall on a small boulder. Part of her wanted to keep falling, to end it, and deprive her pursuers the satisfaction of taking her life. But that was not in her constitution. That was not how she was raised. As she hung desperately from the gray cliff, her eyes found it, a small space under a rocky outcropping that would conceal her from prying eyes and protect her from the deadly wind. She slid the toe of her boot until it found a hold, her hands searching for anything that would give her purchase. Her fingers slipped into a rocky crease, and she began working her way across the cliff face toward her destination. Inch by inch, step by precarious step, she made it. The spot was scarcely large enough to hold her, but it was better than being exposed. She pulled her knees to her chest and pulled her arms inside her jacket, working her head down inside the fleece. She was suddenly aware of her thirst, her exhaustion, her fear. For the first time in ages, she allowed herself to weep, her tears and sobbing transitioning into an animalistic roar as she recognized her crying for what it was. She was mourning her own death. The cloud ceiling rose, and the snow slowed to a light dust in the breeze. The man drove the snowmobile to the spot where he'd left her tracks, and signaled to Sergei to unload the hounds from the back of the 6-wheel drive Kamaz troop transport. Sergei looked longingly at the traditional bow of his people before leaving it in place and obeying his employer. Though the Koryak blood in his veins had been diluted over centuries by Cossack intervention, forced migration, and war, he still felt the pull of his native lands to the north. The two bear-like Caucasian shepherds leapt down from the vehicle's cargo hold and began to test the air for the scent of their prey. Sergei had let them fill their nostrils with the scent from the woman's scarf. There were almost no foreign scents here to confuse them. Each animal weighed over 150 pounds and stood almost 30 inches at the shoulder. These particular animals, both of the mountain breed variety, had been born of a fierce military bloodline that went back to the early days of the Soviet Union. They had been chosen for their determination, ferocity, and their taste for human flesh. He nodded to Sergei, who gave the dogs a whispered command. Their pissing, sniffing, and meandering ceased, and they took off up the grade with both men following on snowshoes. The beasts picked up the woman's scent quickly and charged up the snowy incline, nearly pulling the hulking figure of Sergei along behind them. The animals led them near the summit of the island's highest peak before turning downhill and out of the wind. He admired her desire to survive. This was his prescription for the ennui that had plagued him as long as he could remember. His hand moved subconsciously to the crossbow strapped across his back to confirm that it was still there. They were getting close. Protected from the wind, it occurred to her how quiet it was. Her tears had lasted only a few minutes. It had felt good to get them out. "Keep your nerve, little one," she remembered her father saying, his accent thick with the echoes of Rhodesia. That she would. It was time to fight. She grabbed handfuls of the spongy dark soil and rubbed her clothing until it was the color of her surroundings. Digging into the tundra, her hand found something hard and smooth. She scraped furiously, and she ran her fingers across its length to find the edge. Then, using a small rock as a spade, she unearthed what turned out to be a bone, likely a piece of seal rib brought to this perch by a scavenging bird. It was 10 inches long, curved, and had a jagged, sharp edge where it had split from the rest of its length. She turned it in her hand. Now she was armed. The silence was broken by the sound of barking dogs. This time the shiver that went up her spine was not from the cold. It didn't matter if the dogs could reach her, they would sniff her hiding place out. She was trapped. She peered over the ledge in front of her boots and saw the waves hitting the rocks several 100 feet below. The barking was suddenly very close. She could see and hear small pebbles roll past her as her pursuers made their way down the steep incline. She took a deep breath, held it, and exhaled as she adjusted her grip on the makeshift dagger. For a minute the man thought that his prey had fallen to her death, but the dog's interest in the rocky face suggested otherwise. He slipped the sling over his head and readied his weapon. The long carbon fiber shaft of the arrow was resting perfectly in its rail, the thin, braided cable holding the limb's kinetic energy at bay. He flipped up the caps on the scope and shouldered the modern rendition of the ancient tool to ensure that the lenses weren't fogged from the cold. His quarry was at bay. Now he just had to wait for her to flush. Sergei unclasped the brass hooks from the dog's thick collars, releasing them from the yoke of the leather lead. They lurched toward the cliff, then slowed their pace to tiny steps as they tested the ledge. Their deep-throated barks were nearly deafening. The lead animal looked to his master, wary of the terrain before him. Sergei gave a command, and all doubt evaporated. The dogs began a controlled slide downward. An ordinary canine would have plummeted into the sea, but these were sure-footed mountain animals, bred for this very task. She couldn't see them, but the roar of their barks told her that they must be just outside her field of view, obscured by the wall of her stone prison. She pulled her left hand back into the sleeve of her jacket so that the material below the elbow hung empty. Terror. A snarling muzzle bearing wolf-like teeth materialized before her. She flung her sleeve in its direction, and the shepherd snatched it instinctively into his jaws. She pulled her hand from under her fleece and grabbed the beast by the collar as she plunged the seal bone into its neck. She screamed as she stabbed it over and over in unbridled rage, feeling the animal's hot blood spray onto her hands and face. Switching her attention to the dog's lungs, she used all of her strength to pierce its armor of thick fur. Her first blow glanced off a rib, but the second and third stabs found their way into the chest cavity. The dog jerked out of her grasp and stumbled in his retreat. His footing lost, he tumbled out of sight. Sergei shrieked as his finest hound plummeted into the Bering Sea, howling in agony. "Attacka!" he commanded to the younger male, his voice devoid of its usual strength, hesitant for the first time to send his dog to do its work. Whatever uncertainty the animal felt was put aside, obedience taking over. Growling, he charged into the fray. She scarcely had time to compose herself before the second dog came, all fur and fury. What this animal lacked in experience, he made up for in aggression. He ignored the matador sweep of the jacket's sleeve and lunged for her throat. She pushed herself back as far as the mountain would let her, the dog's breath and musky coat heavy in the confined space. Saliva spurted across her face as the thunderous barking reverberated in her soul. She tucked her chin to her chest to protect her exposed neck and put her left arm across her face. Powerful jaws snapped onto her elbow, the canine's teeth piercing her flesh down to the bone. She stabbed for the dog's flank and felt its hide give way as the seal bone found its home. This dog recognized the threat, shifting its attack to the arm that held the instrument of pain, tearing flesh and crushing through skin, bones, and tendons. The makeshift seal-bone dagger dropped to the ground. Grasping a small rock with her free hand, she hit him again and again, but he did not relent. Instead, he dragged her toward the opening, toward his waiting master. The dog outweighed her by 30 pounds, and her bloodied and beaten body was no match for her vicious antagonist. Her spirit, however, was anything but beaten. "Keep your nerve." Knowing that she would be exposed in seconds, she whispered a quick prayer and grabbed the dog's collar with her right hand. The dog's actions were based on pure instinct, but she had the element of reason. Pulling him off balance, she bent at the knees and thrust forward with her feet toward the opening. Freedom. He had the scope to his eye now, ready to send his first arrow into her as soon as Sergei's hound pulled her clear. He would wound her first, no sense rushing to the climax. He disengaged the safety and put his gloved finger on the curved metal trigger of the Raven. The scope's reticle danced, the inevitable result of blood, breathing, and adrenaline, but at this range he would not miss. He would take her in the thigh, careful not to hit the femoral artery and give her a quick end. The animal had her. He could see its rear legs moving backward. The anticipation made him feel uniquely alive. He saw a glimpse of her filthy jacket before the dog changed position and stumbled. Then he gasped. The woman's body flung headlong into the air, the animal's jaws still locked onto her. The pair seemed to hang for a moment before crashing downward onto the jagged rocks, 400 feet below. The selfish bitch had robbed him of his kill. He dropped the crossbow in the snow and reached for a cigarette as he turned toward the lodge, commanding Sergei to retrieve the body as he stomped away. No matter. The woman was just bait. He was after bigger game. She would still serve her purpose. Part 1. The Trap. One does not hunt in order to kill. On the contrary, one kills in order to have hunted. José Ortega y Gasset, Meditations on Hunting. Chapter 1. Coomba Ranch, Flathead Valley, Montana, 3 months earlier. James Reece rode in the passenger seat of the 1997 Land Rover Defender 110 in silence, taking in the serene beauty of the landscape. The road cut through a thick stand of ponderosa pines that towered in every direction. His college friend and former Navy SEAL teammate Rafe Hastings was driving the British SUV and wouldn't tell Reece the exact nature of their destination. Rafe's family had owned the sprawling ranch since they'd emigrated from southern Africa in the 1980s, when he was in his early teens. What had begun as a small and humble cattle operation had grown into tens of thousands of acres of prime grazing land and pristine wilderness. The family's successes in the cattle and real estate businesses had allowed them to expand their operations, and they now owned properties throughout the state. Despite their hard-won wealth, Rafe's father had ensured that the family never forgot their humble beginnings or took the opportunities afforded by their adopted homeland for granted. As a former Navy SEAL, Reece had recently proven himself particularly skillful at adapting. He'd outwitted a national security apparatus set on killing him, and then unraveled a plot that put the President of the United States in the crosshairs. A man named Vic Rodriguez led the paramilitary branch of the Central Intelligence Agency as the director of the Special Activities Division. He'd then recruited Reece for the mission that had saved the president's life and spared Ukraine from a chemical weapons attack. Vic recognized Reece's aptitude for aggressive problem-solving and wanted to bring the Frogman further into the fold. As a result, Reece was technically now a temporary contract employee of the CIA's paramilitary ground branch, though currently his only job was to recover from his recent surgery, someplace where he could take a breath and reset. Unbeknownst to his new masters at Langley, he had a more personal reason for joining their ranks. 2 men needed to die. Reece lifted his ball cap and ran his fingers over his closely cropped hair. He hadn't had a haircut this short since Bud's. They had shaved his head at Walter Reed, and though it was beginning to grow back, he still hadn't accustomed himself to the feeling. He gingerly touched the scar on his scalp with his fingertips, still amazed at how small it was. The procedure to remove his benign brain tumor had been a complete success. He was relieved that he wouldn't be required to undergo radiation or chemotherapy, and was happy to be alive after all that he'd been through over the past 2 years. There had been too much death. The 4x4 crunched over gravel as Rafe accelerated up a set of dirt switchbacks that led over a ridge. These things were always underpowered, Reece commented with a straight face. The Land Rover Land Cruiser debate was a near-constant source of entertainment for the two friends, neither of whom ever passed up an opportunity to criticize the other's favorite vehicle. "I should let you walk," was Rafe's response. Rafe stopped the old Defender as it leveled off at the top of the trail. The vista of the endless green trees leading to the massive alpine lake below was breathtaking, even for someone who'd spent decades living on this land. "It's beautiful. I thought you might like it." "The view?" "No. Your new home." "What are you talking about?" "See that cabin down there by the lake?" "Yeah." "Lucky for you, my dad and father-in-law are James Reece supporters. They had it fixed up for you. They thought you might want a quiet spot away from everything to recover. It's yours." "Are you serious?" Rafe nodded, pleased. It's not every day one gets to surprise their best friend with a new house. "I don't know what to say." "Thanks would do it." "Well, thanks." "You always wanted to live in Robin's guest house," Rafe smiled, referring to his father's middle name and knowing his friend would get it. "I'm sure he'll put you to work sooner or later and make you earn your keep, so if I were you, I'd play sick for as long as possible." "Good tip. Reach under the seat." Reece reached down and pulled out a SIG P320X compact in a Black Point Tactical mini-wing holster. "Mato thought that might come in handy," Rafe said, referring to their former Command Master Chief, who now ran the training academy for Sig Sauer. "Does everyone know I'm back?" Reece asked. "You know this community, brother," Rafe said with a smile. "We're worse than old ladies in a sewing circle." Rafe put the vehicle into low gear and let the engine rev as it slowly descended the grade that led toward the cabin. A circular, crushed stone driveway curved toward the home from the dirt road that ran past it. The wooden-framed house had begun as a small pioneer cabin, and that facade had been preserved and incorporated into the newer, larger structure. The building suited its surroundings and was large without being ostentatious. Rafe stopped in front of the home's broad front porch, and the two former commandos stepped out of the vehicle. They wore jeans and faded T-shirts with holstered handguns that rode inside their waistbands. Reece wore his usual Salomon trail-running shoes, while Rafe's Courtney boots were of a more traditional design, made from Cape buffalo hide and imported from his native Zimbabwe. In many ways, their choice of footwear typified their personalities. Though he'd moved around a lot, Reece was a native Californian, always looking for the latest and greatest piece of gear that might give him an edge in terms of performance. Rafe was the opposite, a traditionalist who preferred the feel and soul of an earlier time. If Reece was Kydex, nylon, and Kevlar, Rafe was leather, brass, and walnut. The men's athletic physiques were obvious to the most casual observer, with broad, thick chests and powerful arms built by decades of intense physical training. Though their wardrobes were nearly identical and their builds similar, no one would mistake them for brothers. Reece's hair was dark with flecks of gray in his stubble. Rafe was 2 inches taller than his friend's 6 feet, and his build was leaner, with broader shoulders and a narrower waist. His longish hair was a sun-streaked blonde that hung from the back of his cap and nearly touched his collar. His eyes were an almost iridescent green that stood in contrast to his tanned face. A discolored scar swept the length of his cheek. Rafe stopped short of stepping up onto the planked wooden porch and made a sweeping gesture for Reece to take the lead. The door was made of local Douglas fir and bore the scars of more than a century's exposure to the elements. Reece pressed the refurbished iron latch and the solid door swung open easily on new hinges. The 2-story open space was bathed in natural light, thanks to the large windows on the wall opposite the front door. The floor was Montana slate, a mosaic of grays and browns that contrasted with the blonde planks that paneled the walls. A stone fireplace rose toward the open fir rafters. Reece's throat went tight when he saw what hung above the hearth. "Is that my dad's bull?" "Indeed it is. He passed away before we could ship him the mount. We thought this would be a good spot for his elk." The families had become close when Reece and Rafe's friendship blossomed at the University of Montana. Reece's father, Tom, had visited the ranch in the fall of 2000 when both Reece and Rafe had already graduated from Buds and been assigned to SEAL teams on opposite coasts. Tom Reece, himself a Frogman veteran of Vietnam, had elk hunted during the visit and had taken the 6x6 bull that hung in his son's new home. It had been the last time they'd hunted together. The 9/11 attacks struck the following year, and Reece had spent the next decade and a half chasing Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and their ilk to the far corners of the globe. Tom Reece had passed away suddenly and tragically while Reece was deployed to Iraq in 2003, killed in an apparent mugging in Buenos Aires, Argentina, while working for the CIA. A comfortable-looking nail-head leather sofa faced the fireplace, and a tawny hair-on cow rug covered the stone floor, framing a sitting area. Reece noticed it bore the raised keloid scar of the Hastings family brand. Rafe hung back a step as his friend toured his new home, humbled by the generosity shown to him by the Hastings family. There was a large kitchen with what looked to be the original cast-iron stove, surrounded by modern appliances, a comfortable bedroom with a rustic pine-framed king-sized bed, a guest bedroom, bathrooms, and a loft area that was set up as an office. Nearly every room in the home had a view of the lake. "I have one other thing to show you." Rafe broke the silence and motioned toward the door that led outside from the kitchen. He descended the steps and strode toward a small, barn-like structure. He pulled open the two large doors and stood aside wearing a rare grin. Inside the detached garage sat a perfectly restored 1988 FJ62 Toyota Land Cruiser, its bluish gunmetal gloss clear coat paint gleaming under the room's overhead LED lights. The vintage paint scheme contrasted tastefully with the flat black aluminum wheels, off-road bumpers, and roof rack. Reece's eyes widened at the sight of the custom off-road vehicle. He'd been forced to abandon his beloved Land Cruiser more than a year earlier as part of a one-man mission of vengeance that had left a trail of bodies that stretched from coast to coast. Since then, he'd driven Land Cruisers while working anti-poaching patrols for Rafe's uncle in Mozambique, but he hadn't had a vehicle to call his own. "It comes with the house. You know I'd never drive it, so you may as well." "Now I really don't know what to say." "All of a sudden you're the quiet one?" Rafe joked, referring to Utalivu, a Shona nickname given to him by the trackers in Africa. "Don't just stand there like a bloody idiot. Hop in." Reece walked forward as if he were approaching an extraterrestrial object. The door handle unlatched with a tactile and positive click. Whoever had done the restoration work had done it exceptionally well. The dark interior combined utilitarian finishes and materials with style and comfort. The keys were in the ignition. The 376 cubic inch, 430 horsepower General Motors LS3 V8 roared to life instantly, its throaty growl tamed by an effective ceramic-coated exhaust system that allowed the vehicle to maintain a reasonable amount of stealth, given its power. Not bad for a Japanese import, eh? Political correctness was not one of Rafe's strengths. "I love it. This one's from Thorne," Rafe confessed, using the nickname for his father-in-law. "He's taken pity on you in your weakened state." "Where did he find it? Don't you recognize her?" Reece looked in the seats behind him, and then back to his friend. "It's yours. Old Clint couldn't bring himself to destroy her when you left California. He held on to it, just in case. When he found out you were alive, he reached out to Thorne through the Special Operations Association. Their Vietnam network is strong. Thorne had it shipped out here, but not before having it fixed up for you. This is a bit more than fixed up. This is a work of art. Glad you like it. Icon 4x4 did the renovations, so it should actually make it to town, unlike your stock original. I almost forgot. Look behind the seat." Reece switched off the motor and looked over his shoulder. Hanging in a purpose-built Grayman tactical rack behind the seat was a Daniel Defense Mark 12 with a Silencer Co. Omega suppressor and a Night Force 1 to 8 by 24 mm ATACR optic mounted on the receiver's top rail. "Trouble seems to find you. I figured it would be wise to have more than that 9mm pea shooter in your holster." "You were not wrong, my friend," Reece said with genuine sincerity. "Make yourself at home and relax. The family is flying in tomorrow, and Dad is throwing a big dinner party in your honor. It will be great to see everyone. Almost everyone. You remember my youngest sister, Hannah. She's currently in Romania saving the world, but I think she's planning to come home for Christmas. It will be great to see her. And it gives me a few months to get into shape, as I remember she was always doing those ultra-marathons. She won the Grand Traverse a couple of years ago, so you have a lot of work to do. That's no joke. I've always wanted to do that. Crested Butte to Aspen, right? That's right. 40 miles of ski mountaineering over the Elk Mountain Range. You have to have a partner for that one. Who'd she race with? Me? Rafe smiled. And if they didn't remove your liver along with your brain tumor, you might want to bring it, along with a spare. You know how my family is. If I find an extra, I'll be sure to bring it. I'll be at the shop if you need anything. Hey, Rafe, Reece called out as his friend walked toward his Land Rover. Yeah? You might want to check the oil. In that Defender, it's been sitting there for a few minutes, so it probably all leaked out. Rafe turned and smiled to himself as he saluted his friend with his middle finger. Chapter 2. Bangui, Central African Republic. Roman Dobrinin was not a man accustomed to waiting. Usually just the opposite. People waited on him. Subordinates, security personnel, even foreign dignitaries. He was the Russian president's man in Africa, or at least in the Central African Republic. In his mid-50s, he was a seasoned diplomat, having earned his stripes in the chaos that was Chechnya. He had proven himself to be an aggressive negotiator, unafraid to threaten and then employ the darker arts of manipulation to achieve his and Mother Russia's strategic goals. Technically, a senior policy advisor in Russia's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, he was their de facto senior man in the CAR. His official title was National Security Advisor to the President of the Central African Republic. Russia was a power on the rise in Africa, and Dobrinin had counterparts in the Congo, Ethiopia, Guinea, Eritrea, and Mozambique. With France all but abandoning its former colony, Russia and China were quick to fill the void. Arms deals, security training assistance, regional negotiations, lumber, diamonds, oil, gold, cobalt, and most important for Russia, uranium. Russia had vaguely disguised its intentions on the international stage, citing its involvement in the region beginning in 1964. Strategically located in the heart of the Dark Continent, the Central African Republic was the ideal hub from which Russia could move troops into neighboring countries while exploiting and exporting their natural resources. Dobrinin was there to ensure it was Russia, not China, that would control both the natural resources of this landlocked nation and, more important, their votes at the United Nations. Though rich in raw materials, CAR was one of the 10 poorest countries in the world. Its record of human rights violations, including extrajudicial executions, torture, female genital mutilation, slavery, human trafficking, the sex trade, child labor, rape, and genocide, made the country the perfect home for an outside power seeking to take advantage. It was a disenfranchised country ripe for exploitation. The call had come from the chief staff officer of the general director himself, which meant it was one of the few calls Dobrinin had to take. It was made clear that his guest was to be granted every professional courtesy and that he was coming in at the behest of the president. In Russia, the lines between official, unofficial, and private blurred to the point of virtual invisibility. This visit had all the trappings of the latter. Dobrinin knew that as deputy director of Directorate S in the Russian Foreign Intelligence Service, Alexander Zharkov could be coming to CAR for a variety of reasons. He also knew the Zharkov name, and much more than the call he'd received from his own high command. That was reason alone to accommodate the intelligence officer. Dobrinin wanted to keep his head attached to his body. One did not offend a Pakhan in the Russian Bratva and expect to stay above ground for long. Dobrinin watched the monstrous Antonov AN-225 circle the airfield and begin its final approach. He remained in his vehicle until the aircraft had touched down and taxied to the Russian-controlled side of the airport, before disembarking the armored and air-conditioned Toyota Hilux. Straightening the tie on his Armani suit, he walked forward to meet his guest. Deputy Director Zharkov waited patiently as the aircraft hinged just behind the cockpit, pulling the entire nose of the massive plane skyward. It stopped when it reached 90 degrees, leaving the fuselage open to the elements. Most planes have cargo ramps in the aft, but the AN-225 has just the opposite. The nose gear slowly lowered the open beast to the ground. a unique design feature that allowed the largest aircraft in the world to load a staggering amount of cargo. A blast of heat off the tarmac nearly took his breath away, a clear indicator that he was no longer in Moscow. Its intensity carried the distinctive smell of conflict. His mind raced with possibilities. Scanning the tarmac, he saw a four-vehicle convoy of trucks surrounded by a perimeter of armed security. Spetsnaz. They had once been feared the world over as the premier special operations force of the former Soviet Union, based on what was touted as the toughest training ever devised by a modern military, and because of their actions, the West would say atrocities, in Afghanistan in the 1980s. They had now been relegated to protection duties for those who wanted to be surrounded by the myth that was Spetsnaz. A man in a crisp black suit walked toward him, flanked by two men from his security detail carrying AKM rifles. "Director Zharkov, I am—" "Roman Dobrinin," the deputy director completed the sentence for him. "It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Thank you for taking the time to meet me. I am sure you have pressing matters that require your attention. I have heard glowing reports of your progress here as National Security Advisor, advancing Russia's interest in the region." "It is an honor to be of assistance," Dobrinin countered, his eyes moving up to the large airframe and then back to his visitor. "Are you alone, Director Zharkov?" "Da," Zharkov confirmed with a wave of his hand, as if there were nothing odd about him being the single passenger on the heaviest airplane ever built. With 250,000 kilograms of payload capacity, the plane had completed its 14-hour flight from Moscow to the middle of the African continent and successfully inserted the senior intelligence official into the heart of darkness. "No security detail?" Dobrinin asked, looking back to the plane. "I prefer to travel light and without the trappings of my position that could draw undue attention." Zharkov was dressed comfortably in brown pants and a beige safari shirt with the sleeves rolled up, a canvas pack slung over his shoulder. "Besides, with your clout and control in the area, I knew you would have security arrangements taken care of." "Of course, Director. Shall we—" Dobrinin motioned toward the waiting vehicles, struggling to decipher if the director's words were a compliment, a warning, or simply condescending. Zharkov nodded. "I understand you were briefed on my requests?" "Da. We will take you to the hotel now, and tomorrow we will go to the mines." Zharkov took in the sights of the bustling city, politely listening to Dobrinin drone on about his most recent diplomatic victories. A 5,000-man force of Russian military and contracted advisors were in the country, training the CAR Special Operations Forces on the finer points of counterinsurgency. Zharkov correctly assumed that meant a systematic campaign of terror aimed at keeping the dissidents in check and ensuring the current president remained in power and friendly to Russian interests in the country. At each stoplight, the cars were swarmed by children, arms outstretched, their faces hopeful for a coin or a piece of candy. Traffic was at its usual stop-and-go, broken-down vehicles impeding their progress as scooters buzzed past like the swarms of insects that infested the nearby jungle. It was a country on its last breaths. Just outside the hotel, a small convoy of taxis lingered, each flying a small Russian flag on the front bumper, waiting eagerly for the opportunity to ferry guests to and from the airport. At the approach of the convoy, the hotel ledger's guarded gates opened, and the depravity of the streets was left in the dust. The driveway curved up to the entrance, and the outside world was forgotten. Old world opulence, no doubt a vestige of the French colonial days, permeated every aspect of Banghi's finest hotel. Abundant marble and ornate tapestry were accented by rich African wood, polished to perfection, its gold inlay reflecting the late afternoon light. "My men will show you to your room. I trust you will find your accommodations acceptable. Will dinner in 2 hours be convenient?" "That will be fine, thank you." Zharkov nodded politely and proceeded to the elevator to the penthouse suite, 2 Spetsnaz and 1 bellhop in tow. As they arrived at the double suite doors, his new security halted him on the outside. "Just a moment, sir." "Open it," one commanded the bellhop. They entered the 6,000-square-foot suite, guns raised, then performed a sweep of every corner before pronouncing it safe to enter. Zharkov walked in and was not surprised to see two young girls who couldn't have been more than 15, in thin white linen dresses, standing obediently by the king-size bed. This was Africa. He eyeballed their lean, underfed bodies, dark skin a sensual contrast to their scant dresses. A bottle of vintage 1987 Dom Perignon and fresh strawberries covered with chocolate were set at the table. He set his pack down and poured a glass of the cold, sparkling wine, savoring the taste, and glanced at the agenda sitting on the table. He looked back to the girls and was tempted, watching them shift nervously, fear radiating from their not yet vacant eyes. They still held a glimmer of hope. He shook his head toward the door. "Ukhadi," he said. "Vun," the Russian said again, more firmly when they remained motionless. Not knowing a word of Russian, the girls stood there unsure of what to do. Zharkov pointed to the door. "Out," he said, this time in English, pointing at the door. Understanding the international language of tone and gesture, the two girls made their way slowly past him, still unsure of what they should do and beginning to worry they had somehow upset the man they had been told to obey and pleasure. Opening the door for them, he told his new security detail he did not want to be interrupted until dinner. He'd been through enough prostitutes in this part of the world in his younger days, and he needed to stay healthy. His mind was on his mission. Chapter 3. Akhyan Hotel, St. Petersburg, Russia. To Ivan Zharkov, information was everything. It had been information and his willingness to exploit it at all costs that had led to his position of power in the Bratva, the Brotherhood, known to the rest of the world as the Russian Mafia. His consolidation of St. Petersburg's Tambov gang was the result of well-timed intelligence brought to him by his eldest son, Alexander. Some even thought that, through Alexander, Ivan may have organized the arrests in Spain that took out the powerful gang's former leadership, though no one dared whisper such a thing. Ivan was the Vorv Zakon. No one, not even the government in Moscow, would cross him. It was Ivan's lust for information that persuaded him to send an emissary to Argentina, where a CIA officer was offering him valuable intelligence. That job fell to Dmitry Mashkov, a trusted Bratok who had interrogated enough Chechens during his days as a paratrooper in the 104th Guards Airborne Regiment to know when a man was lying. If he could break a fanatical Muslim, stay alive in Kresty prison, and take out members of the rival Soltsenskaya gang, he was confident he could discern if some American desk officer was the genuine article. Dmitry spent 3 days interrogating the American in a Cordoba farmhouse and was convinced he was being truthful. Such an asset would be invaluable to Zharkov's operations. The trick was getting him from Argentina to Russia, which meant airports and customs officials. Via his son, Alexander, the elder Zharkov had the appropriate influence to provide the man with a clean passport, but he would still have to traverse a series of international airports. These days, ever-present surveillance cameras using facial recognition technology made clandestine travel problematic. Luckily, Zharkov's friends in the South American drug trade were the best in the world when it came to moving contraband. They ultimately provided the solution. The former spy was moved overland from his Argentine hideout to Caracas, where the failing government was ripe with corruption. For a staggeringly low sum, he was shepherded through the airport's already lax security and loaded onto a Havana flight without incident. From Jose Marti in Cuba, it was a direct flight to Moscow on an Aeroflot Su-151, an unremarkable event for a man carrying a legitimate passport of the Russian Federation. Alexander was able to smooth things over at Sheremetyevo, one of Moscow's 4 international airports, and the man had been delivered to Ivan just a few hours and a quick domestic flight later. The CIA man was now parked in a hotel suite, waiting impatiently for what was, effectively, a job interview. Oliver Gray looked at his watch, the iconic dive instrument that had influenced 1,000 knockoffs. The stainless steel case and bracelet were worn and scored by a hard lifetime's worth of use, though they had accrued before Gray took possession. The acrylic crystal was burnished by time, and the bezel and face were faded from months in the sun, a standing testament to the original owner's vocation. Behind the battered exterior, though, the hands of the precision Swiss instrument swept on, unscathed. He knew that the watch was a Rolex Submariner and that its former owner was the late Thomas Reece. What he did not know was that Tom Reece purchased it on R&R in Saigon during his first tour in Vietnam with SEAL Team 2. He'd worn it on hundreds of ops, both as a frogman and an intelligence officer, and had planned on passing it to his son James when the time was right. He never got the chance. Gray had planned his demise, outwitting the legendary CIA case officer who was far past his prime, sticking his nose where it didn't belong when he should have been fishing or playing golf or whatever it is that retired spooks do with their free time. Gray had used the watch's absence to make the murder appear to be the result of a simple mugging in a South American city well acquainted with that brand of violence. Gray hadn't killed him with his own hands. He'd instead used his Cajun pit bull, Jules Landry, who had brought him the watch as a trophy, eager to please his new boss. That was 15 years ago. Now Landry was dead, castrated and left to bleed out on a dirty floor in northern Iraq. Gray had no illusions as to where his future was headed. He knew he was firmly in James Reece's sights, and if he hoped to survive, he was going to have to strike soon, before the frogmen had a chance to track him down. He will come for me and that Syrian sniper Nizar who put a round through his SEAL friend. Gray had read all about it in the papers, how 2 Americans had thwarted the assassination of the U.S. president in Ukraine and saved Odessa from a chemical weapon attack at the last moment. The coup orchestrated by the late Vasily Andrenov, Gray's Russian handler, had ended in failure. Reece had been unsuccessful in saving the Russian president, and Senior Chief Freddie Strain had been killed in the attempt. He needed to outthink James Reece before the SEAL could track him down and put a bullet in his head, or worse. Gray had no illusions about the true reason James Reece was currently in the employ of the CIA. He needed their resources to find his friend's killer. Since his former employer, and the closest thing to a father Gray had ever known, had been sent to a fiery grave, killed by one of the countless weapons with which he'd sown the seeds of revolution around the globe, Gray was now a Ronin. He needed a new master. Gray was sure that Tom Reece's son had been involved in Vasily Andrenov's assassination, and he knew he was next on Reece's list. Gray had endured the brutal questioning from the criminal called Dimitri, as well as the excruciating overland trip taking him nearly the length of the South American continent, both only made bearable by the sweet tobacco he packed into his old billiard pipe. Add in the international flights on aging aircraft serving cheap booze, and Gray was in rough shape. They hadn't even offered him a coffee. An accountant by trade, he sought order in life, and that order was severely lacking at present. The watch was the only thing that had kept him sane, its hands moving steadily and predictably as his world became anything but. The irony was that the time wasn't even correct. He hadn't changed it since he'd left Buenos Aires. Gray was not an imposing figure, and the travel had done nothing to improve his bearing. His beard needed trimming and had turned nearly snow white over the past few months. He wore a sweat-stained wool fedora over his cap of thinning hair, and his tweed coat was badly in need of washing. He hadn't been able to bathe since he'd left Venezuela, and looked like a disheveled university professor, wearing a bitter halo of stale sweat and metabolized vodka. His appearance was in stark contrast to the spacious and orderly hotel suite. It was known as the White Suite, thanks to the snowy fabric that covered its luxurious furniture. A large freestanding bathtub sat just feet from the rounded bed on a waxed parquet floor. What he would give for a warm bath and some sleep. His escort hadn't said a word, but had motioned for him to sit in a chair padded in white leather that faced a comfortable-looking love seat against the suite's wall. He was near the balcony and had a marvelous view of the Centralny district. Though mentally exhausted, he took comfort from being in the land of his ancestry. His plan had been to rise alongside his mentor, Colonel Vasily Andrenov, the right hand of the returning leader. Instead, because of James Reece, he was here to beg for a job from a criminal. Gray expected the security men would look like club bouncers in leather jackets, but the Vori bodyguards who protected the mob boss were clad in finely tailored business suits. The neatly groomed men could have passed for agents of the FSO or Federal Protective Service, and in fact some of them had history in that organization. 4 of them moved into the room and joined the stoic figure already watching over him. Gray was frisked for the 3rd time, thoroughly and professionally. A few seconds later, the door opened, and 2 more bodyguards entered, stepping aside to flank the opening. Though Gray was familiar with the details of the man who walked through the door, thanks to his former duties as a senior analyst on the Russian desk at the CIA, he was not at all prepared for who entered the room. Written reports and long lens photographs from surveillance footage only told you so much, which is why Gray had always envied the men and women on the ground who gathered human intelligence, the people who looked their subjects in the eye. Instead of an imposing figure who instilled fear, he beheld a man of slight build and of medium height. This was no tracksuit-wearing thug. Ivan Zharkov was also older than Gray expected, with a handsome face and thoughtful blue eyes. A wolf in sheep's clothing? Gray expected false bravado and swagger, but instead Zharkov walked with grace and poise. He wore a suit of thick charcoal cashmere with a burgundy silk tie, knotted neatly at his throat. His beard was trimmed, his mustache purposefully bushier and more prominent. His hair had gone almost white. It was combed and parted neatly above his right eye. Gray couldn't help but think that Zharkov looked much the way Tsar Nicholas II might have looked in his 60s, had he not been shot by the Bolsheviks in a basement alongside his wife and children. His handshake was firm, and his expression was warm as he invited Gray to take a seat. It seemed somewhat odd to Gray that he wasn't offered coffee or tea, though after his journey across the globe, he wasn't quite sure if it was time for breakfast or cocktails. "Thank you so much for meeting me, Pakhan." Gray spoke, first using the Russian term for boss, and showing off his command of the Russian language that he'd spoken exclusively in his childhood home in Pennsylvania. "It is I who should be thanking you, Mr. Gray. You have come such a long way." "It was nothing," Gray lied. "I was very sorry to hear about Colonel Andrenov's death. He was a friend of my business, and I know that he was like a father to you. You have my condolences." "Thank you, Pakhan. That means a great deal to me. The Colonel spoke highly of you." "He exaggerated, I am sure. He did the country a great service by removing our president. He was a weak man who was selling us out to the Americans. I know you played a significant role in the operation. Blaming it on the Muslim savages was a touch of genius." Gray nodded, taking credit for what had not been his idea. "What has brought you from such a warm and pleasant climate to such a cold one? You have risked a great deal by making this journey." Oliver had practiced his pitch many times during the past weeks. "I have, Pakhan, but it will be worth it for us both. I know the capabilities of the U.S. intelligence community. I spent my entire career using all of their tools to track and analyze Russian people of interest. I'm offering that expertise to you. The Americans trained me well, Pakhan. I know everything there is to know about your rivals, about your critics in Moscow, and about the weaknesses of the Western nation's law enforcement efforts." "You have my ear," the Mafia leader acknowledged. "I know where your rival organization, the Solntsevskaya gang, is exposed, and I know which members of your organization are working with the FBI and CIA." Zharkov spoke without shifting his eyes from Gray. "Order some breakfast for our friend here." One of his men nodded in response and swiftly left the room. "Go on, Oliver," The shift to his given name was not lost on the wayward spy. A hearty breakfast was rolled into the room by one of Zharkov's bodyguards within minutes, the waiter having been stopped and searched by the security men in the hallway. Zharkov took only coffee for himself, but an impressive spread of vegetables, cold meats, eggs, and pastries was presented to the famished CIA man. Gray ate quickly and drained the Bloody Mary as soon as he realized that it contained more than tomato juice. Zharkov ordered his bodyguards to keep the drinks flowing. When Gray put down his fork and took a breath, Zharkov continued the conversation. "You've promised much, Oliver, and am willing to pay a fair price for the kind of information you claim to have. My father was a grain buyer when the communists were in power. He could have rubber-stamped the purchases, but he took pride in his work and only bought the best crops. He demanded a sample from every bushel that he could inspect. I need a morsel, Oliver, a sample of your wares." Gray was prepared for the challenge. "I understand, Pakhan. I have information on Melor Sokolov of the Solntsevskaya gang. Despite appearances, he is a homosexual." "Interesting. He's a suka, too. A bitch. As much as that kind of behavior disgusts me, Oliver, men who have been in prison do such things. This is not shocking." "I agree, Pakhan, but the man who puts him on his belly is a flight attendant for Air France. He is also an asset of DGSE. He's French intelligence. They know every move that the Solntsevskaya gang makes and report much of it to the U.S. "Now that, Oliver, is fascinating," Zharkov confirmed. "I believe in long-term relationships, Pakhan." "As do I, Oliver." "I would like to become a permanent asset to you, to your organization." Zharkov's bushy gray eyebrows arched upward before his eyes followed them to the ceiling, considering the proposal. "I must ask you, Oliver, and I hope that you will forgive me for being direct. How can I be assured that you will not betray me the way you betrayed the Americans? How can I know that this is not an elaborate ruse to put a mole inside my business?" Oliver was prepared for this as well. "I will not betray you because I am Russian. My mother was Russian. My grandparents who raised me were Russian. My soul is Russian. No, I will not betray you, Pakhan. Besides, where else would I go?" Zharkov stared at Gray for a long moment, his eyes studying him for any hint of deception. There was no blink, no darting of the eyes, no twitch of the tiny facial muscles. Nothing. "What do you propose?" "Just a fair stipend and an apartment with a view." Zharkov considered the proposition. 20 million rubles a year and a comfortable flat in one of my buildings where you will be safe." Gray would have taken less, but didn't want to seem overly eager. 20 million rubles was roughly $300,000 U.S. Not bad for a wanted man. "That is very generous of you, Pakhan. But there is one other thing." "Which is?" "I want a man dead." Chapter 4. Kumba Ranch, Flathead Valley, Montana. Reece settled into the cabin and put what few possessions he had into the bedroom's dresser drawers and closet. He was struck by how quiet it was. He liked it. There was no television, Wi-Fi, or cell service. The Hastings family used two-way radios to communicate on the ranch, as they were the only reliable means of staying in touch. Repeater stations placed upon various peaks and ridges ensured that one was usually in range. He opened the French doors that led toward the lake and walked toward the shoreline in the crisp, clean air. There were a pair of Adirondack chairs near a stone fire ring just feet from the water's edge. Reece took a seat and admired the view. Who would occupy the other? His pregnant wife, Lauren, and their daughter, Lucy, had been gone for almost 2 years now, murdered in their home as part of the cover-up of a deep-state medical experiment gone wrong. Avenging their deaths had brought him closure. Or had it? His mission accomplished, what he hadn't expected was to live. He'd thought he was dying, a tumor slowly killing him from within. He had counted on joining his wife and daughter in the afterlife. Africa had taught Reece to live again, but the agency had tracked him down in Mozambique, sending his old sniper school partner Freddie Strain to recruit him. The carrot was that he could have his life back. The stick was that those who had helped him would go down. Reece chose the carrot. He had done what was asked of him. He'd killed the terrorist leader whose attacks had put the continent of Europe under siege, as well as the former GRU colonel who had masterminded the campaign of terror in an attempt to pave the way for his triumphant return to lead Russia back from the brink. Freddie had died, saving the life of the President of the United States, taken by a sniper's bullet, a sniper who still walked free, a sniper Reece planned to kill. Reece would find him and the CIA mole who had provided the intelligence for the operation. In time, both would die. His debt to America having been paid following the events in Odessa, Reece's new boss at the CIA, Vic Rodriguez, provided a safe house in Annapolis that Reece could use while he prepared for, and recovered from, surgery. Vic was slowly turning up the pressure, continuing his personal recruitment efforts on the former SEAL, who remained noncommittal. Reece's friend, Katie Baranek, was like a guardian angel. She'd been by his side as he was wheeled into surgery and stood vigil while he recovered. She lived nearby in Old Town Alexandria. There she could work the D.C. Fox News desk and commute to their New York headquarters. It also allowed them to pick up where their friendship had left off. She had helped him unravel the conspiracy that launched him on his mission of vengeance, and she had paid the price, almost losing her life in the process. Unbeknownst to the former frogman, the tough young journalist had questions she needed answered. In matters of the heart, trust was paramount. Snow was falling on a morning when Katie came to see Reece after one of his physical therapy sessions. He was only a week out from surgery and would soon be leaving for Montana. Katie knew that Reece had a continued affiliation with the darkest side of the U.S. intelligence apparatus, though she hadn't probed. She'd seen a man she recognized as the head of the CIA's Special Activities Division with Reece's doctor at Walter Reed. As a journalist, and with her family's history with the agency during the Cold War, she was not a believer in coincidence. She also knew there was a place Reece needed to visit before he left for the mountains. Reece accepted their destination in silent resignation. It was time to say goodbye to someone. Katie drove south, crossing the Potomac River, and traversed from Interstate 495 onto George Washington Memorial Parkway. The road wound through leafless oaks, the tall, modern skyline of Rosslyn, Virginia, visible through the frosted passenger side window. Pierre L'Enfant's iconic neoclassical tribute to the Republic across the river to the left. Reece never tired of seeing America's symbols of freedom, the Capitol Dome, the Washington Monument, and the Lincoln Memorial. Planes on final approach to Reagan National Airport roared overhead as Katie exited GW Parkway and steered her Forerunner through a plowed asphalt path that would have, at one point, been in Robert E. Lee's front yard. Reece had been a casket bearer for too many funerals at Arlington National Cemetery over the years. Consequences of a life at war. Katie pulled her SUV curbside on Pershing Drive and shut off the motor. Reece let her lead the way. Neither spoke. He knew where they were going. The sound of their footsteps in the freshly fallen snow was a haunting reminder that beneath this hallowed ground rested generations of America's bravest warriors. Reece paused among the granite headstones in silent recognition at the grave of Johnny Mike Spann, the CIA officer killed by al-Qaeda at Kala-i-Jangi in Afghanistan. The Alabama native had been the first American to die in combat during the War on Terror. In the nearly 2 decades since, he had been joined by a legion of heroes who had given their last full measure for the nation. Reece turned and looked toward Katie. She stood to the side of 2 headstones on the oak-shaded hillside. Reece approached and bowed his head at his father's final resting place. Thomas Reece, Jr., Master Chief Petty Officer, U.S. Navy, SEAL Team 2, May 12, 1946, July 9, 2003, Vietnam, Cold War, Navy Cross. Reece had visited his father's grave only once since the funeral in 2003. He could hardly believe it had been that long since he'd lost the old warrior. He pushed the mystery surrounding his father's death to the side and slowly turned his head to read the marker just beside it, a newer slab of granite stabbed into the cold ground. Judith Frances Reece, March 2nd, 1951, April 24th, 2018. Devoted wife, mother. Despite the cold, Reece's entire body flushed with warmth. He fought back tears as he knelt in front of the stone tribute, a lifetime summed up by a few simple lines. His mother had suffered from dementia for several years and had lived her life in an Arizona nursing home after his father's death. Reece had, in many ways, mourned her since the cruel disease had robbed her memory. He had secretly held out hope that some miracle treatment could bring her back to him. Now she was gone forever, back at his father's side. He treasured his last visit with her when, in a moment of lucidity, she'd recognized her only son, reminding him of Gideon's mission in Judges. "You've always been one of the few, James. Keep watching the horizon." Reece closed his eyes and whispered a silent prayer, asking his late mother and father to take care of his wife and daughter until he got there to take the watch. "I love you." He wiped his eyes on his sleeve as he rose to his feet and felt Katie's gloved hand slip inside the crook of his elbow. "I'm sorry, James," was all she said, before turning to walk toward her waiting vehicle. Chapter 5. Central African Republic. The trip to the Ukrainian mines in the Christian-controlled district of Bakuma involved a 2-hour flight east in the King Air turboprop. 2 matching planes carried the envoy at 265 miles per hour toward their destination. Alexander had never hunted in CAR. Poaching and years of civil strife had decimated the game population, though he had hunted the jungles of neighboring Cameroon for bongo, sitatunga, duikers, and the elusive dwarf forest buffalo. He briefly entertained the thought of going after a giant forest hog while he was in the area, but the prospect of another rare game animal for his trophy room didn't excite him as it had in his youth. Now he required something more. Alexander admired the rugged beauty of the African landscape. From the air it was easy to dismiss the reality on the ground, a place where the people had yet to progress past the foundation of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. 1,000 feet below, malaria remained the leading cause of death. Sanitary drinking water was scarce. Accusations of witchcraft resulted in mob justice. HIV/AIDS affected at least 5% of the population, and women not only suffered the highest percentage of genital mutilation in the world, but also endured one of the highest maternal mortality rates. The Central African Republic was not kind to its people. Outside the few cities, the country remained embroiled in civil war, with 14 separate factions of Muslim Seleka and Christian anti-Balaka militias still vying for contested areas and set on wiping the others from existence. Ethnic cleansing in Africa was the default setting of strife, one that tended to turn on the swing of the machete. The 2 turboprops touched down on a small dirt strip and taxied to the mine administration building. Under the watchful eye of no fewer than 50 armed Russian soldiers, groups of men labored in the sun, extending the runway and constructing additional infrastructure to accommodate the ongoing rape of natural resources. Alexander noted the handful of local militia who were clearly outmanned and outgunned by their Russian advisors. "We will see 2 mines today, Director Zharkov. We will start with the uranium mines and then move to the diamond mines as you requested." "Ah," Alexander nodded, his mind working through the possibilities. The Toyota Land Cruisers they were being shuttled in were a far cry from the newer, armored Hiluxes they'd used in the capital, but their low torque and unmatched reliability made them the vehicle of choice, this far from civilization. Even with the windows down, Dobrynin's suit was soaked with sweat, and Alexander wondered why the diplomat insisted on clinging to the formal trappings of Mother Russia. No matter. Alexander just needed to tour the operations, make his decision, then issue his directive. Their three-vehicle convoy was led by a camouflage Peugeot P4 manned by two of the Russian advisors and one of the local militia leaders. Based on the venerable Mercedes G-Wagon, the P4 was the French version of a Jeep. Alexander smiled, knowing Peugeot did not have an export agreement with Mercedes. Never trust the French. Trailing the convoy was an olive-drab Renault troop carrier with 8 local militia members and 4 additional Russian troops. As they maneuvered the rutted roads toward the mines, Alexander noticed young men and boys turn away, ducking behind corners as the envoy passed. The counterinsurgency tactics of the Spetsnaz were working. Fear reigned supreme. They sped through local villages as quickly as the low-torqued machines allowed, the front and rear vehicles bristling with overt weapons. The message was clear: do not fuck with this convoy. The poverty was not shocking to Alexander. Thatched roofs, the occasional malnourished cow, dirty ditches oozing with excrement, and old men and women hovering near death in the dirty streets. As in developing countries the world over, the only smiles belonged to the children playing in the grime. The uranium mine radiated destitution. The workers that Alexander observed lining up to enter the shafts looked like zombies. Even children had been consigned as forced labor, the cost of a village overrun by HIV and AIDS. As the raw ore was raised by hand in wooden buckets or pushed on a crude railway in rickety carts, it was heaped outside the entrance in large piles. Alexander was cautioned to stay on the observation platform, as the radiation level was toxic, closer to the piles of ore. "What's their life expectancy?" Alexander asked his host, observing the workers covered in boils and blisters. "Less than a year," Dobrynin confirmed. "Luckily, conscript labor is not a rare commodity in this part of Africa." It reminded Alexander of the corrective labor camps, what the West insisted on calling gulags after Solzhenitsyn received the Nobel Prize in Literature for his The Gulag Archipelago. Solzhenitsyn was right about one thing: the prisoners were given the opportunity to work to death. "I've seen enough. Take me to the diamond mines." The convoy continued another 2 hours as they pushed deeper into the hills, the vehicles making slower progress. Alexander wondered if the reporters who had disappeared a few months earlier were killed because they ran into the wrong militia, or were targeted by Spetsnaz for asking too many questions about the mines. No matter. What did they expect? Poking around in what amounted to a war zone in Central Africa. A large white man who Alexander deduced to be from the Ural Mountains greeted them at the vehicles, shaking hands and introducing himself as Krysov Petrovich. "Comrade Petrovich runs the mining operation. In the past 7 months, he has turned this into the most efficient and profitable diamond mining operation in the country," Dobrynin declared. Petrovich wiped his sweaty forehead with a dirty rag and stuffed it back in his pocket. Alexander noticed Dobrynin fish a bottle of hand sanitizer out of his suit pocket and squeeze a liberal amount into his palm. "The workers are paid a generous sum for their labor. Generous for this part of the world, anyway," he continued. "And theft? Is that a problem, or are the wages enough to counter the temptation?" Alexander asked. "Theft will always be a problem, Mr. Zharkov," Petrovich said. "We have the unfortunate task of using unorthodox methods to deal with thieves. Come." Petrovich led the way to what Alexander assumed to be roughly the center of the above-ground operation. "These ungrateful savages still swallow raw diamonds to smuggle them out to sell on the black market. Every few months we need to remind the rest what happens to those who steal." Alexander watched as 30 workers exited the mine, filthy and thin, their eyes darting about like cornered animals. desperate. Russian troops lined them up and shackled them to a rail, obviously put there for this very reason. Each of the chained men was given a liter of a magnesium sulfate solution to drink, the equivalent of a medical bowel prep. Within 20 minutes, violent cramps preceded an eruption of watery human excrement. 3 were found to have expelled the raw stones after the local guards sifted through the malodorous mess. "What will happen to them?" Alexander asked as the 3 offenders were led away. "It's best if we show you," Petrovich replied. "In the meantime, follow me." Alexander took the guided tour, though he listened respectfully to the briefing on diamond mine production and expected output for the coming year. His mind was on the 3 men who had been removed for stealing. They looked fit enough, and living in this area meant they should have tracking and hunting skills. Ideal candidates. At the end of the shift, the entire workforce was assembled a few hundred yards away from the mine entrance, at the edge of a pit. They were addressed in their native dialect by the local militia leader under direct supervision of a Russian advisor. Alexander noted the quiet gloom that fell over the crowd. Death was in the air. "What did he say?" Alexander asked. "He said this is what happens to thieves." "Who are they?" Alexander asked, pointing to 3 people lined up across the pit from the gathered crowd. A woman who appeared to be in her 30s, an old man, and a boy who could not have been much more than 10. Their hands and feet were bound, and one leg was secured via chain to rusting chunks of metal. They were naked. "Those are relatives of the 3 pilferers. The militia pulled them from the villages. This is the only language these barbarians understand." The crowd started to protest and were silenced by a burst of automatic fire from a Russian advisor's AK fired skyward. Alexander watched as a beat-up pickup truck was backed through the crowd, the 3 diamond thieves shackled naked to its bed. When they saw their relatives at the edge of the pit, their primal screams pierced the air, arms tugging in a futile attempt to break free. "Quite the deterrent," Dobrinin stated. "Da, unpleasant but necessary," responded Petrovich. Alexander remained unfazed, even as 3 guards climbed into the truck, grabbing the heads of the shackled prisoners and forcing them to watch their relatives across the pit be beaten with clubs until they could no longer resist. The woman was the strongest. It took several clubs to the head before her will to fight subsided enough for the men to pick up the heavy metal objects to which they were shackled and throw them into the pit. The Dorilas, better known as safari ants, are found primarily in Central and East Africa. Living in 20 million strong colonies, they typically move from food source to food source throughout the year. These particular ants were fed well by design. They had no need to move. Their sting is incredibly painful, but the ants seldom use it. Their jaws are strong enough to tear through the flesh of their prey. Indigenous people use them to close cuts that would require stitches in the developed world. Here, in the African bush, they would force the ant to bite on either side of a wound, breaking off the body and leaving the powerful mandibles in place to create a makeshift suture that could close the cut for days at a time. The 3 thieves were forced to watch their loved ones thrash helplessly about on the floor of the pit, the ravenous safari ants quickly covering their bodies. With no way to swat them off, and anchored to the pit with what amounted to a ball and shackle, they endured the torture of being eaten alive. The old man's heart gave out well before the ants found their way into his brain through his eye sockets. The woman was lucky. She was all but brain dead from her clubbing before she hit the bottom of the pit. The boy, though. The boy's screams would haunt the crowd for the remainder of their lives. His high-pitched cries lasting over 20 minutes as he was slowly eaten by the insatiable insects. When his screams turned to a whimper and finally ended, the 3 thieves were shackled to iron balls that were then thrown into the pit, where they endured the same slow deaths as their relatives. Within minutes, the 3 workers were covered with ants. Vain attempts to pull the shackles off amid primal screams and groans filled the evening air. Death took 20 minutes. Within an hour, bones were all that remained. "That should keep them in line for another month," Petrovich stated. "Do you have any other questions?" Dobrynin asked his guest. Alexander shook his head. Yes. The diamond mines would be perfect. Of those scheduled for execution for smuggling the precious stones, Petrovich could keep one every now and then to feed to the ants as a warning. Those of sound mind and body would be airlifted to Alexander in Kamchatka, and then on to Medny Island. There, they would at least have a sporting chance. Chapter 6. Old Town, Alexandria, Virginia. Katie Baranek leaned against the wall of her Old Town condo, lost in thought, watching the raindrops hit the window and slide down to pool on the ledge. She cradled a glass of white wine in one hand while rubbing the cross around her neck with the other. She should have been contemplating her next move at the network. Did she want her own show, or was she content to investigate the stories that interested her, ones she believed were of importance to the American people? Instead, she was thinking of Reece, recovering in Montana and coming to terms with a future he thought didn't exist. Was she a part of that equation? Would he forever be haunted by visions of his wife and daughter, taken from him by a consortium of politicians, military officers, and private sector financiers? Or was Reece learning to live with their memory, his life a positive testament to their legacy? Katie's eyes focused on a drop of rain as it hit the glass and trickled down the pane, weaving its way among its relatives, all born of the same gray clouds. Thinking back to Reece's surgery, she felt a tinge of guilt for what she'd done afterwards, but before she could surrender to her feelings, she had needed to know the truth. "Can I see him now?" Katie asked the doctor. It had not been lost on the reporter that establishing a relationship with Reece's female surgeon might allow her access not normally granted to non-family members. She had made sure the doctors had seen her with Reece on each of his visits for updated MRIs, CT scans, X-rays, and pre-op procedures. Looking the part of the devoted girlfriend was intentional. She needed answers. "He's just coming back out from under anesthesia. He'll be a bit groggy, but I know he can have visitors now." It didn't hurt that Dr. Rosen was a big fan of Katie's book. The surgeon had seen enough soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines come through Bethesda over the years to feel a kinship with them and know how they felt about Benghazi. Katie Baranek's debut non-fiction account, aptly titled The Benghazi Betrayal, pulled back the curtain on what had happened in the lead-up to the 13 hours when a small group of CIA contractors fought for their lives, while politicians half a world away, in no danger of being overrun, could hardly be bothered to respond to requests for reinforcements. The surgeon would not forget one of the SEALs who was killed that day. He was a corpsman she'd had the pleasure of getting to know in this very hospital when he was recovering from wounds sustained in Afghanistan before joining the agency. Katie would get special treatment. "How did it go?" the young reporter asked. "All things considered, I am extremely optimistic. Brain surgery of this type has evolved exponentially in recent years. We had an option to actually do this with a local anesthesia, though we usually do those for tumors situated close to the section of the brain that controls speech. In this case, due to the size and location, we opted for general anesthesia, so he's been out for close to 4 hours now. Any side effects we need to worry about?" Katie asked, deliberately using "we." "Well, he might not like his new haircut. We had to shave his head to remove a flap of bone to give us access to the brain to remove the meningioma. Everything is back in place. We'll keep him here tonight, maybe tomorrow, depending on how he does, but he can start light exercise in about 3 weeks and ramp it up to his normal regimen in about 6. Thank you for taking such good care of him." "It's our pleasure, Katie. I'd love to be there for him when he wakes up. He's just down the hall. I'll be in to check on him shortly." Katie slipped her laptop back into a bag and made her way down to the recovery room. She shot a smile at the anesthesiologist as she entered. "Hey, Dr. Port, how's our seal doing?" "Just bringing him back now, Katie." Dr. Port was a Katie fan as well. In his off time, he volunteered with the Maryland State Police SWAT team as a medic, so he was well acquainted with the community of law enforcement tactical response units, often made up of military veterans. He was there to ensure nothing went wrong with his newest patient, who had become something of a legend in the small fraternity of special operations. "He'll be dazed for a few minutes as the anesthesia wears off, but will be back to his old self in no time. You're welcome to hang out here as long as you'd like. A nurse will be checking periodically, and Dr. Rosen will be in soon to evaluate. I'm sure they told you we will be keeping him overnight for observation, but from what I understand, the surgery was extremely successful." "Thank you, Doctor," Katie said, touching her hand to her heart. "This is what we do, Katie. Dr. Rosen is one of the best in the world. Reece here was in good hands. I'll be back in a few." Alone in the room, Katie looked down at the man who had saved her life more than a year ago. Bound and gagged, she remembered being forced to kneel on the floor of the Fisher's Island mansion with strands of explosive det cord wrapped tightly around her neck. A CIA assassin in the employ of the federal government had pressed the button on a remote detonator connected to the explosive flexible cord. If his finger came off the button, she was dead. She was an insurance policy to ensure Reece did the right thing that night. She was in the room with him now to find out if he had. Young for what she had accomplished thus far as a journalist, her series of stories on the Benghazi fiasco and the resulting bestseller opened doors and established her as an investigative journalist who would follow the truth, regardless of where it led. That is what she was after today. Truth. Who was James Reece? She wondered. Was he a domestic terrorist, as the government had proclaimed when they were desperately trying to find and kill him? A vigilante hell-bent on avenging his murdered wife, daughter, and unborn son? Was he a disgruntled veteran who brought the wars to the home front after the ambush of his SEAL team in the mountains of Afghanistan? Was he her savior? Or would he have blown her head off to avenge his family? Was nothing sacred in that quest, including her? Looking up and down the hall outside his room, she softly closed the door. Taking a seat next to his bed, she took his hand in hers, thumbs gently stroking either side of the IV embedded in his vein. She thought back to that rainy night off the coast of Connecticut. She had been in a state of shock, her face bruised and bloodied, as Reece loaded her aboard a Pilatus aircraft that was to be their extract. She moved up the steps in a daze, her body exhausted, as the adrenaline that had sustained her through the violence of the previous hours subsided. Her mind barely discerned the voices. They sounded muffled, as if she were submerged in water with someone shouting at her from above. It had somehow registered that Reece was not coming with them. As Reece stepped back to close the door, Katie had turned sharply in her seat and snapped out of her trance. "Reece, how did you know Ben didn't have that detonator connected? How did you know he wouldn't blow my head off?" Reece had paused, looked Katie in the eye, and over the sound of the wind, the propeller, and the rain, replied, "I didn't," before shutting the door and moving off at a run toward the marina. I didn't. Those words had haunted Katie ever since. She had masked her uncertainty since their reunion, waiting for the right time to conduct this interview. Her father had taught her that trust is the foundation of any relationship. He'd been a spy whose family was extracted from what was then Czechoslovakia by Reece's father. She knew Tom Reece had defied orders to bring them out, and that if he hadn't, her father would have been executed, and she would never have been born. Escaping to the United States in the 1980s, Katie's father had been, and still was, a big Ronald Reagan fan. Trust but verify, he had told his children. Katie intended to verify. Reece stirred. His eyes flittered once, twice, and then opened to take in the vision that was Katie Buranek. "Hey, sailor," she joked, knowing that even though Reece had spent his entire adult life in the Navy, he would never consider himself a sailor. These days, the Navy plowed through the world's oceans on computer chips powered by nuclear reactors. Wind and sails were of a bygone era. "Katie, you didn't have to wait." His voice was raspy from the breathing tubes that had kept him alive during the almost 4-hour surgery. "But I'm glad you did," he added with a smile. "Well, the anesthesiologist is kind of cute, so—" Now was the moment of truth. Having a father who had passed medical information to the Americans on top Czech party officials in the name of freedom meant she was well versed in the worlds of medicine and espionage. Katie had listened and learned. Witnessing the Warsaw Pact's response to the Prague Spring in 1968, a young Dr. Buranek decided he did not want his family to live as he had under the iron fist of Soviet bloc repression. The winds of change had started to blow. His position as a physician and surgeon for the party elite gave him access to medical records and sometimes put him in a position to ask certain questions after a surgery as his patients emerged from the fog of general anesthesia. The post-anesthesia phase, when they were uninhibited, was the time to elicit key pieces of information of interest to the CIA. Party officials were always guarded during medical procedures, but per human nature, the thugs in dark suits would occasionally slip up and turn away to flirt with a nurse, sneak a cigarette, or go to the bathroom. That was when Katie's father would work in a question passed to him by the Central Intelligence Agency. Reece was in that same phase of the post-op drug sequence, though since the introduction of Versed fentanyl in 1990, the effects were even more dramatic. Sometimes called truth serum, Versed fentanyl was used for pain control and sedation in post-op, a time when Reece would be most vulnerable and susceptible to questioning. Fentanyl was an opioid painkiller, while the Versed was an amnesiac sedative that left a target ripe for an exploitation they would never remember. A controlled amnesia. Of course, Katie could have just asked Reece over a dinner in Georgetown, but then she remembered his eyes that night on Fisher's Island as he fired 4 rounds into Ben Edwards's face. They were ice cold. No remorse. She needed to know with absolute certainty, and the truth serum provided her the opportunity she needed. Katie knew the clock was ticking. With every second that went by, the effects of the drugs would lessen. It was now or never. "Reece?" Katie inquired as naturally as possible, as if she were asking where he wanted to go for lunch. "When we were on Fisher's Island, I asked you how you knew Ben didn't have the detonator connected to the explosives around my neck. Do you remember that?" Reece's smile faded. He closed his eyes and nodded his head. "Stay with me, Reece," she continued in her most soothing voice, continuing to stroke his hand. "Did you know it wasn't connected?" Reece's eyes stayed closed, and Katie was worried he had drifted off. Damn it, this is my only chance. "Reece, did you think it was connected?" Katie pressed. "I knew," Reece said, opening his eyes to look into hers before closing them again. Shit, rookie move. Which question was he answering? Did he know or not? Katie's head snapped toward the door at the sound of approaching voices. Shit. They'd be at the room any moment. She had to know. She just needed a few more seconds. Spinning in her chair, she looked for a way to lock the door. Nothing. Are you kidding me? Frantically, she scanned the room. She had been with her father in enough hospitals to know that, as high-occupancy facilities, the doors were all required to be auto-closing. However, the fire code and the practical necessities of efficiently running a hospital were often at odds. In violation of the fire code, auto-closing doors had to be kept manually open so doctors and nurses could move up and down the halls, checking on patients. Seeing a rubber doorstop, she grabbed it and shoved it under the door, kicking it securely in place before once again taking up her position at Reece's bedside. You knew what, Reece? She asked, switching back to a calm, inquisitive tone. Reece murmured something almost inaudible. What? She asked, leaning in closer. I knew it wasn't connected. Katie's body visibly trembled. All the months of pent-up wonder and doubt were answered through the side effects of narcotically induced slumber. She heard a hand shaking the doorknob, followed by the concerned voice of the nurse. Excuse me. Excuse me, she heard from the hallway. Just a few more questions. Damn it. Reece, how did you know? Nothing. How did you know, Reece? Katie pressed on, now hearing another set of hands rapping urgently on the door frame, and knowing she had only a scant few moments before Reece emerged from his haze. In a whisper, Reece answered through the drugs. Ben was standing too close. The blasting cap, the patent, and the det cord, he was too close. The knocks were now joined by another voice at the door. She would not get another chance, so she pressed on, ignoring what now must have been causing a scene in the hallway. Reece, Katie continued with a bit more urgency in her voice, why did you say that night on Fisher's that you didn't know? Why did you make me think that all these months? Still in the land between dreams and reality, the verse said, fentanyl lowering inhibitions to a level where, no matter the answer, all would be right with the world. Reece responded truthfully. I didn't want you waiting on me, Katie. I was going to die that night, and I didn't want you to feel loss, the way I had. Katie gulped, her eyes misting over, suddenly aware of a tightening in her chest. Suddenly aware again of the banging outside, she rose and gracefully crossed the room, opening the door to the concerned faces of Dr. Rosen, Dr. Port, the nurse, and a security guard. I am so sorry. We just needed some privacy. Ms. Baranek, you can't block the door to the room, a clearly agitated Dr. Rosen lectured, as she and Dr. Port moved to Reece's side to check the monitors attached via wires and tubes to his body. Putting on her most demure and apologetic smile, Katie lowered her head. I really do apologize. I just did not want a special moment interrupted. It's okay, Doc, Reece said groggily, struggling to push himself up to his elbows. We had to discuss something here in the skiff. Dr. Rosen's demeanor softened. Well, don't do that again, Frogman, or I'll have you keel-hauled. Aye, Doc, Reece smiled, attempting to raise his hand in salute, but only managing to lift it a few inches off the bed. It's okay, Dr. Rosen assured the security guard, who didn't know quite what to do in the presence of the cable news personality and the man whose face had been plastered on televisions and newspapers across the country just over a year ago. I'll take it from here. Yes, ma'am, he replied, walking back into the hall. You just rest up, Commander, the doctor said, switching into military mode. Katie, you can stay here with him if you'd like. Just promise me you will not bar the door again, no matter what powers of persuasion he attempts to exert. I'll be on my guard. As Dr. Port injected a microdose of narcotic into Reece's IV to assist with the transition out of his dream state, Dr. Rosen turned to Katie. He'll be up and walking around in a few hours, if you can believe that. He's going to be fine. Thank you, Doctor. Moving toward the hallway with Dr. Port, the surgeon stopped and turned back toward Katie, who had again taken up residence at Reece's side. I hope you got the answer you were looking for, Miss Baranek. Not taking her eyes off the frogman, who had appeared to drift back to sleep, Katie replied, I did. Alone again in the recovery room, Katie wondered if Reece remembered her questions. If so, she knew that memory would soon dissolve, along with the remaining mixture of versed fentanyl. Rest up, James. I'll be here when you wake up. Chapter 7. SVR Headquarters, Moscow. Alexander Zharkov wasn't sure what his father was up to, but as the deputy director of Directorate S in the nation's Foreign Intelligence Service, his ability to assist him was substantial. That was the entire reason he held the post, to be the eyes and ears of the Bratva. Directorate S was responsible for the illegal intelligence operations of the former KGB, deploying strategic long-term deep cover operatives into foreign countries. They were more commonly referred to as sleeper agents. He commanded the nation's most effective assassins. Alexander knew that citizens of the West were getting soft. Most of them believed the Red threat had ended with the collapse of the Soviet Union and that Russian spies were now only found in 80s movies. The truth was that the SVR had more sleeper agents embedded throughout the United States and Europe than they ever had during the Cold War. The open borders of the European Union and America's current obsession with terrorism left them vulnerable for penetration. They remained blind even when sleeper cells were activated to kill Ukrainian military intelligence officers in 2017, a former employee of the current Russian president on the streets of Washington, D.C. in 2015, and almost one person a year in Great Britain since the beginning of the decade. Unlike traditional intelligence officers, illegals lived a complete lie. Instead of operating under a semi-legitimate cover for status position, usually a job at the embassy or consulate, illegals had to enter a nation with little aid from their own government and blend into their new country. Alexander knew he would have been a brilliant illegal because he had mastered the lie. He could do it without the slightest hint of remorse. As was his father's wish, he had run illegals at postings across the world, and his success had driven him rapidly up the ranks of Directorate S, eventually landing him back in Russia in a position to pass intelligence to the family business. Alexander could create virtually bulletproof false identities, as well as produce legitimate Russian Federation passports to match them. For someone trying to smuggle a person across international borders, Alexander Zharkov could work magic. A posting in the intelligence world might seem like a strange place for the son of a mafia boss, but in Russia, as Alexander knew, there was a long history of associations between the government and organized crime that predated their Sicilian counterparts by almost a century. From the Tsars to Stalinist Russia through the waning days of the Soviet Union and into the heyday after the fall, the Red Mafia was embedded in almost all facets of state affairs. The Bratva was not an outside criminal threat, but rather part of the government itself. When Stalin betrayed his criminal ties during the Great Purge, he inadvertently created an even stronger organization that had survived and thrived to this day. What might raise eyebrows in other parts of the world was business as usual for the Russian Federation. Alexander was simply continuing the tradition. The director had what he described as a functional relationship with his mob boss father, but there was an underlying rift between them that went beyond the traditional father-son power struggle, a chasm that developed when Alexander was still a boy. Ivan had insisted that his eldest son pursue a career in the nation's intelligence services, a career that would surely pay dividends for his father's business interests. Alexander had sacrificed his entire adult life climbing the ladder of the SVR, a ladder that had led him through countless third-world hellholes, places where not too many questions were asked when a man went missing. Meanwhile, his two younger brothers lived the good life, chasing women, driving fast cars, and putting coke up their noses in Paris, London, New York, and Miami. His father promised him that in the long run he would be the Pakhan, and his brothers would be his lieutenants. Yet, year after year, his brothers rose in influence, building their own networks. Alexander knew that he was too valuable to his father in his current position to leave, and that his younger siblings at this point would not let him simply walk in and take what they now considered theirs. Alexander felt the pull born of a primal instinct from a time when people lacked the ability to reason, when they were no different from every other animal roaming the earth. Civilization was a more recent introduction to the evolution of the species. Despite that thin veneer, instinct still requires the young bull to exert his dominance over the herd. That time was approaching for the Zharkov line, and Alexander would soon make his move. Chapter 8. St. Petersburg, Russia. 700 kilometers to the northwest, Ivan Zharkov had left Oliver Gray in the suite, giving him a chance to bathe, rest, and recover from his travels. Prostitution was one of the Bratva's primary rackets, and the mafia boss had offered Gray a woman for the night. Upon Gray's refusal, Ivan had offered him a man. Gray graciously declined both, which caused some confusion on the part of his host. The embarrassment of Gray's one sexual encounter with a female was an experience that he did not wish to repeat. The vodka left Gray buzzing, but after a long bath in the room's extravagant tub, he felt almost human again. He was beginning to doze when a knock on the door sent a surge of adrenaline through his body. Wrapped in a bathrobe, he peered through the peephole and spied a small, bearded man carrying an attaché case. "Can I help you?" I am Lev, the tailor. Pachan sent me. Gray breathed a sigh of relief and opened the door. He had half expected to see a tall American holding a suppressed pistol, instead of the small, pot-bellied man impeccably dressed in a three-piece suit. The tailor walked into the room without shaking Gray's hand and began to unpack the tools of his trade. Lev insisted that Gray remove the robe and began taking measurements with a physician's disinterest in his stark nudity. Each measurement was entered into a small notebook with a small stub of a pencil. Gray was embarrassed and spoke nervously as the man worked, ignoring his attempts at conversation as though they didn't speak the same language. "Put on your robe. We need to pick fabrics," Lev said, as he snapped the small notebook shut and wrapped it with a thick rubber band. He spread books of swatches across the bed and motioned for Gray to examine them. "Mr. Zharkov has generously paid for 3 suits and 5 shirts. I will make you more if you choose, but they will come from your own pocket." Gray spent close to an hour narrowing his choices, ultimately picking a brown tweed, a charcoal window pane, and a blue chalkline. He didn't want to look like another one of Zharkov's security men. He chose plain, solid shirts that would keep his life simple. He knew better than to tackle the daily challenge of matching his clothes. "I do not make shoes or ties. For those items, you should go to the passage on Nevsky Prospect. It is not far." The man looked at the small gold watch on his wrist. "These items will be ready in 2 days." He quickly packed his bag, returned his black Homburg to his head, and walked swiftly out the door. It was late afternoon when Gray stepped out of the hotel and began a leisurely half-hour walk toward the city's upscale shopping district. "You are safe here, Oliver. There is no need to worry." Though he had only been to St. Petersburg a handful of times, always on CIA business, he felt strangely at home here. He absorbed the splendor of St. Petersburg as he wound his way through the streets, admiring the intricate Baroque and neoclassical architecture. His path took him on to the Nevsky Prospect and across the narrow Fontanka River via the Anechov Bridge. He took a small detour to walk the grounds of the Alexandrinsky Theater, filled with mothers watching their bundled-up children playing in the park. Taking a seat on a bench at the edge of the Mikhailovsky Garden, he packed his pipe and tried to relax. The city was alive. It was hard to believe there was a time, not that long ago, when Russia's cultural capital was almost destroyed by the Axis powers in World War II, back when it went by the name Leningrad. Gray seemed to remember that snipers were somehow associated with the siege. Or was that Stalingrad? The thought of snipers caused Gray to abruptly move from his bench and continue toward his destination. He looked up at the surrounding buildings, half expecting to see James Reece behind a scope. The analyst in him attempted to banish the notion. "Reece could never find me here. I am now protected by the Bratva." Gray crossed the street and walked the remaining block to the Passage, an upscale shopping arcade that dated back to the 1840s. As he strolled through the long building, all marble and plaster, peering into the hand-painted plate glass windows of the various shops, Gray felt transported to a different era. The building was a striking example of Russian prominence with its intricate tile floor, detailed dentil interior trim, and vaulted glass ceiling. Most of the customers displayed noticeable signs of wealth, oversized ornate watches for the men and long furs, high-end handbags, and diamonds for the women. Everyone chatted on iPhones as they shopped. The proceeds of Russia's raw materials, oil, natural gas, gold, copper, and magnesium, extracted by tough, filthy men who drank hard and died young, were converted by the nation's elite into hard currency that flowed through luxury arteries such as this one. Gray's family had always been at the base of this class pyramid, but he was working his way up. He took his time shopping, carefully selecting the ties, socks, underwear, and T-shirts that would comprise his new wardrobe. He completed the ensemble with a frightfully expensive pair of shoes that put a significant dent in his stack of euros. Each vendor made change in rubles, allowing him to accumulate local currency without having to deal with the formality of banks. He found a barber shop and spent some of his new money on a haircut and a beard trim. The heavily tattooed staff were all young men who obviously spent a great deal of time and effort emulating the appearance of American hipsters. It seemed that one could not escape the West's cultural poison even in Mother Russia. Two men lounged on the black pleather couch in the corner, playing a soccer video game on a large LCD television monitor that hung on the exposed brick wall. Gray spoke little, but listened intently, trying to gather as much practical knowledge as possible about his new home. He had done his best to enjoy the day, but a gnawing sensation that he couldn't seem to erase continually interrupted his contentment. The vodkas he downed with dinner did nothing to shake his feelings of impending doom. He stumbled more than once in his haste to return to the safety of his hotel, his eyes darting from shadow to shadow and rooftop to rooftop, the specter of James Reece, his constant companion. Chapter 9. Coomba Ranch, Flathead Valley, Montana. Reece cranked the powerful motor on his new cruiser and listened to it hum. He pulled out of the garage and gunned the motor as he turned up the steep grade, testing the vehicle's torque as it climbed. It responded instantly and flew up the gravel track, spitting rocks as it went. He crested the ridge and took it slowly down the switchbacks. No sense flipping his new ride on the first day. He hit the ranch's main road and turned in the direction of the refurbished barn that Rafe used as his workshop, a 20-minute trip by vehicle. The two friends had joined the Navy a year apart, taking separate paths until finally serving together in Ramadi, Iraq, at the height of the war. When their task unit lost 2 SEALs to a roadside bomb, Rafe went off the reservation, using their tactical HUMINT network to find the IED cell leader responsible, a man named Hakim al-Maliki. He then used that same network to deliver a package to the terrorist after a sanctioned raid to capture him was called off by higher authority. Al-Maliki was a CIA asset, and his value as a long-term penetration agent meant he was off-limits as a target. The device that sent al-Maliki to the afterlife contained a fertilizer-based main charge with commercial detonators from Pakistan, an IED profile common to Ramadi at the time. The CIA was furious, accusing Rafe of killing their prized asset and demanding he be prosecuted. The Navy had not been sure what to do and immediately launched an investigation. Reece was the only person who could identify Rafe as the bomber, and he refused to cooperate with investigators, causing no shortage of consternation between the Navy and the CIA, and between Reece and Rafe. Rafe didn't want to see Reece's reputation tarnished by investigations, and Reece wasn't about to be a witness against his blood brother. Due in no small part to his friend's refusal to provide any useful information to investigators, and out of concern for the damage it could do if the facts of the case became public, Rafe was eventually cleared of the accusation. The CIA, protecting an insurgent responsible for blowing up members of the U.S. military, long-term penetration agent or not, would not play well in the court of public opinion. Wasn't the job of SEALs to kill terrorists? Rafe was removed from theater and assigned to the Naval Special Warfare Cold Weather Warfare Detachment on Kodiak Island in Alaska. There he put his ample outdoor skills to use, training new SEALs to survive and thrive in the austere climate of the North. It was a perfect fit for the adopted son of Montana, but as an officer he couldn't stay in the job indefinitely. He'd grown tired of watching men and women come home from endless wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, physically and emotionally broken. It was time to move on. When he received orders to move into a staff role down in Coronado, he dropped his papers and resigned his commission. He first took a job in finance, throwing himself into it with the same zeal with which he had attacked all of life's challenges, but he felt suffocated by life in Manhattan. Rafe was rushing to the office one day when he received a text message telling him that his old team chief at Redacted had shot himself in the heart. He'd left a suicide note apologizing to his wife and children and asking that his brain be used to study the effects of traumatic brain injury and PTSD. After 2 weeks in Virginia Beach, assisting the family and attending the memorial and funeral, Rafe decided it was time to go home. As Rafe made the long drive from New York to western Montana, his mind went to work. He needed to find a way to help transition his former teammates into life beyond the fight, a bridge to the next chapter in life. You couldn't just hand them a suit and help them write a resume. They needed to find purpose again. Rafe also examined his own life. A natural loner who thrived in the solitude of the outdoors, Rafe still knew something was missing. Annika Thornton had been his on-again, off-again girlfriend since high school. Their fathers were close friends and adjoining landowners in many of their real estate holdings. It had been Annika's father, Tim, who had encouraged Jonathan Hastings to diversify his cattle earnings into Montana real estate. That move had proven to be vastly more lucrative than ranching. While Rafe chose to attend the University of Montana in Missoula, Annika was accepted to Yale, and they drifted apart. When Rafe was based in Virginia Beach and she was in graduate school at Wharton in Philadelphia, their relationship rekindled, and Rafe had nearly proposed. When he received word that he'd earned a coveted slot at Green Team, his personal life was forced to the back burner. Annika took a job in San Francisco, and soon after that, 9/11 hit. Rafe's life was focused on his endless overseas deployments, and hers was spent making her own way in the business world. They kept in touch and reunited whenever their geographic paths crossed. When it came time for her father, Tim Thornton, to pull back on the reins of life and spend some time away from the business, he was finally able to convince Annika to return to Montana. She was serving as the chief operating officer of a Dallas-based energy firm and on a path to be the company's first female CEO. She had proven to herself and everyone else that she could be successful on her own. No one would doubt her ability to serve as president of the family's vast petroleum and real estate empire. The two childhood sweethearts were finally back in Big Sky country. The wedding of Tim Thornton's only daughter could have been a lavish affair, the formal joining of two families who were some of Montana's largest and wealthiest landowners. Instead, they opted for more subdued nuptials at Rafe's uncle's hunting operation in Nyassa Game Reserve, Mozambique. When the newlyweds returned from a 3-week honeymoon that took them across South Africa from Cape Town to a private game reserve in the Sabi Sands, Rafe went to work building the next chapter in his life. Both the Hastings and Thornton families had been leasing their land to hunting outfitters for years, and some had been more dedicated than others when it came to managing the natural resources. Rafe built a plan that would sustainably manage the ranch's wildlife while providing a path forward for his fellow Special Operations veterans. He consolidated all of the leases into a single outfitting business that handled everything from the booking of the clients to the processing and shipping of the meat. There were a surprising number of closet hunters among his associates in the world of New York finance, and, thanks to his time spent on Wall Street, he rapidly built a steady stream of clients. Word spread quickly that Rafe delivered a high-quality outdoor experience, and he soon had a waiting list. A hunting operation is only as good as its guides, and that was an area where Rafe was able to differentiate himself from the rest of the industry. He hired the best outdoorsmen he had served with in the military, including several of the instructors from Kodiak. They were hardworking, competent, reliable, and fun to be around. The clients loved them, and they delivered. The guides received a steady stream of income while finding time to take a breath and evaluate their priorities outside the world of special operations. Rafe's goal was to connect successful businessmen, entrepreneurs, and financiers with hardened operators. This created an informal network that became known as Warrior Guardians. Those in the private sector connected to a community of talent that was unprecedented in modern society and that was often shrouded in secrecy. Both groups recognized the value in bridging the divide between those who did the fighting and those who paid for it. And more than a few internships, businesses, foundations, and fresh starts were born under the Montana skies. When the operation began hosting wounded veterans on hunts as part of a foundation funded by successful clients, the guides found even greater purpose. Bonding under the stars, these men and women, many of whom had been grievously injured by IEDs, began healing the emotional wounds of war. The business was doing well and was financially viable, but Rafe and his guide team quickly realized that they had a problem on their hands. Many of their clients, successful individuals who led busy lives, couldn't shoot very well. Wounding animals was unacceptable, so, in typical Hastings fashion, Rafe made a plan. He hired retiring instructors from the SEAL Sniper School in Indiana to design and implement a hunter training program on one of Thorne's properties outside Missoula. He made attendance a prerequisite for booking a hunt, and client performance improved drastically. Once word got out, the school took on a life of its own and was soon making more money than the outfitting business. Ironically, government contracts with special operations units provided the school's most reliable clients. The final piece fell into place when Rafe was personally guiding a client who had drawn a once-in-a-lifetime Rocky Mountain Bighorn sheep tag in the Missouri Breaks. After a tough stalk, the client's expensive custom rifle went click when it should have gone bang, and the old ram that they'd been tracking for days gave them the slip. Working in the dark by headlamp back in camp that night, Rafe diagnosed the problem. His discriminating eye noted several issues, all of which came as a shock to the client. The hunter asked Rafe if he'd be willing to build him a dependable rifle, and the former SEAL's career as a custom gunmaker was born. Reece pulled his Land Cruiser in front of the structure that served as the gun-making shop and parked next to Rafe's Defender. He opened the metal shop door quietly. Rafe's eyes never lifted from his work as his friend entered his domain. The space was large, but not excessively so, and was filled with the various tools of the trade. Reece expected to see modern, computer-controlled machinery, but instead found himself among aging but well-maintained equipment, with names like Bridgeport and Harding, relics of America's industrial age. The cast-iron hulks were painted a glossy gray and looked like something that one would encounter in the machine shop of a Navy ship. There were rifles on a rack in various stages of completion, numerous workbenches, and a hand-loading table stacked with the tools necessary for loading precision ammunition. A blue Dillon press for handgun rounds sat next to a heavy, green single-stage used for rifle cartridges. Boxes of dies lined the cabinet above. Rafe was wearing a jeweler's magnified optivisor over the worn ball cap that he'd turned backward to accommodate the device. He stood over a waist-high bench vise, focused on the partially shaped blank of French walnut that was clamped inside its cork-covered jaws. He wore a heavy leather apron, and his blackened hands held a small chisel. "His coffee," Rafe said, nodding his head toward a desk against the wall, without moving his eyes from his work. "Sorry, no honey." Reece chuckled as he poured the steaming liquid into an enameled mug, painted with the Black Rifle Coffee Company's logo. He took a seat on a stool a few feet away from Rafe and watched as his friend coated a rifle's action and barrel with a thin black sludge using a small paintbrush. He then lowered the steel into the inletting of the walnut stock and tapped it with a rawhide mallet. He lifted the barreled action and examined the inletting, taking note of where the black oil had marked the raw wood. A dozen chisels, gouges, and scrapers were strewn on the bench in front of him, and he selected one. He made a series of small cuts with the razor-sharp tool before retrieving the barrel and repeating the process all over again. Reece always appreciated watching true artisans at their craft, and he sat silently as Rafe focused, gently inletting the metalwork into the wooden stock so that the two became seamlessly joined. Finally satisfied, Rafe turned off the lamp above his work and breathed a sigh of relief. "How long does it take?" Reece asked. "The inletting? A few hours. No, the whole rifle. I'll probably have 250 hours in this one by the time it's ready." "That's like 2 months." 6 weeks, but you never were a numbers guy. Yeah, it's a lot of work, which is why I don't sell them cheap." "What will that rifle run?" "About 50 grand. "Rich kid shit." Reece smiled. "That it is." "Where'd you learn to build rifles?" "Back in Africa, you had to be self-reliant to survive, so I learned from doing. I wanted to get the trade right, so I spent 6 months apprenticing with Darcy Eccles in Utah. He built the 300 Win Mag my dad gave me. He's the one. Yes, there is. Jerry Fisher down in Big Fork put me in touch with him. For 2 months, all he let me do was sweep the floor and polish metal. My rite of passage, I guess. Then he took me under his wing. He sure can build a tack driver. I need to track down that rifle. Not sure what happened to it when I skipped town. It's in my vault. What? How'd you get it? Liz gave it to me. You left it in her plane along with some other gear. I hid it until you got pardoned so they couldn't use it as evidence. That was nice of you. Don't mention it. Figured if you got killed or went to prison, I'd at least have a nice rifle. Reece frowned. By the way, I noticed an interesting article in a Peterson's hunting magazine in the cabin. Did you? Rafe asked. Looked like one of the photos was taken right across my lake, written by S. Rainsford. You wouldn't happen to know him, would you? Rafe offered a rare half-smile. Good catch. I do some outdoor writing under that pen name. Most don't get the reference today. Just trying to avoid the stigma of being another SEAL author. Let's go get you your rifle, eh? Reece briefly wondered if his urge to hold the rifle again was because it was one of the few tangible links left to his father, or perhaps something darker. The last time he'd pressed its trigger, he'd sent a bullet through the brain of one of the men who had masterminded the death of his wife and child. He'd made the killing look like a hunting accident in order to buy the time he needed to cross the remaining names off his terminal list. Later that night, Reece sat alone by a fire at the water's edge, the Eccles legend across his lap. He alternated his gaze between the empty chair to his right and the mountains across the lake, a wilderness he'd never explore with his wife, daughter, or unborn son. He remained unmoving, but for his fingers slowly caressing the outside edge of the trigger guard, the fire dying to embers, glowing only when the wind picked up off the lake. As the sun rose the following morning, Reece's finger continued to stroke the trigger guard. His only companions, the memories of the dead. Chapter 10. St. Petersburg, Russia. Ivan Zharkov put down the newspaper and took a sip of his tea. He sat in a leather armchair in his bedroom, unable to sleep. His late wife would have chastised him for taking caffeine this late, but it didn't make any difference. It wasn't the powerful stimulant, nor was it the demands of his position as one of Russia's most powerful figures in organized crime that robbed him of his rest. It was Alexander. His eldest son's birth had been a difficult one for Katrina, and the depression that followed had been even worse. Ivan was too busy to notice, but in hindsight, she and the child never formed the crucial bond between mother and child. Katrina would stare out the window as the child cried, attending to his physical needs when necessary, but never nurturing his emotional ones. She became cold, distant, unattached. When she took her life with a 25 ACP Korovin TK pistol, it was a young Alexander who found her, lying in bed after just having finished the last page of Sofia Petrovna. When Ivan entered the room and grabbed his young child to shield him from the grisly sight of his dead mother, he thought the boy was in shock. He didn't accept, until years later, that it wasn't shock. It was curiosity. Alexander remained a mystery to the elder Zharkov. The boy was bright and handsome, and from the outside was everything a father could want. Inside, though, there was a darkness. Alexander could be cruel to his younger brothers. Even when they were quite young, their nannies had to protect them from him. His actions weren't out of anger or jealousy. Rather, they were for amusement. On their first hunt, north of Moscow in the ancient forests of the Yaroslavl district, Ivan's worst fears were confirmed. They had taken the train together, and 10-year-old Alexander had watched the country pass by the large windows in silence. It was a beautiful October day when the father and son ventured out from their cabin. This was a traditional European-driven hunt, meaning the hunters were assigned stands or positions, and the animals were pushed in their direction using hounds. Ivan's peg was 100 or so yards away from Alexander's, far enough away to give the boy some independence, but close enough to keep an eye on him. To commemorate the hunt, Ivan had given his son a custom 8x57mm Mauser sporting rifle that Ivan's father had brought back from the Great Patriotic War, no doubt looted from a German officer. The rifle was deeply engraved in the Germanic style and had been fitted with set triggers and a Zeiss scope in claw mounts, a testament to the proud tradition of Teutonic gun-making. Alexander had long admired the rifle in his father's cabinet and was delighted to now call it his own. Since so few things seemed to bring him joy, it warmed Ivan's heart to see his son's eyes brighten. The distant bark of the hounds grew louder as the game was driven before them. A boar sped toward Ivan and pitched forward as he made a perfect running shot. The sound ringing in his ears in the stillness of the morning, Ivan saw a brown blur to his right. Moose! A second later, he heard the report of Alexander's rifle and the unmistakable sound of a bullet striking flesh. There was silence and then a crash, no doubt the sound of the moose collapsing. It was a break of protocol to leave one's stand before the drive was finished, but Ivan wanted to be by his son's side. He jogged toward the sound of the crash, his eyes searching for a sign of either hunter or prey. He saw the moose first, crippled with a spine shot and struggling in vain to drag itself away from its tormentor. The large mammal dwarfed young Alexander, and Ivan was afraid that the moose would stomp the youngster or bludgeon him with his palmated spread of antler, but as he approached, his concern turned to disgust. Alexander stood, without fear, watching the animal writhe in agony. He was smiling. Ivan ran to the front of the animal to give himself a safe shot and fired a round into the bull's chest, dropping him to the ground and putting an end to his suffering. Turning to face his son, Ivan slowly took possession of the Mauser, chilled by the hatred he saw burning in his child's eyes. That hatred, directed toward Ivan for ending the animal's agony prematurely, would haunt the mafia boss for the remainder of his days. Chapter 11. Petersburg Petroleum Company, St. Petersburg, Russia. Gray had been surprised by the location of his office. He knew that Zharkov effectively controlled the regional oil firm, but he wouldn't have imagined that he would find himself working openly in the headquarters of a publicly traded company. His morning commute was a relatively easy one from his flat near the city's center. His office was only a few blocks from the Piskaryovka rail station, in an industrial section of town. Zharkov expected immediate results, and Gray delivered. The first order of business was to turn over the names of all the men and women in Zharkov's organization, many of them residing in the United States, who were known FBI and CIA informants. Each would then be analyzed and evaluated for possible blackmail, or the most permanent of solutions, as a warning to others. As he settled into his routine, he found it was strangely similar to his time at Langley. Delivering some quick wins for Zharkov's organization provided him a little leniency in terms of how he spent his time and resources. His most important project was a personal one. Feeling dapper in his custom suit, he strode with a newfound confidence that would have shocked his co-workers at the agency. He used his access card to enter the building and took the elevator to the executive level. As he passed her cubicle, outside his office, he bid good day to his administrative assistant, Svetlana, a sturdy and attractive widow a few years his senior. She doted on him in a manner that he hadn't enjoyed since childhood, taking his coat as he walked by and fetching him tea or coffee without so much as an ask. She would straighten his tie and brush lint from the shoulders of his new suits, doing everything but licking her fingers before fixing his hair. With no social life or family to distract him, Gray devoted every waking second to his new cause, finding James Reece. His analytical brain examined seemingly endless mountains of information. He scoured the media accounts of Reece's one-man war that had left a trail of bodies from California to Wyoming, from the southern tip of Florida to the stormy New England coast. From there, Reece had vanished, only to reappear in Odessa, Ukraine, where Gray had seen him before the assassination of the former Russian president. Other than a few media references to the presidential pardon that had been issued the previous fall, James Reece was a ghost. The White House had refused to provide justification for the act, citing national security concerns, but the mere existence of that pardon all but proved Reece's involvement in thwarting the attack on the U.S. president. Save a powerful man's life and he'll forget about the few murders you committed along the way. Having exhausted his media search, Gray shifted his focus to sifting through the dry minutiae that was his specialty. A detailed search of property records led to no surviving family members. Reece was an only child, and Gray had arranged his father's death years earlier. According to an obituary run in the Flagstaff, Arizona newspaper, his mother had died in a nursing home a few months ago. The only existing property record was for his home in Coronado, and Gray confirmed that Reece was not living there. If he'd purchased a home or a car, Gray would have found it. He'd never registered on any social media platforms, and didn't appear to even own a traceable telephone or have an email address. The whiteboard of Gray's office was covered with every detail he could gather from Reece's past, an algorithm of names, places, and dates. So far he couldn't find the X, but he knew it was only a matter of time. Chapter 12. SVR Headquarters, Moscow. Alexander pulled open his desk drawer and drew out a small braided loop of hair, a memento of his first real hunt. He had been training at the Institute when he realized how much pleasure it gave him to inflict pain on his fellow human beings. As a young and attractive male recruit, he was chosen for the famed SVR program that trained students in the art of what they unofficially termed sexpionage. The course's goal was to position the illegal agents to manipulate assets of foreign governments or corporations using their bodies. Because fetishes made for excellent blackmail material, much of the course focused on spotting individuals with unusual or even bizarre sexual preferences. According to the instructors, it was not uncommon for Western women in positions of influence to seek out men who would dominate and even humiliate them behind closed doors. Deep down, it seemed these women wanted to play a subservient role to a man. Many of them liked to be choked during sex, and students were taught to give them the sensation of actual asphyxiation without causing any permanent physical harm. It was a fine line. Alexander found himself wondering if any of what the instructors said about powerful women was true, but quickly brushed the thought aside. In the SVR, one did not question authority. Unlike in the movies, the practical application of these lessons were not performed in front of the class, but took place in a bedroom with an instructor or coach standing by. The entire sessions were filmed for later feedback. It began simply enough with a fellow student playing the role of the female asset. Ordinary intercourse took a turn when the female began asking to be called filthy names, which Alexander complied with. She then requested that he tug on her hair and slap her, just as she had been instructed. Alexander struck the side of her head with an open hand above the hairline so as not to bruise her face, and felt an immediate jolt of arousal. He struck her harder and harder, knocking her nearly unconscious before he finally wrapped his powerful hands around her throat. His hands became a vice, and he felt himself engorge with a fresh course of blood flow as an erotic switch was thrown somewhere in his brain. His female counterpart began to gasp for air, and her face flushed bright red and then purple, the veins and arteries of her neck standing rope-like under her skin. She coughed out the safe word indicating her desire to discontinue the exercise, but that only drove him to squeeze harder. The instructor stepped in and tried to pull Alexander's hands from her throat, but he was in a frenzy of arousal that added to his already considerable physical strength. The instructor yelled for help as the female student began to lose consciousness, and, within seconds, 3 men were prying him from his victim. One of the men delivered a powerful blow to Alexander's kidney just as he was reaching his climax, his knees buckling in a combination of ecstasy and pain. He was dragged from the room naked as the instructors attended to the female student's medical needs. Alexander was removed from the course pending an investigation, and only his father's significant political influence prevented him from being summarily dismissed. The emotional scars of that event caused the female student to voluntarily drop from the program, and after years of substance abuse to self-medicate the trauma of the event from her conscious mind, she eventually died of a heroin overdose. For Alexander, his international postings became his hunting grounds, first for the region's game, and then for people. It began with the killing of a prostitute in Hungary. Law enforcement officials begrudgingly investigated the murder. A small-caliber bullet to the head, but thanks to his advanced tradecraft, false identities, and frequent movement, the killing remained unsolved. The murder of women involved in the sex trade in the developing world was not an uncommon occurrence. This sad truth allowed Alexander to move among the unwanted, hunting and killing for sport in back alleys and motel rooms in countries difficult to find on a map. Though Alexander fancied himself a hunter, criminologists would have another term for him: serial killer. When his early human prey lost their appeal, Alexander needed a new challenge, and it was during an assignment in Asia that he found it. A contact in Bangkok led him to an illegal hunting operation in Myanmar, long before a ceasefire agreement ended the nation's 60-year civil war. Poaching was rampant in the vacuum left in the absence of a national government. He had been promised the freedom to pursue endangered animals, including the Asiatic black bear and leopard. The local guides were talented hunters, but the area was simply shot out in terms of game. The outfitter offered him a village girl as a consolation prize, which Alexander accepted. It wasn't until they brought her to the camp that he realized she was not just another female being forced to fulfill his sexual desires. She had been accused of cheating on her husband, and her punishment was death. Alexander was being offered the thrill of hunting a human being. She was released, barefoot and terrified, into a jungle clearing at midnight, and allowed to run through the night to make her escape. The temperature was already soaring when they found her tracks at dawn, her tiny feet making deep impressions as she ran. Alexander had hunted his entire life, but had never felt such adrenaline, even when killing whores. He knew he would never again feel any real passion for pursuing four-legged beasts. They had to bring in hounds when her tracks disappeared in a thickly canopied boulder field. The ancient monoliths offered no sign of her footsteps. The dogs had her bayed in a tree by lunchtime, their deafening barks making this scene all the more chaotic. The guide offered Alexander a battered AK, but he refused it. The gun would be too quick an end. He took a da, a simple but effective sword-like machete, from one of the trackers, and began to pelt his terrified and dehydrated prey with stones. She shouted out in agony as one of the rocks struck her knee. A well-placed stone to her temple knocked her unconscious, and she fell limply from her lofty perch, striking the ground with a hollow thud. The baying barks of the dogs rose to a fever pitch, and Alexander yelled for their handlers to drag them back so they could not attack his kill. A painful slash of the da across her naked thigh shocked the girl awake. Alexander paused and looked into her eyes. Her enlarged pupils revealed nothing but terror. The pleasure receptors in Alexander's brain sparked and flushed his body with endorphins. Holding the blade downward in a two-handed grip, he pushed it slowly into her bony chest, feeling the last beats of her heart pulsing through the blade. Chapter 13. Coomba Ranch, Flathead Valley, Montana. The entire family was gathered, drinks in hand, on the expansive deck of the ranch's main house with its commanding view of the largest lake on the property. All were dressed up for the occasion. For the men, that meant clean blue jeans, dress shirts, wool vests, and boots. Reece had gone into Whitefish to shop. It felt good to be wearing clothes that weren't borrowed. The ladies had taken the opportunity to class it up even further. "You men clean up well for a bunch of glorified ranch hands," Annika teased. She was wearing an emerald-green dress that clung tightly to her tall, slender frame. Her eyes were the color of her dress, and, like her husband's, almost luminescent. She carried herself with a quiet confidence, and she showed an unmistakable affection for her husband. Their subtle physical contact, a touch on the back here, a grip on the elbow there, was that of a couple deeply in love. Reece could not have been happier for the two of them. but couldn't help but think of Lauren, briefly wondering where he would be today had she not been killed. Jonathan and Caroline Hastings, both in their early 60s, made a handsome couple. A lifetime of honest hard work had kept their tall bodies lean. Caroline wore a broad-brimmed hat religiously to protect her face and neck from the sun's devastating rays, a habit passed to her by her mother as a child on the family's ranch outside of Bulawayo, Zimbabwe. The result was a face that made her appear far younger than her actual age, with only the finest of lines peeking from the corners of her eyes. Jonathan had not been so fastidious when it came to protecting himself from the African sun, and his dark complexion resembled the battered cowhide boots on his feet. Though he did his best to refrain these days, he had been a smoker in his younger years, and the broken capillaries on his nose and cheeks bore evidence of his love for drink. Caroline suspected he still snuck a hand-rolled tobacco smoke every now and again, but had yet to find his stash. He had the bright green eyes inherited by his son, but they were hidden behind a broad forehead and a perpetual squint that protected them from the sun. He still had the look of a predator. The main room was tastefully adorned in dark woods and stone, with beautifully exposed beams running along the high ceiling, leaving room for the multiple shoulder mounts of animals primarily from Africa and North America. Reece stopped in front of a full-body grizzly bear mount that dominated the room from its position next to the stone fireplace. He was so entranced that he didn't even notice that Jonathan had joined him. "That's really your dad's bear," Jonathan said, handing Reece a tamarack ale in a frosted mug. "To Tom." The two men touched glasses and took long sips of their beers. "I wounded that big guy in Kodiak. Not proud of it, but it happens." Reece had heard this story many times, but knew how much Jonathan reveled in its telling. "In we go. Into thick brush, after this wounded monster. Me with my 375, our guide with his 45-70, and good old Thomas Reece with a 12-gauge, of all things. He'd used a shotgun in Vietnam as a point man. A Model 37, Reece confirmed. That's quite the scattergun. Used number 4 shot, if memory serves." "That's right. They measured those engagements in feet, not yards in the Delta. He was good in the woods, that one. I sure appreciated that steel nerve when this Grizz charged from not more than 10 yards away. Tom Reece had his Ithaca to his shoulder, kneeled down for the most effective angle, and sent 2 slugs into the bear's chest before I even knew what was happening. This poor devil didn't take more than 2 steps. Hot, long shots. Your dad was cool as a cucumber." Reece smiled, thinking of the 2 older men out testing their mettle on Kodiak. "I wanted to give him this mount, but he said Judy would kill him. Ha! I think he was more afraid of her than he was of the Viet Cong." "You may be right about that." "I miss your old man, lad. Bloody good chap." "I do too, Jonathan. That trip he took with you when you were 13, that was one of his fondest memories." "Mine too." Reece thought back to that rite of passage. Driving up through British Columbia in their old wagoneer to Alaska, his dad had taken a detour and pulled onto an unpaved road before stopping in a dirt pullout. For the next 3 weeks, they'd trekked through the wilderness with only small packs and a light survival kit. Tom had taught his son to navigate, set snares, build shelters, and fish on their journey through the rugged backcountry. Reece took one last look at the grizzly and nodded in respect before joining the rest of the family on the deck. "It won't be long now, boys and girls," Jonathan said, a hand over his eyes looking to the horizon, scanning the cloudless summer evening sky. They heard it before it came into view, the 2 powerful right radial engines humming across the water. Zulu, Jonathan's 70-pound 5-year-old Rhodesian Ridgeback, barked and wagged his whip-like tail. "There he is," Jonathan said, pointing toward the opposite end of the lake. The setting sun reflected on the aircraft's silver fuselage, its bright red trim making it all the more visible to the onlookers. The pilot banked the aircraft and made a low pass over the water. All hands waved as he passed them at nearly eye level. He made a wide, sweeping turn to check the lake's condition and began to reduce power. The lake's calm surface made for a challenging landing since it robbed the pilot of much of his depth perception, but he knew the aircraft and the conditions well. The aircraft's keel broke the glassy surface of the water like a knife, and the pilot eased it gracefully from airplane to boat as it settled onto the lake. The plane was a 1955 Grumman Albatross, and the pilot was Tim Thornton, Annika's father. The family made their way down to the lake as the classic aircraft taxied to the dock. Thorne cut the power and let the flying boat drift toward his welcoming committee, waiting with bumpers and lines to secure the amphibious plane. When the plane's door opened, Thorne's contagious smile won the crowd. "Hey, Dad!" Annika shouted. "Hello, my dear. Good evening, everyone." Thorne hopped down onto the dock extension built to accommodate his flying yacht, whiskey bottle in hand. He hadn't lost his politician's flair for the dramatic. Annika ran to him and he lifted her off her feet. She might be the president of his multi-billion-dollar empire, but in his eyes, she'd always be his little girl. He hugged his son-in-law warmly and greeted each member of the entourage with the same genuine warmth. He said something in Caroline's ear that made her giggle before embracing her husband in a bear hug. He handed Jonathan the whiskey bottle and turned toward the former Navy man. Reece had only met Thorne a handful of times and had not spent much time with him. "Great to see you again, James. I'm glad to hear that your health is on the mend." "Thank you, sir." "Let's get that bottle open before Jonathan gets the shakes, shall we?" "Lead the way," Jonathan retorted as the extended family walked together toward the house. Tim Thornton was one of 5 children of Irish immigrant parents, born and raised in Butte, Montana during the baby boom of the 1940s. Known as Ireland's 5th province, Butte had boasted the highest percentage of Irish residents in America at one point, exceeding even that of Boston. Thorne's dad, like most of his former countrymen, was a miner who toiled long hours in the nearby copper mines in order to provide for his family. His father would come home from a shift looking like a stone statue, so covered in dirt and dust that his son could not even recognize him. Thorne would see the copper sores on his father's forearms after he'd scrubbed the grime from his body. His parents rode him and his siblings hard, determined that academics would lead them away from the mines and to a better life. If he stayed in Butte, he'd be lucky to land a job as a machinist or boilermaker. If he was unlucky, as most were, he would find himself a mile underground, digging out copper to feed the electronics market. The hard work paid off when Thorne won an appointment to the United States Naval Academy at Annapolis. He struggled in the institution's tough regimen of engineering and mathematics, but thrived on the boxing team, where he quickly earned the respect of the upperclassmen. He graduated in 1967 when the Vietnam War was in full swing. The safer choice would have been to head to the Navy's surface fleet, riding out the war on an aircraft carrier or destroyer with clean sheets and hot food. Instead, he volunteered for the Marine Corps. He served as an infantry platoon commander in the 3rd Battalion, 3rd Marines, and was awarded the Silver Star and Purple Heart for his actions during Operation Kentucky. Thorne left the Marine Corps in 1971 and entered law school at the University of Montana in Missoula. During his first year, he lost his father to lung cancer, no doubt from a lifetime of exposure to the dust in the mines, but his grief was tempered by meeting the love of his life. Kathy Roberts was a graduate student in the university's geology department and, like Thorne, had family roots in Ireland. Their courtship was a brief one, and they were married at St. Anthony's in Missoula before Thorne had taken his final exams. The couple eventually moved back to Butte, Kathy doing field work while Thorne studied for the bar exam. He passed the bar and found work in a local firm, doing everything from wills and real estate closings to defending local miners who'd been arrested for petty crimes. Thorne found success in law thanks to a strong work ethic and his ability to connect with clients. He began to see that Montana was being stripped of its natural resources on the backs of men like his father, and that the lucrative proceeds were flowing toward corporations in New York and San Francisco. It was a complicated situation, and when he was approached by local civic leaders to run for the state's open U.S. Senate seat, he saw a way to do something about it. The native Montanan and decorated veteran with blue-collar roots won an easy victory, but Thorne quickly found that fighting an experienced guerrilla army in the jungles of Vietnam was more honest battle than those he would wage in the halls of Congress. Thorne had a front-row seat for some of the last days of true statesmanship in Washington. He was at the table when President Reagan and Speaker of the House Thomas Tip O'Neill threw partisanship aside for the benefit of the country, in contrast to the us-against-them politics popular on both sides of the aisle. His contemporaries were career politicians looking to stay in office above all else. Thorne didn't mind the fight and didn't mind sleeping in his office, but eventually the fundamental dishonesty of the entire process wore him down. When he became a father, the time away from family became too much to bear. It was time to go home. His departure from D.C. came at a time of historic lows in terms of oil prices. Kathy saw that extraction technology was changing rapidly and realized that there was a real future in the state as a petroleum producer. In 1988, they gathered some outside capital through Thorne's contacts in Washington and poured much of their savings into buying a failing energy company with leases across the state's northern border. Thorne's desire to be home with his family was the impetus for him learning how to fly, and he traveled between his oil fields and Butte in a Piper Cherokee that he piloted himself. The family of three lived a relatively humble existence as prices dipped even further during the early 1990s. Fortunately, they had diversified their assets, and their struggles in the oil and gas market were tempered by the state's expanding real estate and tourist economies. Thorne doubled down on land and stretched his credit to its absolute limit. Oil found its bottom in 1998, but they kept their operating expenses low, stayed in the black, and even managed to buy up additional leases from struggling competitors. The price of oil doubled by 2000 and did so again by 2005. The company increased its production to full capacity. When the financial crisis struck in 2008, the oil market hit an all-time high, and Thorne sold most of his highly valued oil and gas holdings at the peak of those values. Thorne's oil business made the family a fortune, but it was a company that almost put them under that ended up cementing their position as one of the wealthiest families on the planet. Thorne had founded Never Sweat LNG Development LP, a liquid natural gas company, in 2005 at a time when a major increase in LNG imports was projected. He'd invested heavily in building a liquid natural gas importation and regasification facility in Freeport, Texas. In 2008, the shale gas revolution hit the United States, turning the industry on its head. With no further need to import LNG, the project looked like it would put the Thorntons into bankruptcy. But the scrappy miner's son wasn't out of the fight. He asked his engineers to reverse the regasification process. With the reserves discovered in the United States, Thorne knew the country would become a source for worldwide LNG exports. The only thing he needed to do was change a few laws. He worked with old friends at a law firm in Denver and applied pressure to the right politicians in the swamp. The Department of Energy approved the first U.S. LNG export license for Never Sweat LNG in 2008, catapulting them from millionaires to billionaires. That was when Kathy found the lump. Annika took a leave of absence from her career, and they fought the dreaded disease as a united family. Kathy stood proudly at Annika and Rafe's wedding, despite the devastating effects of the chemotherapy. Her strength inspired them all. Still, the cancer was aggressive and had been discovered too late. She died on a Sunday morning in the historic Butte home that she had lovingly restored, Thorne holding one hand and Annika the other. Thorne's healing had taken place on horseback, hunting the mountains and fly-fishing the lakes and streams of Montana and Idaho, with Jonathan as his trusted friend and confidant. Almost 15 years later, the wilds remained his mistress, with Thorne never remarrying or even dating. He preferred to live with his wife's memory. The women drifted off toward the living room as the men congregated in the walnut-paneled bar. Jonathan pulled the top from the rectangular bottle of Never Sweat bourbon and poured 2 fingers for each of the men present. The Montana whiskey was named for the 2,000-foot-deep Never Sweat copper mine near Butte. The mine was called Never Sweat due to its unusually cool temperatures, which made it a relatively comfortable work environment in an otherwise miserable profession. The men held their glasses out in a salute, each of them thinking of the fallen brothers they'd left behind in Vietnam, Rhodesia, Afghanistan, and Iraq. Warriors, all 4. "To the lads," Jonathan toasted. "To the lads," the others replied, before joining the women at the dinner table. The meal had its intended effect of welcoming Reece into the fold. Each course had been prepared by either Jonathan or Caroline, and was paired with a wine from the Franschhoek and Stellenbosch vineyards, in which the family maintained ownership interests. Reece feasted on duck, pronghorn, and elk, but the main course was a grass-fed beef fillet from the family's main cattle operation near the Missouri River breaks. The conversation was kept light, with no mention of politics, battles fought, or departed loved ones, and for the first time in ages, Reece felt that he was part of a family. While the groups were chatting noisily over a dessert of homemade apple tart with cinnamon, Rafe rose to his feet and tapped his silver fork on the petite crystal glass of Groot Constantia Grand Constance on the table before him. "We have a little announcement to make. A very little one, actually." He turned and smiled at a blushing Annika. "Father, Mother, you are going to have another grandchild to spoil, and Senator, you will have your first." The room burst into joyful applause. Everyone rose to their feet, and there was round after round of hugs, backslaps, and celebration. Jonathan rushed out of the dining room and returned with a bottle of vintage Dom Perignon champagne in each hand. Reece was overjoyed for his friend. A brief wave of sadness hit him as he thought of his own wife, pregnant at the time of her murder, but he pushed that darkness aside to share in the moment. As the celebration wound down, Thorne motioned for Reece to join him on a corner of the deck. "What are your plans, Reece?" "I'm not sure, sir. I'm figuring that out now." "First of all, stop it with this sir bullshit. It's Thorne. Second of all, I know you didn't ask for it, but let me give you some unsolicited advice." Reece suspected the Hastings clan had asked Thorne to extend a bit of wisdom to the wayward frogman. "When my wife died, I didn't have anyone to hold responsible," Thorne continued. "No list to work through. I know there is nothing anyone could have done. It was Kathy's time. The Lord needed her, and so he called her home. I think about her every day. I haven't set foot inside our old home since the funeral." "I'm sorry." "My point, son, is don't let the bastards who took your family take your future from you too. Don't let them win. It's too late for an old warhorse like me. It's not too late for you." Reece swallowed hard and nodded, hoping it was too dark for Thorne to see his eyes. "Jonathan told me you were thinking about joining up with the agency." "I've been giving it some thought," Reece admitted. "You be careful with them, Reece. They can be tricky bastards. I still have connections in Washington, even more so than I did as a politician. Being in energy has meant significant donations to both parties. If there is ever anything you need, don't hesitate to ask." "Thank you, sir. Thorne." "Think nothing of it, son." That night, Reece slept in his bed, in the cabin, his chair by the lake unoccupied for the first night since his return to Montana. Chapter 14. St. Petersburg, Russia. Despite his best efforts, Gray could find no trace of James Reece. He weighed his options. It had not escaped Gray during his extensive research that investigative journalist Katie Baranek had been the sole voice to shed doubt on the prevailing storyline that Reece was a SEAL gone rogue, right-wing nutjob, and domestic terrorist after his family was murdered almost 2 years ago. Gray knew her as one of those impossibly beautiful cable news blondes who were also quite brilliant. He Googled her to find she had risen to prominence with a series of stories on Benghazi that became the basis for a best-selling book. Her exposé on the Reece affair was initially ridiculed by the media elites, until she began releasing hard, irrefutable facts that backed up her seemingly implausible conspiracy theories. Emails, voice recordings, financial records, and her personal involvement as a witness. What began as a corrupt attempt to monetize a drug that promised to block the effects of PTSD resulted in one of the deadliest events in U.S. Special Operations history. Baranek's award-winning coverage of the events destroyed the administration's version of them and ultimately took down a sitting president. She appeared to be the female version of Woodward and Bernstein. During an exclusive interview with Margaret Hoover on Firing Line, she gave a gripping account of being kidnapped and eventually rescued by the former Navy commando. Was she now the closest thing to a family Reece had left? Gray considered having Katie killed and then hitting the funeral with a team of Bratva killers on the assumption that Reece would be in attendance, but That was messy, and Reece might anticipate the move. And if he didn't show, he'd be alive to still use all of his ample skills and resources to hunt Gray to the ends of the earth. No, Gray needed to hit Reece on home soil, when he least expected it. Gray was beginning to lose faith in his own analytical abilities when Svetlana shuffled into his office and slid his pay envelope across his desk. He stared at it for a long moment, then leapt to his feet in an uncharacteristic show of emotion. "That's it! I know how to find him!" "Of course you do, my dear." She didn't have the faintest idea what he was talking about, but after watching him work obsessively for so many weeks, she was happy to see him so excited. "I'll go get you some tea so you can work." Knowing Reece's employer was the key. Employees, even contractors, had to be paid. Getting paid meant bank accounts, direct deposits, wire transfers, automated clearinghouses. It meant a trail. Even if those payments were going to an alias, Gray could narrow it down to where Reece would be on the CIA pay scale. It was a start. Luckily for Gray, Russia was the home base to an inordinate number of computer experts, hackers. He could pass along a simple request and within minutes have a dozen or more freelance hackers working on it. It was like having his own personal NSA. He never encountered any of these individuals firsthand, as they all worked remotely from who knows where. All of their anonymous interactions took place via the dark web. He used two computers as he worked, a network desktop for all of his internet searches and email, and a sterile laptop with no modem for all of his sensitive work. With no link to the outside world, it would be nearly impossible for an intelligence agency or freelance hacker to access his computer without physically taking possession of it. Each night before he left the building, he locked it in a secure safe in his office. As a former CIA employee, Gray had an important piece of the puzzle already in hand. He knew the bank routing and account numbers used by the agency to pay their employees. His request was simple: the location of every bank account where CIA employees and contractors were receiving payment. While the agency's firewalls were a significant barrier, those of most financial institutions were not. Stealing the info from the receiving end of these transactions was a relatively simple process for the team of hackers. Within days, Gray had a printed list of accounts, organized by geography. He culled the vast majority of accounts dotted across the greater Washington, D.C. area. He'd studied his target and knew that Reece wouldn't live in a large metro area: D.C., New York, Miami, Atlanta, Los Angeles. His next assumption was that Reece would set up his bank account in the name of an LLC or corporation in order to hide his identity. He separated those from the list, narrowing it down to a few hundred individual accounts. Most of these were clustered around traditional hubs of special operations activity, places like Fayetteville, Pinehurst, Niceville, Columbus, San Diego, and Virginia Beach. The former locations would all be home to ex-Army operators, with the latter two being popular spots for frogmen such as Reece. Still, he figured those cities would be too on the grid for a guy who had spent some time as public enemy number one. He dug deeper on the more remote locations: Kettle Falls, Bear Valley, Tombstone, Hamilton, Boone, Sand Point. Gray ran basic searches on each location, looking for something that would set it apart from the others. Nothing stood out. He stayed in his office until well after midnight, alone since Svetlana had finally left him just before 8. She brought him tea and cookies from the stash of goodies she kept in her filing cabinet. She picked up his suit coat from the back of a chair across from his desk, brushed it off with her hands, and hung it on the hook behind his office door. "You work too hard, Oliver. You need to rest," she said, as she walked around the desk and stood over his shoulder. Her strong hands smoothed the fabric of his dress shirt across the top of his back. Gray stopped and inhaled her perfume, a scent that triggered dark memories of his childhood. Her touch stirred a warmth inside him, and he felt a rush of blood to an area he thought was devoid of feeling. Embarrassed, he began to shuffle the papers on his desk, stumbling over his words like a schoolboy. Svetlana leaned in close and whispered him a loving, "Good night," before walking away. Staring at the empty doorway, Gray sat for a moment in shock, his lifelong impotence shattered by the matronly touch of his assistant. Without bothering to lock his computer, he bolted for the restroom. Chapter 15. Coomba Ranch, Montana. They ran for an hour on the twisting backcountry game trails that wandered through the maze of towering pines. The carpet of pine needles that littered the landscape cushioned their footfalls, and it was far kinder to their knees than asphalt or concrete. Each day, Rafe chose a longer route with a steeper grade, always pushing his friend a bit harder as his body strengthened. Both men carried handguns on their grueling backcountry trail runs. When you've hunted terrorists for a living and were responsible for killing a Russian intelligence colonel in line to be the next president of Russia, going anywhere unarmed was not a smart option. Reece carried a compact Glock 29 short-frame 10mm he'd borrowed from Jonathan in a modern Kydex Outback chest harness made by Blackpoint Tactical, while Rafe's larger and far older handgun was stored in its leather holster inside a small pack. "When are you going to trade in that BB gun for something more grown-up?" Rafe chided between breaths. "Maybe when you stop carrying antiques into the field? That thing probably needs to be field-stripped already. We've been running for almost a half hour. A speck of dust may cause a malfunction." Rafe's skills with a handgun met or even exceeded his prowess as an athlete. With phenomenal eyesight and exceptional hand-eye coordination, he fired his prized 1911, a pistol that had history in his family dating back to World War II, when his grandfather had carried it as a member of the long-range desert group in North Africa, as if it were an extension of his body. Rafe had always found shooting the Colt 1911 45, customized by the talented South African gunsmith Dale Guthrie, to be a therapeutic escape from an otherwise chaotic world. Cresting a hill to begin what he knew would turn into a sprint to the finish, Reece dodged a branch and between breaths asked, "Did I tell you I started shooting 1911s? "Really?" Rafe asked, picking up the pace. "Yeah, with my Glock." Rafe stifled a laugh at the old joke as his friend found a final reserve of energy, and they crossed the finish line neck and neck. After catching their breath and grabbing some water, they moved to the shooting range behind Rafe's workshop for a timed course of fire with their chosen pistols. "Ears," Rafe said, tossing his friend a set of electronic hearing protection. After all the explosions and gunfire they'd experienced throughout their time in uniform, both were sticklers about preserving the hearing they had left. They moved into what they called a prevail drill, a 20-round course of fire developed by one of their University of Montana professors who had been a Special Forces Project Delta sniper in Vietnam. The 6 stages varied from 5 to 12 yards and included standing, kneeling, single-hand, and dual-target engagements under a specified time tracked by a shot timer. Anything outside the 10 zone meant failure and was intended to indicate they would have died in a real-world gunfight. Both operators put all 20 shots in the kill box. As they topped off magazines, Rafe caught Reece eyeing his recurve bow that hung on a stand on the shooting range. "Let me know when you are ready to take off your training wheels and shoot something that takes some skill," Rafe said, mocking the modern compound bow he knew Reece had been spending time with lately. "You mean this old struggle stick?" Reece asked. "Mind if I give it a shot? Be my guest. When you're ready, we'll head down to Colorado and have Seth Cox measure you for a stalker and stop in to see Tom Clum for some lessons." One of Reece's favorite things to do was surprise his old blood brother. Unbeknownst to Rafe, his guest had been spending time in glacier archery working on his traditional bow technique. Reece gripped the ancient weapon, pretending he was unfamiliar with how to properly hold it, registering Rafe's folded arms and smug look. Slowly picking up a beautiful wooden arrow from the stand, he took a breath and centered himself. His short routine had become subconscious. Load, anchor, back perpendicular to target, bent slightly at the waist, elbow inside the string. Arrow, target, string, archer as one being, one natural system. Reece's fingers scraped along his face and past his ear into the follow-through and finish position, his arrow slicing through the mountain air before striking the kill zone of the 3D mule deer target at 35 yards. "Nothing to it," Reece said to his astonished friend with a smile. "Remember the arrow that is not aimed. See you tomorrow." Reece maneuvered through the trees toward his section of the ranch and thought through the rest of his day. He planned to head into Whitefish to run some errands while Rafe scouted for deer and elk. The Hastings' family attorney had set Reece up with a bank account and post office box in the name of one of the family's corporations to help conceal his location. His military pension and CIA paychecks were direct deposited into his account under the alias David Hillcott, courtesy of the CIA's Director of Clandestine Services. There were no documents that placed his name on the cabin where he lived, and the utilities were all billed to the Hastings family, making him virtually invisible in a modern world where privacy was all but dead. Once a week, Reece would make the hour drive to Whitefish to check his mail and fuel up on caffeine at Montana Coffee Traders. He would sweeten it up to his heart's content, browse the local bookstore, and spend some time talking shop with the resident bow hunting experts in glacier archery. If anyone recognized him during his forays into civilization, they didn't let on. For Reece, the keep-to-oneself culture of northwest Montana certainly had its benefits. Back at his cabin, Reece approached the line and took a breath. Though he loved the challenge and purity of traditional archery, he also couldn't separate himself from the adage he'd learned on the battlefield: exploit all technical and tactical advantages. His compound bow blended the past and present for him in a way that felt natural. Archery had always been a pursuit that centered him, calmed him, a place where all worries and stresses were put aside, a meditative state where archer, bow, arrow, and target were connected. To the uninitiated, archery looked like a hobby. To those who lived the way of the bow, it was much more. Archery was discipline. Archery was freedom. Archery was Zen. Stance, grip, shoulder, anchor, peep, pull, and finish, Reece thought, reviewing the basics. As with anything in life, the best do the basics exceptionally well. The range was set up with multiple foam shapes of realistic-looking animals at distances from 10 to 100 yards. Reece had never taken a 100-yard shot with his bow at an animal, but being competent with his setup out to that distance certainly increased confidence when his prey was within 40. Reece looked the 40 yards to his target, a foam-shaped bull elk. "Build your foundation, Reece," he remembered his friend and one of the best archers on the planet telling him years earlier. "Winning starts from the ground up." Reece had hit it off with John Dudley years earlier at the Total Archery Challenge, a 3D archery shoot held at various locations around the country. Reece had been a solid archer, growing up with a bow in hand, but he was primarily self-taught. Dud, whose life had been the pursuit of excellence in the science and art of archery, had passed along lessons that brought Reece's skills with the ancient weapon to new levels. They were lessons Reece would never forget. Reece glanced at his feet and moved them into a perfect neutral stance, his back foot just slightly off center line, then adjusted his grip. "The shot begins and ends in your hand." Going through his shot routine focused his mind and emptied it of thoughts that would interrupt the process and therefore disrupt the flight of the arrow. Reece's time with the bow was not so much about hitting the target as it was about the discipline of the art. It was a meditative state where any outside influences and distractions ceased to exist. There was no murdered wife and child, no mission of vengeance, no brain tumor, no dead teammates, no past, no future, no betrayal. There was only the now. The flow of the process, the discipline. There was only the shot. Reece raised his front shoulder, locking it forward and down for stability, before slowly pulling the 74 pounds of PSE's Evo NTN to full draw. He then anchored his drawing hand lightly against his cheek, his eye moving to the round peep sight, aligning his front pin in its center, the tip of his nose just barely touching the string. His sight pin was in a slow, effortless float on the kill zone as he eased his thumb to the trigger of the knock-to-it release. This was a moment of solitude. The focus was bliss. As with the many rifle shots he'd taken in training and combat, at his natural respiratory pause, he executed. the tension from his back and shoulder naturally flowing through his arm to his thumb on the release, transferring the bow's potential energy into kinetic energy and into the arrow as the cams returned the string to its neutral state. Just before the shot broke, the elk target transformed into someone Reece had only seen in surveillance photos. A short man with a stainless steel watch. A man Reece was going to kill. It was as if Reece's bow had fired itself. He followed through just as he would with a rifle, the arrow rotating flawlessly, finding its mark almost half a football field away. He was in the zone. It was effortless, perfection. He repeated the process 5 more times before moving down range to collect his arrows. This ritual had become part of his morning routine. This was his meditation. Now, with a clear mind, he would move forward and continue to recover. The scars on his head were not the only ones healing. The emotional strain and trauma of the past 2 years needed to heal as well. Reece knew those kinds of wounds have the tendency to fester and tear, and would be felt long after the incisions on his scalp were a distant memory. Chapter 16. St. Petersburg, Russia. It seemed as though the CIA had half of the nation on the payroll. Contract employees were making big money working overseas gigs. When the military drew down their footprint in places like Iraq, Afghanistan, the Horn of Africa, and Colombia, they filled the void with experienced special operators. Men who could train, equip, and lead local indige units against America's enemies. Some did it for the money, some in the name of patriotism, and some because they simply couldn't let go of the action. Whatever their motivation, they were invaluable tools in the fight, and the government paid them accordingly. He had reached the last financial institution on his list, Flathead Bank and Trust. The monotony of these searches had nearly lulled his mind into complacency, but now was not the time for that. He was running out of patience when he needed it most. The checking account in question was owned by HDI LLC, which appeared to be a holding company with numerous accounts, many of which held significant amounts of money. The account in question received 2 direct deposits every month, one from the agency and a second from the Department of Defense, that appeared to be the appropriate monthly sum of a retirement payment for a prior enlisted 04 with 20 years of service. He worked with renewed focus. What or who was HDI, though? Gray found scans of closing documents on the website of the Flathead County Treasurer in the name of HDI, Hastings Diversified Investments, signed by its president, a man named Jonathan Hastings. A web search of that name brought up numerous results, most of them associated with Hastings's various land holdings. Jonathan Hastings was on the board of directors of the Montana Cattlemen's Association, the Montana Outfitters and Guides Association, and the Celis Scouts Regimental Association. On the second page, Gray found an engagement announcement dated June 2014 in the Montana Standard. The Honorable Timothy and Catherine Thornton of Butte are pleased to announce the engagement of their daughter Annika Grace to Rafe J. Hastings, son of Jonathan and Caroline Hastings of Whitefish. Rafe is a 1999 graduate of the University of Montana and is a rancher, having recently retired from the United States Navy, where he served as a lieutenant commander in the Navy. A September wedding is planned. There was a photo above the announcement. 2 young, beautiful people posing candidly and looking very much in love. The woman looked like she could be a model with her perfect jaw, long, graceful neck, flawless skin, and delicate shoulders. Her suitor looked like a 30-something version of the Marlboro Man, hard, gritty, and masculine, yet undoubtedly attractive. Gray could just make out a scar that ran down the man's face, making him look even more intriguing. Gray looked at the whiteboard. James Reece had attended the University of Montana and was the same age. They were both in the Navy, and the Hastings' family ranch, located in some of the most remote country in the lower 48, would be an ideal place to hide from the world. Had Rafe Hastings been a SEAL? Gray felt the rush of victory. He might not have the intimidating physical power of the men he hunted, but he had the intellectual advantage. He still needed on-the-ground confirmation, but if he had located his target, Reece would soon be reunited with his dead family. Chapter 17. Brighton Beach, Brooklyn, New York. Koichov looked at the package delivered by courier the previous evening. Though there were various electronic means of communication thought to be secure from the prying eyes of the American law enforcement and intelligence agencies, an old-fashioned hard copy hand-carried on a Moscow to New York flight was still the best way to stay off their radar. He used his pocket knife to unseal the padded manila envelope and dumped the contents onto his desk. There was a small stack of papers, a thumb drive, and what Koichov recognized as an Iridium GPS tracking device. There was a cover letter of sorts, typed in Russian, and signed by a fellow avtoriet, a brigadier in the organization. The letter was indirect, making references to events and people that only the reader would understand. It was an effective, if informal, code. No computer or word sleuth could decipher it. The message was simple: locate the target, identify his vehicles, and develop a pattern of life. This was to be acted upon with the highest urgency, as the request was coming from the big boss himself. It didn't take a man of Koichov's experience to determine that someone's days were numbered. He pulled an inexpensive laptop from his desk, one that he never connected to the internet, and slid the thumb drive into the USB port. The first file was a series of photos of a man, both in and out of uniform. Koichov recognized him from the media coverage, a former SEAL who had gone on a rampage after the deaths of his wife and daughter, becoming the most wanted man in America. Other files contained satellite imagery, maps, bank account records, and other fragments of data that would help find and eliminate the target. Koichov closed his eyes and thought about the problem at hand. His people were accustomed to operating in cities where they could hide among the masses of humanity. Putting men, particularly foreigners, into such a remote part of the United States would attract immediate attention. He had an idea. He typed Whitefish, Montana bartender jobs into Google and found 2 current openings. One of those jobs would work perfectly. He called his most reliable female employee into his back office, taking a moment to admire her before giving her his instructions. Tanya, you are moving to Montana. Chapter 18. Whitefish, Montana. Tanya was not pleased when Sergei sent her on this assignment, but she'd quickly fallen for the natural beauty and easy pace of the small resort town. Ski towns across the American West were often staffed by Eastern Europeans during the summer months, and Tanya befriended a group from Bulgaria and Serbia. Within 2 weeks of her arrival, she'd moved into a crowded house where she shared a bedroom with Elitsa from the city of Sofia in the Balkans. She mostly worked nights, pouring drinks at a local bar and flirting with the fly fishing guides, their wealthy clients, and seasonal residents of this idyllic community. Most mornings, she could be found sitting on a bench on Central Avenue, sipping from a to-go cup of coffee. Just another young girl in yoga pants, scrolling away on her iPhone or reading a magazine, taking in the warm sun and clean mountain air. Her bench just happened to give her a perfect view of anyone going into or coming out of Flathead Bank and Trust across the street. Tanya was worried that she wouldn't be able to identify the man that she'd been asked to locate. From the photos, he looked similar to a decent percentage of the men in town. Late 30s, tall, probably bearded. She began to typecast the men she observed, each of them falling into one of a few molds. Mustached cowboy locals, scruffy fishing guides, pudgy summer tourists, or obviously wealthy Californians with property nearby. None of them had the hardened look of a combat veteran. It was late morning, and she was about to give up for the day. She'd offered to work a double and needed to shower before opening for the lunch crowd. She started to walk up the sidewalk toward her home a few blocks away when she saw a Toyota Land Cruiser turn down Central. The off-road SUV looked to be of an older vintage, but was in like-new condition and tricked out with an aggressive bumper, lights, and a roof rack. Interesting. She leaned against a light pole and pulled her phone back out of her pocket. The driver was the correct height, about 6 feet tall, and had broad shoulders and thick arms. He wore jeans, a t-shirt, and hiking boots, and looked like he might fit in with the guide crowd. A ball cap and sunglasses shielded much of his face, and a dark beard masked what was left. The black glasses looked different from the typical fishing shades so popular in town, but it was his demeanor that gave him away. While nearly everyone else she saw walked with a carefree attitude or had their face buried in their phones, this man's vigilance set him apart. His head moved constantly as he took in his surroundings before locking the door of his truck. He reminded her of a fitter version of some of Koichov's men, who sometimes passed through Brighton Beach, hard and serious. He disappeared into the bank, and she went back to her bench. She opened her camera app and prepared to frame a photograph while looking like she was mindlessly shopping or checking a social media platform. She sat with her knees to her chest to steady the shot, and, when he emerged from the bank, she took a burst of photos followed by a video. He opened the back hatch of his SUV and retrieved what looked like a case for a musical instrument, which he carried 2 storefronts down into a place called Glacier Archery. Tanya sent a text message with the video and photos to Koichov in New York, then rose from the bench to prepare for the lunch shift. Chapter 19. Whitefish, Montana. Reece didn't have an exact routine, but he would head to town at least once a week. He would hit the bank, the post office, the archery shop, and the bookstore. He had become a bit of a regular at Lula's and would often stop in for a late breakfast or lunch during his forays into civilization. One of the waitresses, with an accent he'd narrowed down to somewhere in the Balkans, had a crush on him. She always commented on how polite he was. Despite her best efforts, though, he hadn't asked her out. When he walked through the door of the cafe, Tanya knew that she had about 30 minutes until he would be done eating. Maybe longer if Elitsa was extra chatty. She waited impatiently before making her move, just in case he'd left his wallet or phone in the truck and came out to retrieve it. After an agonizing few moments, she crossed the street with what to anyone but the closest observer appeared to be a black cell phone in her hand. She knelt next to his right rear tire as if to tie her shoe, and reached as far under the vehicle as she could. Her view was blocked by the running boards, but they would also prevent anyone from spotting her handiwork without physically crawling under the SUV. She twisted her shoulder and knelt further to slide the device over the top of the frame rail and felt the tactile click of the powerful magnet as it took hold on the steel. Brushing the dried dust and dirt from her hand on her pants leg, she rose and continued her walk as casually as possible. Halfway around the globe, Oliver Gray remotely activated the GPS tracking device on his desktop terminal and waited several seconds before the software triangulated the transponder's location. The image on his screen blurred and then settled on the northwestern United States, the pixelated image clarifying as it zoomed into the town of Whitefish, Montana. A blinking red indicator signaled the location of the Iridium GPS tracking device from James Reece's vehicle. The software program overlaid the vehicle's location on existing satellite imagery from Google Earth, providing real-time location data. After what seemed like an eternity, the dot began to move. Slowly at first, and then more rapidly as the vehicle left the confines of the small town and reached the highway. The dot slowed several miles out of town and turned onto an unpaved road. After winding through timber and open meadows, gaining altitude as it progressed along its path, the dot stopped at the edge of a large lake and made no other movement for the remainder of the day. Gray scrutinized all of the available imagery of the location, and it was clear that there was a cabin or house there. Gray reached into his desk drawer, removed a bottle of vodka and a glass, and poured himself a shot. Raising a drink to the dot on his screen, he smiled. He'd found the son of his first betrayal and current tormentor of his dreams. Montana is where they would strike. Chapter 20. Coomba Ranch, Flathead Valley, Montana. I don't see him, Reece said, scanning across the valley with his Swarovski range-finding binoculars. Rafe held his older Zeiss binos to his eyes, his hands cupped across the brim of his ball cap to stabilize the 10-power image. See the rocky face to the left of the pines? Giant pile of rocks? Check. Come down 100 meters, and you'll see some smaller boulders with a clump of green brush in front of it. See it? I see the brush. See his tines? No. Wait, I see him, Reece said, with excitement in his voice as his brain separated the deer's velvet-covered antlers from their nearly identical surroundings. He's huge. He's a good one. Let's put the scope on him. Rafe let his binoculars fall to his side on their long leather strap and began unstrapping a tripod and spotting scope from the outside of his Stone Glacier internal frame pack. He and Reece had hiked up the ridge before dawn, hoping to catch the wise old buck out feeding before he snuck back into the safety of his bedding. The morning air was cool and steam rose from both men's bodies after the tough vertical climb. They knelt just below the ridgeline opposite the mule deer, glassing him from a safe distance across the canyon. Rafe had been watching the buck all summer, and when the opening day of archery season came on the 1st of September, he would make this same journey with his primitive recurve bow. He efficiently set up the spotting scope, quickly locating the animal through the heavily magnified glass. The slightest touch of the spotter or tripod would knock the 60-power image from its target, so he carefully backed away from the scope without disturbing it, motioning for Reece to take a look. Though the deer was more than 800 yards away, Reece could see every detail through the optic. The sun was just beginning to break over the tops of the tall pines, bathing the buck in shadowless light that a photographer would kill for. He probably weighed 300 pounds, and his thick body was dwarfed only by the size of his headgear. The summer had been a wet one, even by local standards, and his antlers had grown to their full capacity thanks to the lush mountain grasses. He would rub off the velvet soon, exposing the hard, bone-like tangle beneath. The rack was as thick as a man's wrists at each base and spanned out nearly 3 feet. Each side of the buck's antlers held 4 points plus a smaller brow tine, making it a 4-point in Western parlance. Its forks were deep, its points long. The deer was a living symbol of Rafe's family's conservation efforts. He was old and healthy. He had evaded the bullet and arrow season after season, learning the habits of those who pursued him. Rafe would hunt him alone, on foot, with a weapon that had existed for 10 millennia. If one of a million little things didn't go wrong during the stalk, where the buck had nearly every advantage, Rafe would put a handmade spruce arrow through his lungs. The meat would sustain the Hastings family during the brutal Montana winter and provide an all-natural source of nutrition for Annika and her baby. God willing, their child would one day hunt one of the many sons or grandsons that this buck had sired. The cycle would continue, just as it had since the first hunters roamed the earth. "How old is he?" Reece asked, breaking the silence. 8, maybe 10. He has the face of a really old buck, and I found his sheds from last season. They were a bit bigger than what he's wearing now, so he's a little past his prime. He's a smart one. Look at how open the country is around him. He can sit in that spot and see anyone or anything coming up from below. If anything tries to get him from above, he'll hear it on the rocks. He has the wind in his face most of the time, and he only has to walk a few yards to feed, which he probably does at night. What's the plan? I'm going to come in above him. I'll do it barefoot to avoid making noise coming over the rocks. What are the winds like around here? I'll wait until the middle of the day, when the thermals will make my scent rise. I'll get as close as I possibly can and wait for him to stand. They hiked back down to the ridge to where their trucks were parked at a pace that allowed them to talk. The ranch has changed a lot since college, Reece said. Thanks. It's been a lot of work. My dad did most of it while we were deployed. The land was overgrazed and overlogged when we acquired it. There was so much fuel on the ground. A fire would have been catastrophic. There's no money in getting a bunch of dead trees out, but we did it anyway. We did some careful burning and a lot of reforestation. The natural grasses are healthy, and we've thinned enough of the timber to let some vegetation grow. We are struggling a bit with the grizzlies and wolves, but that can't be helped. Overall, our elk herd is coming back from the winter kill a few years back, and as you can see, we have some beautiful deer. I got to experience revitalizations similar to that in Africa. When we started really hammering the poachers, the game figured it out and moved back in. I wish I could have stayed longer to see how it all turned out. Uncle Rich has kept it up as much as he can. Dad and Thorne actually started a foundation stateside to help keep up the fight. They wouldn't be where they are now without you starting it up and showing them how effective anti-poaching operations could be with the help of some modern targeting and intelligence practices. That's one of the ways the agency found me. Well, that's what you get for showing off. When is your girlfriend coming out? She's not my girlfriend. She's, it sure is funny to watch you get all flustered whenever her name comes up. If she can get away from work, she'll be here Labor Day weekend. If we're lucky, we'll have the back strap from this buck for dinner during her visit. I'm sure she'll be impressed. Chapter 21. St. Petersburg, Russia. Gray studied Reece's habits like a chess player would a worthy opponent. He would only get one chance. Once the element of surprise was lost, the hunter would become the hunted. Gray had no intention of becoming Reece's prey. His strategy would be to lull Reece into the complacency of his tranquil surroundings and then strike, fast and hard. He had built an initial plan, and it was time to present it to Zharkov. His boss had been patient with him, but there was very little in it for the organization. He wouldn't approve using his resources for a reckless venture. The elder Zharkov wanted Gray's attention back on running counterintelligence operations for the Bratva. Gray gathered his files and put everything into a manila folder. After shutting down his computer and locking it in the safe, he slipped on his custom jacket, the fit of the fabric giving him a physical confidence he'd lacked for most of his life. He opened the door of his office and stood in the doorway. Svetlana swiveled in her chair and faced him head-on. "How do I look, Svetlana?" "Oh, you look so wonderful, Oliver." She was immediately at arm's length, fretting over him. She straightened his already straight tie, brushed a piece of lint from his lapel, and ran her hand across his bearded chin. "You are ready, Oliver. You have worked so hard for this. Go show the Pakhan how smart you are." Oliver held his head high as he took the elevator to Zharkov's office. He was ready. Zharkov looked over the written narrative of the plan for the second time. He had to admit that it was sound. Gray had done his homework. The CIA had taught him well. Zharkov had taken a gamble by hiring him, but that wager was already paying off. He set the target package down and looked at the figure before him. Gray's transformation since their first meeting was evident. The CIA analyst had been an alcoholic mess, a loner and a filthy genius, teetering on the brink of disaster. Like a puppy from the street, Zharkov had cleaned him up, fed him, and given him a purpose. And, just like a dog, Gray had given Zharkov loyalty in return. "This is a good plan, Oliver." "Thank you, Pakhan. With the appropriate resources, we can eliminate the target." "I agree. There is something missing, though." Gray looked perplexed. "It is a very thorough plan to kill Mr. Reece, but it says nothing about his friend Rafe Hastings." "Why would we kill him?" "Because I don't want him coming after us when we kill his friend." "I see. That is going to require more resources, more people. It will complicate the plan significantly." What Gray did not know was that Zharkov had done his own intelligence gathering. A jet belonging to Hastings's father-in-law had taken off from Nice, France, just hours after the rocket attack that killed Gray's mentor, Vasily Andrenov, in Basel, Switzerland. Andrenov had left behind a fortune. Zharkov had many associates in common with the late Russian expat and made some quiet inquiries as to whether there might be a reward for bringing to justice those responsible. Andrenov had surrounded himself with an extremely loyal group of advisors who now controlled the resources of his lucrative foundation. In exchange for killing James Reece and Rafe Hastings, Zharkov would quietly receive a €10 million reward. The money would go into his own pocket, and Gray, out for his own revenge, would repay Zharkov with a lifetime of gratitude. "Add Rafe Hastings to the target deck and you will have my support," Ivan declared. "Kill them both." Chapter 22. Yak River Valley, Montana. Dmitri had flown through Moscow and New York and finally into Seattle. He'd driven the breadth of Washington state, picking up the weapons in Spokane. The Sinaloa cartel's network throughout the United States was an extensive web of hubs and spokes, allowing for the efficient transportation of contraband throughout the country. Though designed to move narcotics, that same network could move anything from teenage girls to weapons, including the dozen AKM rifles that his team would use on this operation. Personally, Dmitri preferred the AK-74 he'd used during his own military service, a weapon that fired the smaller, high-velocity 5.45mm round, rather than the more venerable 7.62mm Russian cartridge, for which the AKM was chambered. He loved what the little 5.45mm did to flesh. It created wounds so devastating that the Afghan Muj called it the Devil's Round. The arsenal mark indicated its Russian origin, sent no doubt to feed some insurgency in Central or South America during the 1980s. A rifle was a tool, and these tools would work fine after a good cleaning. He steered the panel van through the darkness, following the directions that had been provided to him by the local asset. Rumor had it that Tanya was a tasty thing. Maybe he'd get a chance with her at some point during this operation. She had rented a remote farm in the Yak River Valley, an extremely distant corner of Montana, known simply as the Yak. Situated only miles from the Canadian border, the Yak was the kind of place where people minded their own business, a place where gunfire wouldn't raise many eyebrows, a place where men could gather and train. He crossed over the east fork of the Yak River and saw a sign that said, Stabbin' Cabin, 100. Dmitri caught the landmark, but his English missed the pun. The gravel road wound through the trees, his headlights catching the movement of small clusters of white-tailed does who rose from their beds as he steered among the thick pine trunks. The landscape finally opened up to a lakefront clearing with a cluster of structures arranged near the waterfront. There was a sprawling main house, 2 smaller cabins, and a large barn, plenty of room to accommodate his team and their equipment. Best of all, the closest neighbor was miles away. Dmitri backed the van up to the doors of the barn and shut off the engine. A tall man with a shaved head walked toward him, his eyes squinting in the headlights. He opened the door of the van and stepped out just as the figure reached him. "Dmitri?" "Da. I'm Vitya." The men shook hands, sizing one another up, like a pair of male lions assessing dominance. Vitya was taller and thinner than the new arrival, but looked to be close in age. Losevsky Vitaly Vasilievich was a St. Petersburg native who had served in the GRU, Russia's military intelligence agency, attached to a Spetsnaz commando unit. He was trained in collecting intelligence in forward areas, helping some of Russia's fiercest warriors access and exploit their targets. He had served in South Ossetia in 2008 and, after returning to civilian life, found his skills were marketable to Ivan Zharkov and the Tambov gang. He had been sent to Brighton Beach but bounced around the United States, living primarily in Miami and Los Angeles. Unlike most of the Brotherhood, Vitya had no criminal record, so he was able to move freely on his own passport rather than one procured by Zharkov's son. "Any trouble with the weapons?" he asked. "No problems. Come, help me unload them." Dmitri opened the back doors of the van and dragged one of 2 long Rubbermaid tubs toward the bumper, nodding for Vitya to take hold of the other end. Each tub was loaded with a half-dozen rifles that had been smuggled across the southern border. Ammunition was easier to acquire in the United States, and Vitya had bought a sizable quantity in Nevada on his way up from L.A. The men stacked the 2 weapons containers next to 3 wooden crates, stenciled with a mixture of Cyrillic and English markings. Each crate held 2 700-round sealed metal spam cans of 123-grain FMJ ammunition with lacquered steel cases. The ammunition was loaded in Russia by Barnaul and exported worldwide to feed the millions of AK series rifles built during the Cold War. The guns and ammo, often carried by illiterate child soldiers, fed insurgencies, dictatorships, and drug wars, and helped keep women subjugated across the developing world, the Soviet Union's everlasting gift to humanity. Dmitri pulled a tarp over the arsenal in the unlikely event that someone might wander into their secluded training site. "There has been a slight modification to the plan," Vitya said. "Oh? We now have 2 targets." Dmitri nodded. "We will have enough men to take out triple that."
Let's have a vodka, friend.
Vitya motioned toward the main house. Dmitri didn't argue. It wasn't in his nature to turn down a drink. Chapter 23. SVR Headquarters, Moscow. The phone on Alexander's desk rang twice, and then went silent. 30 seconds later it rang once, and then ceased. He looked at it and sighed. He was tempted to ignore it, but knew that he was not yet at that stage. He pushed himself back in his chair and marched from his private office. As deputy director of Directorate S, he didn't owe anyone an explanation of where he was going. Alexander made his way toward Gorky Park, named for writer and activist Maxim Gorky. Stopping to gaze into shop windows from time to time, he used the glass to look for tails. He doubled back twice, but didn't notice any familiar faces, even ones hastily disguised with a different hat or sunglasses. Alexander missed the old park. It was so much easier to conduct business back before the vacant buildings and crime-ridden paths were transformed into clean and Wi-Fi-enabled eco-friendly family zones. The intelligence officer fished a phone from his pocket and dialed a number. "What do you know about an American family named Hastings?" Alexander's father did not waste time with pleasantries. It was important for him to maintain his dominance. "Context?" Alexander inquired curtly. It was also imperative for him to establish that this conversation was about business and not about being controlled by a domineering father, head of the Bratva or not. "Roots in Rhodesia before the unpleasantness. Son was an American Navy SEAL, first name Rafe. They may be connected to another SEAL who interfered in the assassination attempt of the U.S. President last year, the same event that was successful against President Zubarov." "Commander James Reece, I know the name. I'll look into it. Anything else?" "Yes. Status update on the situation in Africa," he said, referring specifically to the Central African Republic. "My directorate's assessment has been forwarded through the proper channels as requested. They will arrive on the desk you specified." Alexander knew the desk in question was that of the Foreign Secretary, and that the Bratva had already exerted the proper encouragement to sign the papers. In this case, it was €500,000 in a Swiss bank account and pictures of his grandchildren playing in this very park. The message was clear. "Good." The contract to extract uranium and diamonds from the CAR made the pittance paid to secure it well worth the small investment. "Anything else?" Alexander asked. Ivan paused. He wanted to ask about Medny Island. He wanted to ask about the rumors he'd since verified that his son was importing prisoners from Africa to hunt in the barrens of the Russian Far East. He wanted to ask his eldest son to join him at the family compound in the heart of Siberia. He wanted to know why his son had such hatred for him. Instead, he answered with a terse "Niet" before ending the call. Alexander looked at what the American intelligence agencies called a burner phone in his hand. It was an unnecessary precaution. His connection to the Bratva was an open secret. In fact, it was the very reason for his rapid ascension through the ranks. One did not cross or insult the son of Bratva leadership and expect to be long for the world. He'd use the phone for the remainder of the month and then drop it into the Moskva River. His father was getting old. Old men make mistakes. Soon, Alexander would leave government service with enough information to blackmail half the Kremlin. That intelligence, coupled with the power of the world's most feared criminal organization, would see the Zharkov family influence solidified over Russian politics and business for another generation. It was his father's time to go. Chapter 24. Yak River Valley, Montana. The team had filtered in over the past few days, enforcers from Miami, Los Angeles, and Boston. Dmitri would have preferred that Ivan just hire a team of Wagner Group mercenaries to handle this, but he knew the CIA kept close tabs on those with Wagner affiliations trying to enter the United States. They split into 2 teams of 6, one led by Dmitri and one by Vitya. To build unit cohesion, each team slept together, ate together, and trained together. A few of the men had military experience, but most did not. While Vitya performed his reconnaissance missions on the targets using the tools of his trade, Dmitri created a training schedule to turn these street thugs into something resembling soldiers. In the mornings, they ran and hiked the trails that surrounded the lake, heading up the relatively gradual incline hills behind the cabin and then into the steeper mountains beyond. These daily journeys ensured that they were all fit to move overland in this terrain and helped them acclimate to the altitude. They were all young and adapted quickly to the physical training. They would return to the barn each morning, shirtless and covered in sweat, their tattooed bodies on full display. Prison tattoos served like badges on a military uniform in the Brotherhood, with each crude ink design representing a significant crime or event. One could assess the experience of a gang member by their tattoos, the way a white-collar employer could read a resume. Dmitri had only served as a senior sergeant in the Russian army, but he wore the uniform of a World War II field marshal when it came to ink. After breakfast, Dmitri led them through the process of field stripping, inspecting, cleaning, and lubricating their rifles so that they would be intimately familiar with their operation. He built a makeshift firing range and personally guided each of the men through the process of zeroing their weapons. Each magazine was fully loaded and tested. Those that experienced stoppages made their way to the bottom of Okaga Lake. During the afternoon, they practiced small unit tactics. The team learned the basics of fire and maneuver, bounding overwatch, and spent hour upon hour practicing the effective L-shaped ambush. Dmitri taught them everything except how to retreat. In order to keep the gunfire to a minimum, the men carried unloaded weapons and used the age-old bang-bang method of simulating gunfire on the targets. After dinner, they were free to drink, smoke, and joke, bonding in the same manner that men have done under similar circumstances since the beginning of time. Many boasted about sexual conquests, either real or imagined. Tanya was a favorite topic. She was responsible for delivering groceries to the team on a semi-regular basis, and the men all looked forward to ogling her tight body when she came to call. Cell phones were not permitted, and other than the satellite television that seemed to always land on adult entertainment channels, she was their only link to the outside world. They trained 6 days per week and quickly began to act as a cohesive team. They would never stand a chance against a real military unit, but, with the element of surprise on their side, they would get the job done. The key would be the target package, and Vitya was building a vivid intelligence picture on that front. Vitya watched the screen of the iPad, steering the drone to track the vehicle's progress below. The custom SUV was easy to spot, making target identification a simple process. He could hear the whine of its powerful engine as it climbed the hill. The driver eased off the accelerator as the vehicle crested the rise, moving almost silently as it approached the tight turn ahead. He was close enough to see the driver's bearded face as the Toyota rolled past, his attention diverted to something below, probably a phone or perhaps the stereo. The brakes engaged as the hairpin curve approached, and Vitya saw the red lights illuminated as the vehicle reached the corner. One couldn't take this blind turn at more than 30 miles per hour, and the thick copse of evergreens provided the ideal concealment that his team would need. That turn was where James Reece would die. Chapter 25. Coomba Ranch, Flathead Valley, Montana. Reece stood barefoot, staring out at the lake behind his cabin. The water was dead calm, without the slightest breeze to ripple its surface. He adjusted his feet on the soft carpet of short pine needles and squatted to grasp the thick handle of the 70-pound kettlebell before him. Exhaling sharply, he thrust his hips forward, driving the cast-iron weight to full extension, keeping his core muscles flexed as it floated briefly at the top of its arc. Gravity swung the bell downward, and he let it fall between his legs as he sucked a breath of air into his lungs. Up he came again, repeating the process until he'd done 10 perfect swings and set the weight back onto the ground. He dropped to his chest and executed 10 push-ups, then went back to the kettlebell, alternating reps until he'd performed 100 of each. His chest heaving and his shoulders searing with lactic acid, he picked up his bow and tried to get his breathing under control as he drew. His arms felt the let-off of tension as the cams engaged, and his eye found the green fiber optic sight pin through the rear peep entwined in the bow's taut string. The aperture of his vision blurred everything but the sight as his thumb found the cold aluminum of the release. He didn't fight the pin's movement but increased tension using his upper back muscles, transitioning that pressure naturally to his thumb, the sight picture settling into an ever-decreasing orbit at the target's center. The snap of the bowstring echoed in his ears as the carbon fiber arrow sped from 0 to 340 feet per second in an instant. His eyes did their best to track the arrow during its half-second flight, and his ears registered the hollow twok of its impact on the target. He drank water from a Nalgene bottle as he caught his breath and progressed to a series of Turkish get-ups, box jumps, shoulder presses, and goblet squats with kettlebells of various sizes. He alternated each section of his workout with a shot or two from his bow in preparation for a bugling elk at 30 yards. To prepare for just such a moment, Reece practiced shooting under the stress of a tough training regimen. His combined workout and archery session had lasted the better part of an hour. After a quick shower, he slipped on a pair of semi-clean jeans, a t-shirt, and trail running shoes. The compact 10mm Glock stayed in the chest rig for his trail runs, so he press-checked his SIG P320X compact and placed it in the holster behind his right hip. Be prepared. Rafe would be out watching his big muley buck at this time of day, so Reece skipped his shop visit and took the most direct route off the property. He was a few miles from the ranch's main gate on his way to town when his phone came alive. The hilltop was the first area with reliable cell service during his weekly trips to Whitefish, and inevitably alerts would sound as text messages were received. It was a clean cell phone, or as clean as one could get in the age of information. It was purchased through and registered to the Hastings' land management company. The only people with the number were the Hastings clan, Vic Rodriguez at the CIA, and Katie Baranek. Most days he could expect a photo of her getting ready to go on a news segment or views from her workout running through the Washington Mall. It was their way of maintaining a long-distance friendship. Or was it something more? He glanced down at this morning's picture, Katie holding up a copy of John Avlon's book, Washington's Farewell. She'd managed to add a graphic to the photo saying, "You've got to read this, it's fantastic." Reece had no idea how to add graphics to a photo but couldn't help but smile at the image. He'd have to stop by Bookworks in town and pick it up or have it ordered. He briefly wondered if he was becoming too predictable. He dropped his phone back in the cup holder and brought his attention back on the road as he approached the turn ahead. His grin faded as his thoughts returned to the present. If he were planning an ambush, he'd do it right here. After a lifetime of war, it was hard to turn off the primal side of the brain. Old habits die hard. Chapter 26. Yak River Valley, Montana. The hit team rose to their knees as the SUV rolled through the kill zone. Selector switches went to fully automatic, and nervous fingers quivered over triggers. The vehicle's forward progress slowed to a mere crawl, providing the perfect opportunity. Now! Vitya initiated the ambush with the explosive device, filling the kill zone with flying debris and dust. A second later, the entire team raked the vehicle with 7.62mm rounds, splintering glass, puncturing steel, and ripping through plastic as the bullets chewed through the SUV's exterior. The deafening roar of the fully automatic gunfire was brief, followed by the metallic chatter of a half-dozen simultaneous magazine changes. A second volley of fire from the high ground raked the smoldering vehicle as the maneuver element moved down the embankment, opening up at close range as the support team's magazines ran dry. Vitya pushed toward the vehicle, his men firing as they went to ensure their primary target had no chance of survival. As their weapons all went dry, Vitya saw the youngest member of the team change magazines and run forward to the driver's side door. He stuck the muzzle of his AK through the shattered window and emptied all 30 rounds into a mannequin at knifing distance. That had not been part of the plan. Vitya would have to keep an eye on Oleg Guskov. Dmitri blew the whistle, ending the exercise. Though the men had fired live ammunition, the target vehicle had been a derelict Isuzu trooper towed on a long rope by the farm's John Deere tractor. The SUV was riddled with bullet holes, and the ambush had been a complete success. After weeks of training, rehearsals, equipment checks, and more rehearsals, the assassins were ready. Chapter 27. Glacier Park International Airport, Kalispell, Montana. Reece looked up at the LCD monitor on the wall and back at his Resco dive watch. The flight from Minneapolis was running a few minutes late. You could probably get away with parking curbside at such a small airport, but Reece had parked in the short-term lot, not wanting to get a ticket from a local cop looking to do his part in the global war on terror. He was dressed in what passed for formal attire by local standards, clean, cool pants and a half-zip. His beard was a bit shaggy, but all in all he thought he looked presentable. He felt self-conscious holding the bouquet of flowers and shifted them nervously from one hand to the other, finally dangling them down his right leg like a drawn saber. Was he being too forward? Shit! He hadn't done this in a long time. The CRJ 900 regional jet seemed to move in slow motion as it taxied toward the jetway, finally releasing its passengers into the newly renovated terminal. Reece waited as the plane's occupants passed out of the secure area of the terminal. A cowboy, a traveling salesman, an elderly couple. He finally saw her through the glass. Her blonde hair was pulled back into a ponytail, and she dragged her rollaboard suitcase, a copy of Brad Thor's Backlash tucked under her arm. Wives shot dirty looks at husbands who'd turned to look as she passed. Her face lit up when her eyes met Reece's, and he felt himself smile. It felt good. She laughed and stomped her feet as she drew near, letting go of her bag as she wrapped her arms around his neck. He kissed her cheek, and she took his face in both hands, turning his head for a quick peck on the lips, erasing any doubts about where their relationship was heading. "The mountains certainly agree with you," Katie said approvingly. "You look great." "You do too. You always do." "Stop," she said in mock embarrassment. She turned his head and ran her finger over the pinkish scar on his scalp where the neurosurgeons had done their work. "Barely noticeable." "Not too rough looking?" "Not by a long shot. Though I'm not sure what I think about this," she said, running her fingers across his beard. "Looking a little gray, Mr. Reece." "It's the mileage," he acknowledged with a raised eyebrow. "Expecting someone special?" Katie inquired, nodding her head toward the flowers. Reece suddenly became aware of the bouquet he'd picked up on the drive in. "Oh, yeah. Sorry, these are for you." "They're beautiful," Katie said, bringing them to her nose. "Thank you, James. So thoughtful." Reece picked up her suitcase as they moved through the airport, his eyes subconsciously sweeping the area ahead. First hands, then bodies, then faces. The sixth sense that had kept warriors alive since time immemorial was reminding him that his peace could never last. "This is spectacular," Katie said, taking in the majesty of Montana. Reece drove as they talked, steering the Land Cruiser up the Flathead Valley toward Coomba Ranch. "I've always loved the mountains. I also need to keep a low profile for security reasons. I'm still processing the fallout from Odessa and from, well, you know." "I understand. So," Katie said, changing subjects, "what do we have in store for the weekend?" "Nothing too crazy. I'd love to show you around the ranch and do some hiking. Rafe and his family are dying to meet you." "Sounds great. I'm up for anything." "Ever fly fished?" "I may have dabbled a bit," she said coyly. "What does that mean?" "It's the one thing my dad enjoys almost as much as golf. He and his doctor buddies would do one big fly fishing trip a year. He started taking me and my brother out on weekends when we were kids." "I'm self-taught, so maybe you can give me some pointers." "I'd be happy to. I even brought my Winston 4-weight. "What's a Winston?" "Oh, James, I have so much to teach you." "You'll lose all cell service in a minute and probably won't have it again unless we come back to town. Do you need to make any calls?" Reece slowed the SUV and navigated the tight turn that wound through the timber. "Nope, I'm all yours. No distractions." She powered off her iPhone and dropped it into her purse, then feigned dusting off her hands to symbolize her release from the electronic leash. They caught up throughout the drive, Katie admiring the view and Reece pointing out various landmarks as he drove through the property. He paused the cruiser at the crest of the hill above his cabin to give them a commanding view of the lake, then steered down the track toward it. "Is this it?" Katie asked. "This is it." "Wow, what a view!" Reece pulled the truck sideways in front of the cabin, and Katie was out before he could make it around to open the passenger door for her. She stood in the dirt driveway admiring the home. Incredible, she said as Reece led the way to the front door, holding it open and stepping aside with a welcoming wave across the threshold. Katie stepped inside, taking in every detail. She walked to the center of the living room and looked upward to the vaulted ceiling. Reece stood silently just inside the door, waiting for a sign of approval. "Well, what do you think?" She looked almost teary-eyed as she faced him, her flushed face illuminating with a bright smile. "It's beautiful, James. I love it." "Can I get you something to drink? I have beer, wine, water. I can make coffee." "I'd love a beer. It's past 5 on the East Coast." "A woman after my own heart." Reece pulled 2 bottles of wheatfish, a local lager, from the refrigerator and popped the caps using a bottle breacher from the kitchen drawer. He handed one to Katie and raised his own in a toast. To new beginnings," she helped, tapping the neck of his bottle with her own before taking a long pull without breaking eye contact. They walked through the French doors and out into the cabin's backyard, which essentially ran uninterrupted to Canada. Katie kicked off her boots and walked barefoot on the carpet of soft grass as Reece led her toward the water. The temperature was a perfect 71 degrees, and a cool breeze blew across the gin-clear lake, causing tiny waves to ripple softly against its bank. The lake's opposite shore was framed by mountains covered in towering emerald pines. High ground, an advantageous position, Reece found himself thinking. "This place looks like a screensaver," Katie remarked. "It really does, doesn't it?" "I'm so happy to be here with you, James." She turned to face him, looking up at him with a devilish grin. "Now would be a good time to kiss the girl." Reece didn't hesitate, leaning forward and taking her face in his hands. She wrapped her arms around his neck, drawing him back toward her and kissing him deeply. They both lost themselves completely in the moment. Reece finally pulled back. "Welcome to Montana." Chapter 28. Coomba Ranch, Flathead Valley, Montana. Katie showered while Reece began to prepare dinner. He would introduce her to the Hastings family soon, but tonight it was just the 2 of them. The guest cabin had come with a Traeger grill, and Reece had become very proficient in its use as he cooked his nightly meals lakeside, enjoying the age-old ritual of smoking wild game. With the smoker going out back, he worked diligently in the kitchen. He rubbed an elk tenderloin with a mixture of freshly chopped herbs and sliced the makings of a fresh salad, enjoying a glass of Tuck Beckstoffer's finest Pinot Noir as he prepared their meal. A stack of logs crackled in the large open fireplace, bathing the room in a flickering golden light. He heard the door open and looked up as Katie emerged. She was barefoot and her hair was down. She looked right at home in jeans and a flannel. "It feels so great to be out of D.C. "I'll bet," Reece smiled. "Wine?" "Absolutely." Holding the glass by its stem, she swirled it twice. She held it up to the last light of the Montana evening and took a moment to enjoy its aroma before taking a sip. "Is this a French Burgundy?" she asked, puzzled. "Actually, it's a Pinot Noir from the Sonoma coast. It's called Semper." "I've always wanted to try that. I love the name." "It isn't like any Pinot I've had before. It's tremendous." The winemaker hunts with Rafe on the property. He always comes equipped with a few cases of his favorites. I liberated tonight's selections from Jonathan Hastings' wine cellar. "I knew those seal skills would come in handy. And what are you preparing to accompany such a splendid vitis vinifera?" "The Pinot goes with the chips and salsa," Reece smiled. "For the main course of elk tenderloin, we'll switch it up." "Elk, is that what this is?" Katie asked, pointing to the mounted bull on the wall. "It is. My dad shot that bull years ago." "Admittedly, I don't know much about hunting, though I did love the venison your dad would drop off as I was growing up." "How's your dad doing?" Reece asked. "For someone his age, he couldn't be better. He retired from his medical practice and plays a lot of golf. I think he's driving my mother crazy." "Good for him." "Can I help?" Katie asked. "Nope, I've got it handled. You just relax and enjoy your wine." "So did you catch this thing?" "Catch it?" "Catch it, kill it, whatever you're supposed to say." "Ha! Well, you can say kill or harvest. I typically like to use both, as harvest sounds too much like you are picking corn, and kill doesn't convey to people that you are actually eating the meat." I was a little busy last fall, so this comes from Rafe's freezer. The Hastings clan has enough venison in their combined freezers to feed a small army. It looks really lean. It is. It's also good for you, about as organic and free range as you can get. You hungry? Starving. Good. Let's toss it on the grill. Reece carried a platter outside, and Kitty shivered as she watched him put the meat and sliced vegetables onto the charred steel grating. Gets cold here when the sun goes down, even in the summer, he said. It's probably still 80 and humid in D.C. Let's fix that, Reece said, walking a few steps toward a stack of firewood and picking up a propane tank with a hose attached along with a Bic lighter. He opened the valve on the tank, and the fuel began to flow from the tubular attachment at the end of the hose. He sparked the lighter, and a foot-long flame erupted from the nozzle. He picked up the propane tank in one hand and held the nozzle in the other, walking toward the stone fire ring that sat between the Adirondack chairs. The nozzle bathed the stack of split logs in fire, starting them ablaze almost instantly. He worked the flame back and forth until he was satisfied before closing the tank's valve. What is that thing, a flamethrower? Montana fire starter. Come get warm. They sat together, sipping wine as their dinner cooked nearby, staring into the open flames as the last light of day slipped away. Even with Katie by his side, Reece couldn't help but think that halfway around the world, teams of special operators were just returning to base after hitting a target. He knew the only time most would hear or think about them was if something went wrong and it was reported on the news. They'd be returning sweaty, dusty, possibly bloody. They'd turn over any enemy detainees to the proper authorities, top off magazines, replace batteries in IR lasers and flashlights, and get ready to do it all over again tomorrow. Those men and women on the front lines provided the blanket of freedom that allowed Reece and Katie to enjoy this evening by the lake. Reece would never forget that they were out there. Not long ago, he had been one of them. He'd never witness another sunset without thinking of them and sending a silent prayer their way. In response to Katie's questioning look, Reece glanced at his watch and jumped up to attend to the cooking. He flipped the tenderloin and took the vegetables off the fire to cool, standing vigil over the grill for the last few minutes that the elk needed to complete the outside sear. He probed the meat with his knuckle and, satisfied, pulled it from the fire. Let's go inside, almost ready. As the meat rested, Katie found a candle in one of the kitchen drawers and placed it next to the bouquet that she'd put in a vase on the table. Reece added a light dressing to the salad and tossed it with 2 large forks, placing a portion on each of their plates. He flanked the salad with slices of grilled squash and zucchini and drizzled them with balsamic vinegar. Finally, he sliced the tenderloin into half-inch sections, inspecting the meat as he cut. The outside was charred, and the center was a warm, red, medium rare. Perfect. This looks amazing. I didn't know you could cook. I'll be out of recipes in 2 days. I didn't want to burden Rafe's family with feeding me, and there's obviously no restaurant nearby, so I've been doing a lot of grilling. I don't think I've ever turned the oven on. Then grilling it is. Are you ready for the next pairing? Reece asked as he set their plates on the rustic farm table. You know I am. What has Jonathan Hastings' wine cellar produced for us next, this evening? Reece held up the bottle next to a glass decanter. It's named for To Kill a Mockingbird. One of my favorite novels of all time, Katie declared. Mine too. Katie opened cupboards until she found what she was looking for. For a wine as special as Mockingbird Blue, we need the right glass, she said, pulling 2 large Bordeaux glasses from the shelf. Tuck Beckstoffer's famed Cabernet had been breathing in a decanter since Reece started preparing dinner. He gave them both a healthy pour as they sat down to eat. Cheers, Reece said, as they clinked glasses. Katie swirled the wine and held it to the candlelight, admiring its legs. She then closed her eyes and breathed in its aroma through her nose before taking her first sip. What an elegant red, she noted. Great balance for such a full-bodied cab. How do you know so much about wines? My little secret is that I didn't start out to be a journalist. Really? I did 2 years in the viticulture and enology undergrad program at UC Davis. I'll have to look both those words up next time I get cell service. Let me help you. Viticulture refers to growing grapes, from the Latin word for vine, and enology is the science of winemaking. What made you switch? Honestly, Katie said, the war. My dad, your dad. I felt like this country had provided my family so much opportunity. Seeing those freedoms squandered and eroded by pandering career politicians while young men and women who stood up to volunteer to defend the nation kept coming home in caskets made me angry. When Ambassador Stevens, Sean Smith, and your friends Ty Woods and Glenn Doherty were killed in Benghazi, I knew I had to do something. Politicians left them to die. Politicians who would never be held accountable. So I transferred to English at Berkeley and then went to Columbia School of Journalism for my master's. That's where I started work on the Benghazi betrayal. She paused. Sorry to get so serious. In vino veritas, Reece said, bringing the red wine to his lips. In wine lies the truth. I knew I liked you, Mr. Reece. What do you think of the elk? It's delicious. I could eat this every night. That's good, because it's about all we really have available, the former frogman said with a wink. It's so peaceful, Reece. I can see why you came here. This feels like home. I felt this way in Mozambique until they found me. What did you think about when you were in Africa? Katie wondered aloud. A lot of things, I guess. I went to Mozambique to die and ended up learning to live again. I found purpose out there, using my old skills to counter the poachers. I thought about my family, and I thought a lot about the people who had helped me in the U.S. after Lauren and Lucy were killed. I wondered if I'd put them in danger, or if the government was going to figure out who had assisted and take legal action against them. Katie nodded and gazed into her glass. And, Reece continued, I thought about you. You did? That might have been the only thing that kept me alive. This sounds strange, but even though I thought I was dying, thinking of you gave me hope. Katie swallowed, her eyes misting over as she thought of all he'd been through. I thought of you too, James. It drove me crazy, not knowing if you were dead or alive. I'd been living for so long thinking I was a dead man, I didn't know how to live, believing I had a future. And now? And now I'm figuring out that future. Katie took a breath. Well, this is certainly a good place to do it, she said, looking around the spacious lakefront cabin. I think so, Reece confirmed. Now on to more important topics, like if there is any more Mockingbird Blue? Katie asked, holding up her empty glass. Katie moved to the living area as Reece refilled their glasses from the decanter in the kitchen. She sat on the couch, her legs pulled beneath her. Reece carefully handed her the wine before taking a seat, her knee lightly touching his thigh. They were both aware of the contact, and neither made an effort to move. Are you going to go back to work for them? She didn't have to specify whom she meant by them. Possibly. I'm connected as a contractor right now. There's something I need to do, and they might be the only ones who can help. Reece didn't offer more, and Katie didn't push, instead asking, When you got quiet out by the fire, what were you thinking about? Reece paused. What I always think about when the sun sets. That somewhere the enemy is out there, planning, getting ready to hit us again, and that there are a select few getting ready to take the fight to them. Do you feel guilty that you were not with them? She was extremely perceptive. From a woman's intuition or a journalist's savvy, Reece wasn't sure. Not really guilt. It's more like I feel a responsibility to keep fighting. She put her hand on his. You're safe here, James. Take some time. I'm here to help. They each took long sips of wine and stared into the fireplace. Reece broke the silence first. I don't know how safe it is. What happened in Odessa? It's not over. Let me face it with you, James. She was brave. Reece felt choked up as he remembered her black and blue face, blood trickling from her nose, neck wrapped in explosives, looking up at him with pure terror in her eyes. Katie, I knew that det cord wouldn't blow. Katie's blue eyes connected with his of piercing brown. I know. They kissed one another breathlessly, each of their hands caressing, exploring. Katie rose without another word. Taking Reece by the hand, she pulled him to his feet and led him to the bedroom. Chapter 29. St. Petersburg, Russia. Gray was living in his office, monitoring events in Montana as best he could without making direct contact with the team on the ground. Tanya, the female asset sent in from New York, was making her daily social media posts. These seemingly innocuous ramblings and photographs, mere cells in the entire biosphere of web traffic, were a direct signal to Gray that the ground team was on track. Since Reece's movements were never exact, especially given the holiday weekend, the team had moved into position and would remain in place until he appeared. As soon as the secondary team received word that Reece was down, they would move in on Rafe Hastings and finish the job. Accounting for daylight savings time, there was a 9-hour time difference between local time in Russia and Montana. 8 a.m. local at the target was 5 o'clock p.m. for Gray, which meant that late nights were part of the program. It was approaching 10 o'clock p.m. now, and he had been in the office for more than 14 hours. His freshly laundered dress shirt was wrinkled, his tie was loose, and his jacket was hanging in its usual spot on his office door. For Gray, the monotonous hours of waiting for a subject to move was nothing new, but given his personal connection to this target, that experience didn't make this wait easier. He grabbed a pint of good local vodka from his desk drawer and took a long pull before pouring a splash into the tea that Svetlana had delivered to him before she left for the evening. The target vehicle had moved on Thursday, making a stop at the airport in Kalispell, no doubt picking someone up for the weekend. The reporter? Maybe that explained why he hadn't left his cabin this morning, despite the late hour. Sooner or later he would have to go to town, and when he did, the hit team would be waiting. Chapter 30. Flathead Valley, Montana. Vitya stared at the screen of the tablet, trying to will the blinking light that represented the target vehicle to move. But there it sat in front of the lakefront cabin. He and his team had hiked to the high ground above the ambush site the previous afternoon, setting up camp 300 yards from the road in the dense forest. The GPS tracker would give him at least 30 minutes' notice that the target was on its way, which was plenty of time for them to set the trap. For now they rested in shifts, fiddled with their weapons, ate salty, dehydrated meals out of plastic bags, and drank enough coffee to give them all atrial fibrillations. Vitya's team was tasked with killing James Reece. He was the primary target and would be eliminated first. Then the second team would kill Rafe Hastings. He walked down to the ambush position for the 20th time and surveyed the scene. The IED was positioned at just the right angle to rake the road with its 700 3.2mm steel ball bearings, which would shred everything in their path at 1,200 meters per second. The convex mine was concealed under a bed of pine straw at the base of a tree. Its wire was buried along the path. Vitya carried a green plastic firing device in his jacket pocket. He'd used the M40 test set included with the mine to confirm that it was working properly and would send the electric pulse necessary to power the blasting cap and fire the mine's plastic explosive. He couldn't risk a premature explosion, so he would only connect the detonator when he had confirmation that the target was on his way. It would be a shame if the bait was caught in the powerful blast. He hadn't even had a chance to sample the goods, but that couldn't be helped. Every battle had collateral damage. He looked down at the AKM slung at his side. It was spray-painted in a green and brown camouflage pattern to eliminate the glossy shine that had burnished through the original finish by years of rough use. After spending the preceding weeks with the iconic weapon, he had become interested in its origin and often wondered about the stories it could tell. Its stamped steel receiver differentiated it from a true AK-47, though that name would forever be associated with Kalashnikov's deadly design. He saw the arrow-in triangle proof mark of the Izhevsk Armory, the small arms factory turned machine-building plant that had armed Russia's fighting men and women with everything from muskets to machine guns since the early 19th century. Behind the arsenal mark was the year the rifle was built, 1975. Vitya was younger than his weapon. The name Ricardo had been carved into the wooden buttstock by one of its previous users, trench art from the latter days of a Cold War battlefield now relegated to the pages of history. Ricardo was probably a Sandinista, given the weapon's Central American pedigree, but due to the widespread distribution of Russian weapons, Vitya couldn't be sure. Was Ricardo waiting to ambush a group of CIA-backed Contras when boredom took over and he decided to carve his name into his weapon? Had Ricardo survived? Vitya would never know. Chapter 31. Kumba Ranch, Flathead Valley, Montana. Reece awoke early, his body unaccustomed to the warmth of someone else in his bed. He didn't move, not wanting to disturb Katie's sleep as she lay on her side next to him. She looked peaceful, her face content, the rhythmic rising and falling of her bare shoulder the only movement. He watched her for an eternity in the semi-darkness, taking in every detail. A tiny gold cross hung askew around her neck on a wire-thin chain. Reece felt a sense of harmony that he hadn't known since his family was taken from him. As the sun shone through the crack in the bedroom's heavy curtain, she stirred, her hand sliding across the cotton sheet until it found the musculature of his bare chest. She opened her eyes and smiled at him, sliding her leg toward his own and pulling herself into his embrace. "Good morning," she purred. Afterward, they lay side by side, Katie running her fingers over Reece's lean chest and stomach, tracing the outline of each muscle with her fingers. "How did you manage to spend almost 20 years in the military and walk away without a tattoo?" "That was probably my greatest accomplishment," Reece smiled. "Ha! Let's eat. I'm starving." After bringing in split logs and stoking the coals in the stone fireplace to take off the morning chill, they ate a breakfast of scrambled eggs and fruit before packing a lunch and heading for the mountain. Reece led the lakeside hike uphill to one of the small tributaries that fed the larger body of water. They fished each pool in the rocky creek from below, out of the trout's line of sight, working their way uphill as they went. Katie looked like she'd been born with a fly rod in her hand, the sunlight filtering through the trees and catching the long leader as it S-curved its way through the air before settling onto the water's surface. They pushed off their waders and ate their lunch in a sunny meadow, taking in the midday warmth as they drank 75 Wine Company Sauvignon Blanc from enameled metal cups. They made love under the cloudless sky before dozing on the blanket Reece had spread out on the hillside. Katie caught the first trout of the day that afternoon, a beautiful rainbow that she held up for a photo before they put it on ice in the soft-sided Yeti cooler that had carried their lunch. She caught 2 more fish to Reece's 1 as the day progressed, which led to an amusing discussion of his angling abilities. That evening, Reece drove her to one of his favorite spots on the ranch, a high vista where they sat on his tailgate drinking local microbrews as the elk herds grazed into the grassy valley below. Katie slipped on Reece's jacket as the sun fell beneath the next ridge. In the coming weeks, the bulls would begin to rut, filling the mountain air with the enchanting sound of their bugles. The young bulls were already acting the part, posturing and chasing one another half-heartedly, as the mature males watched patiently from the timber. Back at the cabin, Reece pan-fried the breaded trout fillets while Katie stood at the stove beside him, preparing a dish of Brussels sprouts mixed with bacon. They selected a Silver Oak Cabernet from Napa Valley as Katie recounted how her skill with a fly rod had put their dinner on the table. As what was one of her best days in memory came to a close, Katie's eyes once again took in the room and came to rest on her suitor's back right hip. It had not gone unnoticed that Reece was never out of arm's reach of a weapon. Chapter 32. Flathead Valley, Montana. After 2 cold nights spent in the mountains, Dimitri's men were beginning to bitch. Despite their training, he had to remember that these men were street thugs, not soldiers, and were unfamiliar with prolonged physical suffering and hardship. He cursed Ivan for not figuring out a way to bring professionals in to handle the hit. They'd camped in a patch of thick timber without even the luxury of a fire. Each morning he had led them to their overwatch position and waited for the call from Vitya that would initiate the second phase of the operation, the elimination of Rafe Hastings. They were 400 yards from the Land Rover and its sole occupant, Rafe Hastings. They watched him climb a ridge and stare through his telescope at some distant object. Dmitri studied the man through binoculars, careful not to risk any lens glare that would give away his position. He moved like one of the mountain lions that were known to inhabit the area, light on his feet yet powerful, covering rough ground swiftly and efficiently. Still, he only carried a handgun, a short-range weapon against a half-dozen men with rifles. Add in the element of surprise and their advantage of holding the high ground, and it wouldn't even be a contest. Even if their target got lucky and took out one or two of them, Dmitri's team would overwhelm him with sheer firepower. It was the Russian way. Dmitri suppressed a smile, thinking of Stalin's adage, "Quantity has a quality all its own." All they needed now was the signal to execute. Dmitri checked the sat phone for the 100th time that morning, ensuring it was powered up and had a strong signal. He resisted the temptation to call the other team and see what the holdup was, but the rules were clear. His team was not to engage until it was confirmed the first target had been terminated. What had he heard in one of the American movies he was so fond of? Terminate with extreme prejudice. Dmitri liked that. He watched the disappointment on his men's faces as their target collapsed the legs of his tripod, strapped the optic back onto his day pack, and moved toward his vehicle. It was the second day in a row that they'd had him in their sights, completely unaware of their presence, and were forced to let him slip away. How long could their luck hold out? As the Rover's 2.5-liter turbo diesel engine grunted to life, Dmitri signaled the men to move back, pulling them to the concealment and relative security of the thick evergreen forest. If the signal came before tomorrow morning, they would move as quickly as possible overland and hit him at home. Doing so would give up many of their tactical advantages, but it would be their only option. The order to kill would come soon enough. Chapter 33. Coomba Ranch, Flathead Valley, Montana. It was Sunday before Reece was finally willing to share Katie Buranek with the Hastings family. Rafe's mother Caroline had arranged a lunch to welcome Reece's friend to the ranch, and attendance was non-negotiable. Reece and Katie went on a long hike that morning, and Katie, who was raised to never show up at someone's home empty-handed, took the opportunity to gather wildflowers that she'd assembled into an impressive arrangement of glacier lily, clematis, and purple asters upon their return to the cabin. "Awful quiet over there," Reece said as they made the short drive up to the main house. "After all you've told me about his family, from the Rhodesian Bush Wars to the Celis Scouts and everything they've accomplished in this country, I'm more excited than anything else. And Rafe's father-in-law is Senator Tim Thornton, of all people. I feel like we are going to meet royalty." "They will be more intrigued by you and your family's story. Nothing to worry about. Besides, Jonathan is probably already drunk." "Ha, okay, my kind of people." As they rounded the corner toward the homestead, the lake and dock came into view, the Grumman albatross rocking gently at its mooring. "Whose plane is that?" Katie asked in astonishment. "That's Thorne's. He flies it in from one of his surrounding properties in Montana or Idaho. He's here for opening day tomorrow morning. He hasn't missed one since—" Reece paused. "Since his wife died." They pulled up in front of the house, and Katie let Reece open the door for her. She was pleasantly surprised when he took her arm in his as they walked toward the home's sprawling front porch, the simple gesture helping put her at ease. Jonathan and Caroline greeted the couple with genuine joy, both hugging her before she could get through the door. True to his reputation, Jonathan held a green bottle of Namibian Windhoek lager in his paw and handed another to Reece as he entered the foyer. A man who reminded her a bit of an older Indiana Jones rose from a leather chair by the fireplace and extended his hand. "Miss Buranek, Tim Thornton. I am very pleased to meet you." "It's an honor to meet you, Senator." "Please call me Thorne. I much prefer that. Senator conjures up too many memories of my time in the swamp," he said, referring to Washington's unofficial moniker. "And thank you for your series of articles and the book on the Benghazi mess," he continued, shaking his head. "Those boys deserve better."
Politicians in and out of uniform left them to die. But enough unpleasantness. Let's get you a drink.
What can I offer you, Katie? Caroline Hastings asked. What are you having, Mrs. Hastings? Please call me Caroline. I'm having champagne. That sounds wonderful.
Jonathan appeared with a crystal flute of France's finest and handed it to their guest. We have one other surprise for you both, he said. Liz, would you be a dear and join us? Reese's eyebrows arched in amazement as all 5 feet 4 inches of Elizabeth Riley appeared from a back guest room. The two had first met in Iraq during the height of the insurgency. Riley's OH-58 Kiowa had been shot down in Najaf, her capture and torture seemingly inevitable. A few blocks away, Reese's sniper team was set up in an overwatch position of a heavily IED'd stretch of road. Hearing the situation on the radio, Reece defied orders and launched a hastily organized rescue, putting the aviator deeply in his debt. She recovered from her injuries, but was medically retired from the Army. She became like a sister to Reece and his late wife, Lauren, and a close aunt to their daughter, Lucy. Riley was unflinchingly loyal to her friends, and when Reece needed help avenging the deaths of Lauren and Lucy, she was there on wings. Liz, what are you doing here? Reece asked after a strong embrace.
I work for Thorne now, she replied in her thick southern accent. He has more planes than he can keep track of.
Liz, you remember Katie?
Of course, we've kept in touch. It's not every day you spirit a kidnapped reporter off Fisher's Island in a Pilatus in the middle of the night.
The two women embraced like old friends. Come out and have a seat. Caroline has everything set up out back, Jonathan said, leading his guests through the home and onto the back deck via the open French doors. A long table flanked with wicker chairs had been set up on the back lawn overlooking the lake. The table was covered with a flawless white starched tablecloth of fine linen, and place settings of the family's best English silver and bone china were located at each seat. Brightly colored fresh flowers, now including the ones that Katie had brought, overflowed from a vase at the table's center. Jonathan had just pulled out a chair for Katie when Rafe and Annika came strolling across the lawn. Katie, I'd like you to meet my friends, Rafe and Annika Hastings. She rose, shaking hands with Rafe.
So nice to meet both of you. I've heard so much about you.
Annika hugged her warmly. We're just glad that you were real, Katie. I was beginning to think that you were a figment of Reese's imagination, Rafe said with a grin.
We promise not to scare you off, Katie, Annika added, elbowing her husband in the ribs.
Please, everyone sit, Caroline said, before taking her seat at the far end of the rectangular table from Jonathan. Both younger couples sat beside one another, arranged so the women could chat at one end of the table while the men gathered at the other. Jonathan and Caroline brought the meal out in courses, each with an appropriate wine pairing. Rafe drank sparingly. Opening day of archery season was the following morning, and he had work to do. Reece and Katie had no such obligations. They both joined in the festivities with Thorne, Liz, and the elder Hastingses, enjoying the fine South African vintages. Don't be afraid to try my famous hot sauce, Jonathan reminded the table. Goes great with everything. Don't believe him, Rafe warned. He makes it with homegrown ghost peppers. If you value your taste buds, you'll shy away. The conversation was light and jovial, much of it surrounding humorous stories from Reese's and Rafe's younger days. Does Katie know about your crazy Alaskan adventure, Reece? Jonathan prodded. I don't think I've mentioned it yet, Reece responded.
Alaskan adventure?
Katie asked. Yeah, how long did that insane escapade take you? Rafe teased.
3 months, wasn't it?
64 days, Reece responded, shaking a finger at his friend.
Oh, do tell,
Katie pushed. I'll tell you. Jonathan jumped in, ever the storyteller. Your man here, Katie. He decides he wants to spend some time in Alaska before he ships off for boot camp. His father, Tom, God rest his soul, had a trapper's cabin in the middle of nowhere up there, so Reece had a bit of experience in austere conditions, but of course he wanted to take things to the next bloody level. He decides he wants to trek across... What was it, Reece? The Talkeetna Glacier? Close, Reece smiled, looking sideways at Katie. Doesn't matter. Jonathan continued. This wild bloke decides he's going to head into the Alaskan wilderness, alone. Trek across the Talkeetna Glacier to the, what river was it? No matter, to some glacial river, and then kayak to the ocean.
Kayak? Katie asked.
Where was he going to find a kayak in the middle of the back country? Ha! That's the best part, Katie, Jonathan went on. He pulled it behind him over the snow. You did what? Katie asked, turning her attention back to Reece. Well, I had it tied to me, so if I fell in a crevasse, the idea was that the kayak would slide over the top and I'd be suspended underneath. Then I'd just Jumar up and continue on. Jumar? Katie asked. Ascenders, they allow you to pull yourself up a rope. You can use a smaller piece of line and make your own as well. Best part is, Jonathan said, jumping back into the story, this was before cell phones and set phones and constant connectivity. He tells us and his parents that he'll be back in a month. 64 days later, he comes kayaking into Cook Inlet, none the worse for wear, other than looking like a vagrant. Reece shrugged. It was a good pre-buds workout. And that wasn't the end of it, Jonathan continued. This mountain man then sells his whitewater boat and mountaineering gear, buys a sea kayak, and spends a month island-hopping his way around Prince William Sound. What did you eat? Katie asked. I pulled a lot of the staples behind me in the kayak, potatoes and rice, and I hunted and fished my way across for protein. I had a little .22 in the kayak that I'd use for squirrels and beavers, and a fly rod for trout and Arctic grayling. Once in the Sound, I trolled off the kayak for salmon. I'm surprised you didn't starve to death. Remember, I've seen your fishing abilities, Katie joked. Laughter was a near constant around the table, with Jonathan having an amusing tale to tell about everyone there. As the early evening dinner wore to a close and the air temperature began to drop, the men moved to the fire pit, while the women moved inside. Thorne packed a pipe, knowing his friend would like nothing more than to roll a fresh tobacco cigarette, yet with Caroline so close he wouldn't dare. When the old war horses started discussing their plan for the following day, Reece and Rafe stepped a few feet away. Rafe not wanting the scent of tobacco to negatively impact the next day's hunt. Good luck tomorrow, Reece said. Thanks, buddy. If you're around, I may need help packing the meat out. Well then, I changed my mind. I hope you don't get him, Reece chuckled. I'm planning to take Katie into town in the morning, but we'll zip back if you need me. Reece, his friend began. What were you looking at during dinner? What do you mean? You know what I mean. At times you were here, but you weren't really here. Reece had forgotten how well his blood brother knew him. Nothing. Well, not nothing. Just a feeling. Something's not right. Something's always not right, brother, Rafe offered, scanning the distant tree line. Remember what your dad used to tell us. Trust your instincts, Reece recalled. After everything you've been through, don't let the past ruin your today, Rafe said wisely, nodding toward the main room where Katie sat with the rest of the family. Remember what your dad used to tell us? Reece responded in kind, nodding toward the weathered old Celis scout. He's always full of what he thinks is good advice. Reece's eyes narrowed, and his head turned back toward the shadows. He said it's not paranoia if they're really hunting you. Part 2. The Stalk. Civilized men are more discourteous than savages because they know they can be impolite without having their skulls split, as a general thing. Robert E. Howard, The Tower of the Elephant. Chapter 34. St. Petersburg, Russia. The strain was beginning to wear on Gray, who had scarcely left his desk in days. The plan was contingent upon Reece leaving the ranch, yet he hadn't left the property in 72 hours. Changing the operation at this stage was a recipe for disaster, and would require breaking his self-imposed ban on active electronic communications. Remembering what the duo had done to his mentor and handler with an RPG-32, Gray was beginning to worry. Svetlana made her nightly visit before her departure, tea in hand. This time, however, she carried a cup for herself, which was a first. She set a cup down in front of Gray, who sat at his desk, staring intently at both computer screens before him. He looked up at her with exhausted eyes and snapped his laptop shut. There was something different about her tonight. I brought you some tea, Oliver. Thank you. I see you have some for yourself. May I offer you a touch? Gray lifted the vodka bottle from his drawer. That would be wonderful, Oliver. He poured a finger of the clear liquid into her cup and filled his own to the brim, sipping tentatively to test the temperature.
Why do you work so hard? What is it that can't wait until tomorrow? Something very important. Something that will make them fear me. Anyone who knows how smart you are should fear you. The Americans think that they are so powerful that they fear no one. Ah, you will show them, Oliver. She took a long pull from her own cup and set it down, rising from the chair and walking behind the small man. Her scent filled his nostrils as she began to massage his shoulders with her powerful hands, releasing the tension that had built up over the preceding days. Her hands worked their way up the back of his neck and onto his head, where her fingers made tiny circles on his temples. He let his head fall back with a sigh and closed his eyes. Svetlana leaned forward, pushing her ample bosom into contact with his head, and began rubbing his chest. She smiled as she saw the front of his trousers rise. Gray opened his eyes when she swiveled the desk chair so that he was facing her, his body tensing as she ran her hand to his groin. Such a big, strong boy. No, Svetlana, I can't. Shh, Svetlana will take care of everything. You be a good boy. She pulled open her blouse, exposing her breasts, which Gray immediately began to grope and kiss. She pulled her skirt up and sat on his lap, breathing heavily in his ear as she ground herself into him. He gasped audibly and his body quivered and lurched forward, nearly knocking Svetlana from the chair. I'm sorry. He pushed her from his lap, a dark stain visible on the leg of his tailored slacks. Unable to look at her, Gray stood uncomfortably for a moment before hurrying from the room. Svetlana did not hesitate. She pulled a USB drive from the pocket of her skirt and quickly inserted it into the port on his laptop. She walked to the office door and stole a look down the hallway. A small LED on the drive flashed red as the device downloaded the contents of the computer's hard drive. Svetlana walked out to her own desk and shuffled around as she kept an eye toward the restrooms. Picking up her phone, she sent a text message before dropping it back into her purse. When she heard footsteps in the hallway, she returned to Gray's office and palmed the USB drive. She was straightening his chair when he returned, his eyes averted. She wrapped him in a warm hug, holding his face to her chest. Good night, my sweet Oliver. She kissed the side of his head and walked from his office. That evening, a young man rang the doorbell at her apartment. When she answered, he handed her a bag of carry-out food. Inside a wad of paper money, Svetlana passed him the USB drive. Within an hour, the contents of the drive were being exploited by a trusted team of technicians from Directorate 1 of the SVR, the Office of Russian Intelligence that specialized in digital forensics and cyber exploitation. Chapter 35. SVR Headquarters, Moscow. By the time Alexander Zharkov reached his desk at 8 o'clock a.m., the report from St. Petersburg was already in his inbox. His attention was diverted by a mild crisis in Damascus that morning, so he didn't get a chance to open the document until the afternoon. The cover sheet summarized the raw intelligence and made reference to both the source of the information as well as some of the more relevant documents recovered from the subject's hard drive. Svetlana had performed beautifully, just as he'd known she would. The Russian intelligence services were the best in the world when it came to manipulating subjects using sex, and the psychological analysis of Oliver Gray had been spot on. Alexander had pulled in all information on Gray going back to the original paper files when he was first spotted, assessed, and developed by the Soviet-era GRU before his recruitment by the late Vasily Andrenov. It was always amusing to Alexander when he saw state documents marked with stars, hammers, and scythes, the pseudo-religious emblems of communism. Upon their re-examination of Gray's records, the SVR's psychoanalytical team had come up with a secondary diagnosis, one that went deeper than the obvious father issues. As a result of his father's absence and eventual abandonment, his mother had overcompensated and inadvertently created an unhealthy relationship with her son. He was unable to connect with women his own age or younger because deep down, he still hungered for a mother. Svetlana had been successful in earning Gray's trust and bringing his repressed gerontophilia to the surface.
Alexander had placed Svetlana, one of his most experienced assets, into his father's business more than a decade ago, and she had consistently provided him with accurate, timely, and relevant updates on the activities of his father and brothers ever since. He double-clicked on a PowerPoint file titled Montana Op Ord and began scanning the pages. He quickly realized that the operation in question had already been put into motion. He scrolled to the profile on the targets. He recognized the name of Lieutenant Commander James Reece, U.S. Navy, retired, immediately, thanks to the widespread media coverage of his attack on a ring of conspirators responsible for the deaths of his family and SEALs under his command. The SVR had actually tried to locate Reece after his disappearance in an attempt to recruit him and offer him the chance to defect, but had been unsuccessful in tracking him down. Alexander also knew that Reece was suspected in the death of former Russian intelligence official Vasily Andrenov, though nothing had been proven. It was obvious from the intelligence package that his father's new asset had organized a Bratva hit team to kill James Reece, either in retaliation for the Andrenov assassination or before Reece could mount an offensive of his own against Gray. The second target was more of a mystery. Rafe Hastings, also a retired SEAL officer, was a resident of western Montana. The African-born Hastings owned an outfitting business and had made a name for himself as a builder of fine custom hunting rifles. Hastings was apparently married to the daughter of a billionaire oil and gas man who'd previously served in the U.S. Congress. Could it be him? Alexander, ever the hunter, was an avid reader of outdoor magazines published around the globe. He had become mildly obsessed with a columnist who wrote occasionally under the pseudonym of S. Rainsford, a nod to the protagonist of Richard Connell's 1924 short story, The Most Dangerous Game. The columns were the author's first-hand accounts of his solo Montana backcountry hunts, told in brilliant detail. Unlike most of the glorified advertising that passed as outdoor journalism these days, whoever Rainsford was, he was a hunter. Alexander pulled up the background check via Russian intelligence channels he'd requested a few months back. They had failed to identify an S. Rainsford, but had compiled a list of 24 possibles. Riflemaker and hunting outfitter Rafe Hastings was on that list. Alexander leaned back in his chair and tilted his head toward the ceiling. S. Rainsford. Now he would be a formidable adversary. Adding his friend James Reece to the draw would be the hunt of a lifetime. Alexander had once managed to attract a famous hunter from the States to hunt brown bear with him on the Kamchatka Peninsula. Despite the way he was portrayed in his articles and television series, the man was actually hopeless without a guide. When Alexander turned the tables and made him the prey, he wept and begged before becoming desperately lost. His ineptitude and lack of spirit took almost all of the pleasure out of the hunt. Alexander had seen better woodsmanship from Moscow prostitutes than he had from the overweight American. Rainsford and Lieutenant Commander Reece would be fighters. Finally, a challenge. Alexander made his decision. He pulled an aging paper Rolodex from his desk drawer and searched for a number that he hadn't dialed in ages. Chapter 36. Coomba Ranch, Flathead Valley, Montana. The sun would rise at 6:55 a.m. Rafe had been awake since 4 a.m. He turned off his alarm so as not to disturb his pregnant wife and slipped out of bed. He sipped black coffee as he dressed in a light wool shirt and pants, pulled on a knit stocking cap, and laced his buffalo hide Courtney boots. Everything he wore was designed for maximum mobility and stealth. With the prospect of running into a grizzly bear, a real one, Rafe slipped his inherited 1911 handgun into the leather holster behind his right hip. He remembered his dad's joke about .45 caliber pistols and giant predators. "Why do you file off the front sight of your 1911 when going into bear country?" his father had asked. "So it doesn't hurt as much when the grizzly shoves it up your ass." Rafe had never found it very funny. It was only a 10-minute drive from his home, He made the trip with just his parking lights on so as not to spook game or ruin his night vision. He donned his pack, picked up his recurve bow and quiver, and stood silently in the darkness to acclimate himself to the sounds of the pre-dawn morning and confirm the speed and direction of the light breeze. The morning was cool, but there was no frost. Satisfied, he began the hike toward his glassing spot. He wanted to be in position to observe the buck well before the first rays of light illuminated the valley. With practiced efficiency, he climbed the steep grade, the simple tire soles of his boots legendary for quiet stalking. At 40, Rafe was in the best shape of his life, and given the field in which he'd spent the early part of adulthood, that was saying something. The sky was just starting to lighten to the east, the nighttime display of stars washed away by the first rays of sunlight. He set himself up for a long morning of glassing, arranging his tripod and spotting scope before pulling an apple from his pack. He took a bite as he swung the powerful scope toward the buck's lair, its coated German lenses gathering every bit of ambient light. The buck should have been out feeding on the mountainside at this point in the relative safety of the darkness, but there was no sign of him. He pulled up his binoculars and began to scan, trading magnification for the wider field of view. Nothing. The slight change in temperature would not be enough to move the animal from his summer range, so that wasn't it. It wouldn't be the first time that he'd watched an animal for weeks only for it to disappear the moment that the hunting season opened. Prey species seemed to have a sixth sense when it came to the hunt. Rafe thought about his conversation with Reece the previous evening and took an extra moment to survey the high ground behind him before turning his attention back to the scope. As the sky turned from gray to pink, it became increasingly obvious that the buck had left his hide. Something had spooked him. Wolves, maybe? It was conceivable. Poacher? Not out of the realm of possibility. Rafe needed to adapt. The wind was still light but steady, and the thermals wouldn't be much of a factor this early in the day. It was time to move. The son of Rhodesia packed his spotting scope and picked up his bow before setting out quietly down the draw. Rafe's tracking mentor had been a master. Melusi was a member of the Matabele tribe, a Bantu offshoot of the powerful Zulus. The Matabele people were defeated in battle by the Dutch Afrikaners and were effectively banished to what is now Zimbabwe. Like all great African trackers, Melusi spent his childhood tending the herd, responsible for protecting the family's cattle, sheep, and goats from neighboring tribes or predatory animals. With no fences to contain their herds, Melusi and his peers would spend their days tracking each wandering animal by its spoor. It was a tremendous responsibility to place upon a child, but Melusi had a nearly supernatural gift for reading the ground and quickly took to his job. Melusi had taught Rafe to read sign from a young age, in much the same way he was taught by his own elders. One of Melusi's favorite tricks was to take Rafe to a salt lick, where animals of various species would gather to consume the valuable mineral. Melusi would squat in silence, smoking a hand-rolled cigarette, while Rafe pointed out each individual animal's tracks. He would nod as Rafe called out each name in English, Shona, and Ndebele. By age 6, Rafe could tell a waterbuck track from that of a kudu, and before he was 8, he could tell the age of a track to within a few hours. He was able to read animal spoor in the wilderness the way an urbanite used street signs. Rafe's tracking skills had brought more than a few Taliban and Iraqi insurgents to an untimely end, and had earned him the respect of the hunting guides with whom he worked. The buck's sign was everywhere, thanks to the many weeks he'd spent sleeping, eating, urinating, and defecating in the immediate area. Rafe made increasingly widening circles, searching for a track that led away from the site. He found it on the uphill side of the bedding spot, near the rock slide that made up the ridgeline. He saw the deep impressions of the buck's hooves as he hopped in the manner unique to an alarmed mule deer. Something had spooked him. Rafe hadn't seen any wolf or grizzly sign in the area, nor had he heard any wolves howling recently. No one other than family or friends had permission to be on the property, so he shouldn't have been startled by another hunter. Rafe took a seat and glassed the surrounding terrain, looking for any sign of what might have spooked the deer.
After nearly 30 minutes of searching, he picked up his bow and began to follow the trail. Even a good tracker would have lost him in the rocks, but Rafe's skill had long since progressed beyond simply good. He went to his hands and knees and was able to make out the disturbed lichen on the rocks. Once over the knife edge of the ridgeline, the animal's path took it through the thick summer grasses, where his trail was more visible to the trained eye. It was difficult to tell how long the tracks had been there, but he estimated that they were at least a few hours old. The stems of grass were beginning to return to their natural position after being folded downward by the buck's passing. Rafe stood back up. He was on the stalk. Chapter 37. Central Intelligence Agency, Langley, Virginia. Vic Rodriguez dialed Reese's number for the 5th time, and as usual, it went straight to voicemail. He'd received an emergency call that morning from Craig Flynn, a retired CIA officer who had previously served as the Moscow station chief. Flynn had been contacted by a senior official in the Russian SVR named Alexander Zharkov, whom he had known from his Moscow posting but had not heard from in years. Director Zharkov claimed to have come across information on a Russian mafia operation underway in Montana to kill James Reece and Rafe Hastings. Due to the time-sensitive nature of the intelligence, he said there was not time to go through official channels. Because of Flynn's history with Director Zharkov, he assessed the information to be credible. Flynn had worked with Reese's father in an operation to extract a doctor from Czechoslovakia during the Cold War, so he instantly recognized the name James Reece. Though now retired, Flynn still had close connections at Langley, including the director of the Special Activities Division. Changing tactics, Vic hit the intercom button on his phone. "Valerie, connect me to the Flathead County Sheriff's Department in Montana." Reece showered and made the necessary preparations to keep his promise to take Katie into town. The plan was to have a late breakfast, walk around a bit, and decide whether to stay in town for lunch or get something for the road and head over to Glacier National Park. Clouds had moved in overnight. Fall seemed to be kicking at the door. They each carried a mug of Black Rifle's finest coffee as they left the cabin and climbed into Reese's Land Cruiser. Katie was even trying hers, spruced up the way Reece took his, with local honey and a bit of cream. She found it endlessly amusing that the tough commando liked his coffee a bit on the sweet side. Making the turn onto the paved highway, Reece thought back to his conversation with Thorne a couple of weeks ago, and with Rafe the previous evening. It just might be time to start a new chapter, one that did not involve U.S. intelligence covert action programs. It might be time to start a new life with Katie. For Dmitri and his team, watching Rafe Hastings move into and out of his daily glassing spot had become routine. At any point they could have initiated the ambush, but until word came from Vitya, all they could do was observe. Today was different. He'd arrived far earlier than normal. The men watched as he readied his gear by the light of his headlamp before leaving the vehicle. Then, instead of looking through his scope for a few minutes and returning to his truck, Hastings packed his gear and moved into the valley that he'd so painstakingly observed under the team's watchful eye. Dmitri also noticed that he carried a different weapon today, an ancient-looking bow with a small quiver of arrows. One man with a bow, against 6 with rifles. He had watched his share of American Western films on television to know how those odds had worked out for the Indians. Dmitri stared at the sat phone, willing it to ring. He didn't know where the target was going, but sooner or later he would return to his Land Rover. When he did, they would be waiting. The sun rose, and the valley was soon bathed in an orange glow. He thought of the gray walls of his prison cell back home, the screaming, the blood. The phone vibrated. He answered it and listened as Vitya informed him that they would be initiating their ambush in just a few minutes. He'd grown to like the man and was appreciative of the heads-up. There was a decision to make. Should he wait here for Hastings to return? What if the attack raised the alarm and the American military or police came with their helicopters? No. He needed to move in on the target and take him out. It was time.
Dmitri slipped the phone into his pack and pulled it on over his shoulders as he stood. His men didn't need to be told to do the same, and soon they were all patrolling past Hastings' vehicle, 6 abreast. Hastings had a head start of several hours, but was surely trekking slowly as he stalked whatever prey he was after. Dmitri only hunted men. It felt good to be moving after so much waiting. His legs felt strong as he climbed the ridge, the rifle light in his hands. Dmitri watched his men with pride. Dressed in surplus American camouflage uniforms and moving with speed and discipline, they could almost pass for soldiers. He called a halt as they approached the first ridge, and he crept carefully forward to reconnoiter the next valley. He could see the marks where the legs of Hastings's tripod had dug into the soil, and he raised his binoculars to scan the space below him. Satisfied that the target had gone ahead, he waved his men forward. Vitya saw the vehicle move on the screen and quickly dialed Tanya using the burner cell phone that he'd brought along for the occasion. The signal was good on the high ground, and she answered after 3 rings. They spoke in English. "Hello? Is Dan there? I'm sorry, you have the wrong number. My apologies." He pressed the end button, terminating the call. He whistled, getting his men's attention quickly. Their chronic boredom quickly became excitement as they moved down into their prepared ambush positions near the road. Vitya and the rest of his 4-man assault team were situated on the long side of the L, with the 2-man support by fire element carefully crossing the road to a position perpendicular to the target vehicle's route. When he slowed the SUV to make the turn, Vitya would initiate the ambush with the IED. The vehicle would take fully automatic fire from the front and side, with 180 rounds in the first volley alone. No one in an unarmored vehicle would survive it. Vitya watched the iPad impatiently as the target drove along the ranch roads. Just as it turned onto the highway, Tanya pulled up in her blue 2003 Jetta. She parked the vehicle on the road's narrow shoulder and, as she'd been instructed, popped the hood. She stood helplessly in front of the vehicle wearing yoga pants and a tight tank top, hands placed on her hips. Assuming that chivalry was not yet dead in this northwestern part of the country, they were counting on their target stopping to assist the attractive motorist in apparent distress. Vitya watched the red dot accelerate on the asphalt highway and knew from experience that it would be in the kill zone in less than 5 minutes. He moved the selector switch on his AKM to the Cyrillic marking for full auto and set it down on the bed of pine straw beside him. Pulling the M57 firing device from his pocket, he connected it to the trailing end of the wire that led to the Claymore mine's blasting cap. Only the small wire safety bail stood between the device's handle and a catastrophic explosion. He looked at each of the men on the assault team and received nervous but ready nods from them. He couldn't see the camouflaged figures of his second element, but was confident that they were in place. Everyone knew their jobs. Vitya looked at his watch. He needed to give Dmitri a heads up that the ambush was about to be initiated. Even in the unlikely event that their communications were being monitored, there wouldn't be enough time for anyone to stop them. He pulled the sat phone from his pouch and pressed the preset key that would place a call to Dmitri's identical unit. He held the device to his ear as he waited for it to connect to the satellite in orbit. Once the call went through, Dmitri answered almost instantly. "Yeah? We will initiate in 5 minutes. Be ready." "Understood." Looking back at the iPad, he saw that the target was 2 minutes out. He fiddled nervously with the mine's firing device, shifting it from one hand to the other. He heard the high-pitched whine of a diesel motor climbing the rise, and a shot of panic gripped his chest. Reece didn't drive a diesel. The driver let off the accelerator as the vehicle crested the rise, and a blue flatbed F-250 pickup rolled into view. Whoever was driving had seen Tanya and was rolling to a stop in the kill zone. The driver pulled onto the shoulder opposite her Volkswagen and left the truck idling as he stepped down onto the pavement. A tall, mustached man in his 50s and wearing jeans, boots, and a denim jacket approached Tanya, no doubt offering his assistance. They were too far away for Vitya to hear their conversation. Her body language told the story. She dismissed the man with a wave of her hand, no doubt telling him that help was on the way. The man lingered persistently. Whether it was out of a genuine desire to help or because of Tanya's tank top did not matter to Vitya. He needed this cowboy to get the hell out of the way. His eye moved back to the iPad, where the dot rounded the final bend before it would make its way up to the hill where they waited in ambush. This changed nothing. He would blow the mine and initiate the ambush, no matter what. Reece gripped the wheel with both hands as he steered up the steep grade ahead, driving slower than normal so as not to alarm his passenger. He let up on the gas pedal and let the cruiser coast over the rise. Spotting two vehicles pulled off the side of the road ahead of him. From a distance, it looked like a female with car trouble and a man who'd stopped to help. It was nice to be back in a place where people actually cared about their fellow citizens. On cue, his iPhone came alive with the various indicators of the modern age as he entered the service area. Ordinarily, he would sneak a look at his phone to see whether there were any messages from Katie, but with her by his side, there was no reason. She had a real job and was far more accustomed to living in a connected world, and, despite enjoying a well-needed respite from life's distractions, she fished her phone from her purse when she heard it come alive. Reece was taken by surprise when the phone actually began to ring through the vehicle's hands-free Bluetooth system, private number showing up on the LCD screen on the dash. Reece pressed the screen to decline the call, not interested in talking to anyone who wasn't currently riding with him. The phone rang again, and that sixth sense he'd been trying to ignore all morning forced him to answer it. He pressed the green icon to answer the call. Hello? Reece, it's Vic. Where are you? Despite their history, receiving a personal call from the head of the CIA's Special Activities Division wasn't exactly routine. Reece leaned slightly forward in his seat. I'm in Montana, heading into town. What's happening? No time to explain. There's a Russian mafia plan to hit you and Rafe Hastings. It's happening today. Reece looked at the cars parked beside the road and considered the sharp curve ahead. He slammed on the brakes, sending Katie forward until her progress was arrested by the seatbelt. The jolt slung her phone out of her hand, and it crashed into the floorboard at her feet. Get down, Reece yelled, pushing her head down below the dashboard. He put the cruiser in reverse, and the powerful engine revved as the tires spun, finally catching as the SUV lurched to the rear. Smoke billowed from the off-road tires as Reece executed a textbook J-turn, sliding the vehicle from reverse to forward in a fraction of the time it would take to make a three-point turn. The rear window of the cruiser exploded in a shower of tempered glass as a burst of 7.62mm rounds from a member of the support element raked the back of the vehicle. Reece pushed his foot to the floor and took advantage of all 430 horses as he sped away from the kill zone. Are you okay? He asked, looking at Katie for any sign of injury. What? Are you hit? No, I don't think so. What was that? You just survived your first ambush. My first? She asked, thinking back to the time that a taxi driver had opened fire on the two of them on a Los Angeles sidewalk. Good point. You're second. Reece, you okay? It was Vic's voice coming through the speakers. Yes, sir. You with Rafe? No, I'm with Katie. Roger that. The phone lost signal as they drove down the hill at almost 100 miles per hour. Katie, I need you to reach behind the seat. There's a rifle mounted to the back of it. Grab it and put it next to me. Katie unbuckled and turned around, returning with the rifle that Rafe had put in the truck for his friend, just in case. Reece knew it was loaded, but took his right hand off the steering wheel to perform a quick press check. He slid it to where he could access it quickly and, without looking, turned the knob on the left side of the scope to illuminate the reticle. He reached for the radio mic hanging on the dash and pressed the talk button. Reece for Rafe, over. Static. Rafe. Rafe, come in, over. Nothing. Reece to Kumba Base, over. Reece to anyone on this channel, this is an emergency, over. No response. Rafe was too far from the main road to hear the gunfire, and they were too far from the ranch to be in radio range. It would take them a few minutes until they were inside the repeater network that allowed the ranch staff to maintain contact while on the property. Reece pushed the cruiser to the maximum speed that its low gear ratio would allow, the knobby tires propelling them back toward Kumba. Chapter 38. St. Petersburg, Russia.
Gray stared excitedly at the screen of his desktop, watching the signal from the Iridium GPS indicator steer toward the ambush site. It wouldn't be long now. Svetlana had made an excuse not to stay late, which suited him just fine. He couldn't stomach the embarrassment of his recent performance and pushed his sexual attraction for her to the back of his mind. He felt a tinge of jealousy for the men who would send Reece to his grave, men who had no grievance with the SEAL commander. To Gray, it was personal, while to these men, who would get to see the action up close, it was a professional job. The dot made its way to the highway, and Gray shifted nervously. He crossed and uncrossed his legs and wrung his sweaty palms. The dot finally began to climb the hill. He rose to his feet, pushed his chair backward, and leaned forward with his hands on the desk. The dot moved to the top of the terrain feature and began to slow. Then it stopped. He willed the dot forward, first silently and now vocally. Go! Go! Move forward! Keep going! The dot began to move backward, first slowly and then more rapidly away from the well-laid ambush. No! No! Gray snatched the phone from its cradle on his desk and dialed the number from the post-it note on the side of his monitor. It took forever to connect, and then rang several times before there was an exasperated answer in English with a thick Russian accent. What? What happened? Gray shouted. I don't know. Some cowboys stopped to help right in the kill zone. Then the target stopped and took off. Did you fire? Not until he drove away. Shit! What do you want us to do? Call the other team and tell them to execute. Move to the ranch house. Kill the primary target. Wait, just kill everyone, he yelled into the receiver. We don't have a vehicle. The girl drove away and isn't answering her phone. Shit! Gray slammed the phone, ending the call. A few valleys away, Rafe knelt at the track in the sand, its crisp outline indicating its extreme freshness. The droppings in front of it were still glistening with moisture. The deer's gait had changed to a relaxed meander as he'd increased the distance between himself and whatever had startled him from his lair. With a flick of his wrist, Rafe shook a cotton infant sock, sending a small white puff of the talcum powder inside into the air. The light breeze blew the powder back and slightly to his left, indicating he still had the wind in his favor. He moved into a prone position and slid his body forward so that he could see into the open valley below him. It was one of the largest meadows on Kumba, a grassy bowl hundreds of yards across that was intersected by small creeks and a few scattered trunks from ancient toppled pines that were bleached nearly white by their exposure to the sun's rays. Slowly, he pulled the strap of his binoculars, bringing them within reach. He painstakingly searched the valley through the 10x lenses, systematically searching each quadrant of ground before moving his focus to the next. 10 minutes into the exercise, he saw it. The flick of an ear. The buck had bedded behind one of the fallen pines, its body concealed by the trunk and its massive antlers blending in perfectly with the single remaining branch that jutted skyward from the tree. But for that tiny movement, Rafe never would have seen him. Finding the deer was the first step. Now he had to make a plan to work himself within range. He traced a muddy creek bed backward from near the buck's position and figured that it would give him just enough terrain to crawl beneath the deer's line of sight. If he could make his way to the creek without being spotted, and could crawl the length of it without being heard, and if the wind didn't shift to blow his stalk, he might have a shot. He rolled to one side and shrugged off his pack, taking only his bow and quiver and what little was strapped to his body. He unclipped the Motorola two-way radio from his belt and laid it on top of the pack before backing over the ledge and out of sight of the valley below. He walked bent at the waist and to the left to put him in position to move down the ridge behind the buck. It gave him the wind's full advantage and made it less likely that the deer would spot his movement in its peripheral vision. Melusi would be proud. Chapter 39. Reece took his foot off the accelerator as they approached the ranch entrance and steered the cruiser through the steel gate that was visible from the road. The truck rumbled over the welded pipes of the cattle gap
and he punched the gas. He picked up the radio mic and made his third attempt at contact. "Reece, for Rafe, over." It would make sense that Rafe would have his radio turned down, assuming that he was still hunting. "Reece to Kumba Base, over." He waited a few seconds before repeating the call. "Reece to Kumba Base, over."
"Kumba Base here, go ahead, Reece."
It was the voice of Caroline Hastings. "Kumba Base, we have an emergency. Tears on Kumba, over. I repeat, tears on Kumba." He used the old Rhodesian vernacular for terrorist, which was a term that, as a veteran of the Bush Wars home front, Caroline was more than familiar with.
"Roger, Reece. We will lock down here, over."
"Is Utalivu with you, over?" Reece asked, using the Shona nickname for Rafe, in case they were being monitored. There was a long pause.
"Negative, Reece, over."
"Roger that. I'm bringing my friend to you for safekeeping, over."
"Roger."
Reece drove at the absolute limits of his and the vehicle's abilities. As he skidded the Toyota to a stop next to the main house, he saw Jonathan, Liz, Thorne, Caroline, and Annika rush to meet him. Jonathan was carrying what looked like his old wartime FAL rifle at a high port, its crude green and brown baby shit camouflage paint job still evident after nearly 3 decades. He wore his daily work attire of boots, jeans, and a western shirt, but with a faded nylon chest rig strapped across his chest. His face was alert and his eyes were bright. He was in his element. Thorne had his bolt-action deer rifle in hand. Caroline carried a classic Bruneau Model 602 in one hand, its muzzle pointed skyward with her elbow locked into her hip. She stood beside Annika protectively, a stoic look on her face indicating that this wasn't the first time that she'd protected the family's home from armed men with bad intentions. She rushed to open the door for Katie and wrapped her with her free arm as she climbed from the SUV. "Reece, what's happened?" Jonathan asked. "Not sure, sir. Katie and I received a call from the CIA on our way into town. They missed us, but not by much. The information we received says this is Russian mafia, and they are here for me and for Rafe. I am so sorry. Never mind that now, son," Jonathan said, taking command. "It sounds like they're just after the boys, but you never know. Caroline, it's just like the old days. You know what to do. Thorne, Liz, you stay here. There are ARs in the gun safe and a stack of loaded magazines next to them. Grab them and keep them close, in case those bastards get in the house. Annika, Katie, get in the vault and arm yourselves, but only lock yourselves in as a last resort in case these tears try to burn you out. We'll be back as soon as we get Rafe." All nodded in unison, and Caroline led the other women quickly toward the house. "Hop in," Reece said. The older man nodded and opened the back door of the cruiser. He put 2 fingers in his mouth and whistled loudly. "Zulu, come!" On cue, the family hound came bounding around the corner of the house and jumped into the SUV without hesitation. Jonathan took a seat, the muzzle of his rifle resting between his feet. As soon as he slammed the passenger door, Reece hit the gas, spitting gravel as the cruiser fishtailed down the driveway. Chapter 40. Rafe's feet were soaked and numb from stalking through the icy creek. It was the only way to stay below the buck's vision. He moved at a painfully slow pace to reduce the noise signature, the glacial stream freezing his calves. When he was within 100 yards of the deer, he set down his bow and moved carefully onto the grassy bank. He unlaced his boots and set them aside on the dry land. Ordinarily, he would have made his final stalk wearing just his wool socks, but given their saturation, he was afraid that they might make a squishing sound, betraying his presence. He removed them as well and laid them out on the stalks of grass to air-dry. He pulled the knit wool cap from his head and tore a handful of vegetation from the ground. Weaving the long strands into the fabric, he transformed the simple hat into a crown of local camouflage. He was on all fours now, crawling in the long grass the way he'd watched lionesses hunt in Africa. He wondered for a moment how many men had crawled through this same valley, bow or atlatl in hand, in pursuit of deer, elk, or even mammoths. It wasn't uncommon to find the flint artifacts of hunters past when the soil on the ranch was turned over by spring rains. He pulled the powder-filled sock from his hip pocket and gave it a shake to test the wind. It was light, but holding. He slipped it away and continued his slow crawl, his bow in his right hand. He put his weight on his knuckles so as not to damage the bow as he moved. He was slow going, but now was not the time to rush. Sneaking a peek, he saw that he was 60 yards from the branches of the fallen pine.
A good shooter with a compound bow could take a shot on an animal of this size from where he knelt, but with a recurve, even an archer of his talents needed to cut that figure in half. Rafe eased back into a crawl and began to close the final yards. 40 yards. He slipped an arrow from the leather-covered quiver attached to the bow's frame and carefully knocked it onto the braided bowstring. He held the bow in his left hand, his pointer finger holding the arrow securely on its rest. In 10 more yards, Rafe would rise to both knees to keep his hips on a level plane and bring the bow to full draw. The buck would stand up and Rafe would have a split second to release the shot before the animal bounded out of range. His breathing was rapid, and his mind was totally focused on the next move, the next soft spot to place his hands and knees. Despite the cool morning temperatures, rivulets of sweat ran down his face. To Rafe, there was no feeling more natural, more human, than the stalk. He wrapped 2 fingers of his right hand around the string and purposefully relaxed his left hand's grip on the bow. His body rose slowly but deliberately, his eyes focused on the spot where he knew the buck's shoulder would be. Rafe's head was just clearing the crest of the grass stalks when he saw the buck lurch to his feet. It was always shocking how big these animals were at close range. Rafe froze. Something had spooked the buck, but his focus was over Rafe's head, toward the ridge behind him. The 6th sense. Morphing from hunter to warrior in less than a second, he sprinted forward as the ground around him came alive, eruptions of dirt showering upward and the unmistakable crack of supersonic rifle rounds passing nearby. Instincts hardwired from nearly 2 decades of sustained combat took over. His hands released the bow as he sprinted toward the tree that had been the buck's hiding spot, the Colt coming effortlessly from its leather holster as he ran. He could hear the incoming rounds chewing into the earth around him. Halfway to the tree, he dove the remaining yards, his body going fully horizontal as it flew for the only available cover. He hit hard on his belly and knees and rolled back the way he'd come, pressing his body against the trunk of ponderosa pine. Rounds impacted the thick wood fibers, but thanks to the velocity they'd lost on their way to the target, none penetrated completely through. There was no why me or why now clogging the former commando's consciousness. Instead, he was entirely focused on prevailing. He was lying on his side, body parallel to the trunk of the tree. He turned his head to ensure that no one was moving in on the ridge behind him. Take a breath. Look around. Make a call. Rafe took a moment to take stock of the situation. Multiple bad guys with Kalashnikovs. He'd been shot at by them enough times to know exactly what they sounded like. No sign of a belt fed, which was good news. He hoped that they didn't have an RPG. If there was a sniper among them, he'd already be dead, which meant they probably didn't have anything more capable than AKs or AKMs. He had a handgun that was designed when Taft was in the White House. It held 7 rounds in the magazine and 1 in the chamber. 2 more magazines were stowed in a leather pouch on his belt. The ridgeline where the fire was coming from was an honest 300 yards from his position, and it was farther, almost 500 to the next ridge behind him. He was essentially in the bottom of a gigantic bowl, hiding behind one of the only available pieces of cover. It wasn't good, but it could have been worse. It can always be worse. The creeks, such as the one through which he had just waded, all flowed into a swampy area to his left, which would be chest-high with water at the moment. That meant that when these guys started trying to flank him, they would have to do so from his right. The volume of fire coming his way became more sporadic as his attackers began to change magazines. He could hear someone yelling in a language other than English, no doubt their leader taking command of the situation. He must have directed them to conserve ammunition because the full auto bursts were replaced with a steady stream of semi-automatic fire designed to keep him in place so that they could maneuver to make the kill. Rafe low-crawled to the extreme left end of the log and slowly began to ease his way forward until he could see one of the shooters. The first figure was prone, the dust from his rifle's muzzle blast giving away his position. He continued to push himself forward with his toes as he brought his 1911 to bear, searching for a larger target at this extreme range. The third figure he spotted must have been the leader. He was up on one knee, directing the other members of the team with his left arm. Rafe was in what was known as the rollover prone position, an incredibly steady way to shoot a handgun.
The distance would have been unfathomable to most shooters, but Rafe's dedication to training with the 1911 at extreme handgun ranges was about to pay off. His thumb pushed down on the safety unconsciously as his hands brought the pistol to full extension. His eyes found the serrated front sight and held it at the midway point of the target's torso, the steel blade rising halfway above the rear notch to accommodate for the distance. He exhaled deeply and trusted the area wobble of his sights, all focus on the front post as his finger pressed evenly back against the trigger. The shot broke, and he completed his follow-through before shifting his eyes to the target in case a correction was needed. His ears registered the hollow sound of a large bullet slapping flesh, and he saw the distinctive Russian weapon drop to the ground. Reece raced down the dirt roads with both hands on the wheel, Jonathan directing him at each turn. He was familiar with the ranch, but no one knew the land the way Jonathan did. Reece could see Rafe's parked Land Rover as they came around a tight bend, and Jonathan motioned for him to stop. He rolled down the window to listen, and Reece shut off the motor. They heard the unmistakable sound of rifle fire in the distance. Jonathan considered the terrain for a moment and pointed forward on the track. "Drive up to this ridge and drop me off. You continue down this road and you'll likely come up on whoever is after Rafe. I know you can handle yourself." Reece cranked the motor and sped up the incline ahead. The road took them up a ridge line that ran parallel to the direction of the gunfire. The ridge appeared to be the highest terrain feature in the area, so Reece would most likely come in above the action. Several hundred yards up the ridge, Jonathan motioned for Reece to slow down. He opened the passenger door while the cruiser was still rolling and prepared to bail out. As soon as the vehicle stopped, his boots were on the ground. Zulu jumped between the seats and followed her master out the door. Reece sped forward. He rolled all of the windows down and, thanks to the cruiser's effective exhaust system, could hear the gunfire clearly over the engine. By the sound of it, he was getting close. He braked to a halt just below the military crest of the next hill. He grabbed his carbine and climbed out of the SUV. Running to the rear of the vehicle, he opened the back hatch to retrieve a small backpack before moving on foot toward the sound of the guns.
Chapter 41. The tempo of fire increased, indicating the flank had begun. This was Small Unit Tactics 101. One element provides a base of fire to fix the enemy in place, while the second element moves to close the distance and gain an improved fighting position. The covering team then leapfrogs ahead and takes up the next advantageous position until everyone on the objective is dead. Downrange, if found in such a scenario, against a numerically superior force, Rafe and his team would have used all of their firepower, as well as whatever fire support was available, to break contact with the enemy. This was different. He had no team, no real firepower, and certainly no fire support. Oh, to have a radio and an AC-130 gunship circling overhead right now. He turned his body around so that his head was facing the right side of the tree and eased his way forward, ever so slightly gaining an angle on the opposing ridge. The lead figure was running obliquely downhill toward Rafe at somewhere past 150 yards, AKM swinging as he sprinted forward. Rafe lay prone, his abdomen flat on the ground and his body aligned with the moving figure. He waited for the attacker to stop, since even he couldn't hit a moving target at this distance. The man took cover behind a boulder that left only his head exposed, and immediately began raining accurate fire on Rafe's position. Rafe fired quickly, rushing the shot just a bit, and saw dust fly in the man's face as his bullet impacted the rock. He fired another round and slid back behind his rapidly disappearing cover just as a burst of fire stitched the ground in front of him, sending clods of dirt and pine fragments into his face. Rafe was about out of time. Another assaulter got a little too confident as he bounded past his team member behind the boulder, taking a knee in a spot high enough to allow him a direct line of fire into Rafe's position. He was rewarded with a hard ball to the lung that quickly took him out of the fight. These men were not fanatical fedayeen hopped up on amphetamines. They were street thugs used to getting by on bravado and intimidation. Rafe didn't know how many men he was up against, but it sounded like fewer than 10. He'd hit at least 2 of them. Still, the odds weren't good. Taking advantage of the moment, Rafe pulled a fresh magazine from his pouch and performed a tactical reload. He stuck the partially loaded mag in the back pocket of his pants, where he could reach it if necessary. The fire was intense, with multiple shooters putting rounds directly into Rafe's position. Only his attacker's mediocre marksmanship skills and a slight dip in the ground were keeping him from getting hit. He made himself as small a target as possible, hugging every inch of the terrain as rounds hissed and cracked over his head and pounded the ground in front of him. There was a lull as one of the shooter's magazines ran dry, and Rafe snuck a peek. 2 men were bounding into within 100 yards at a dead sprint. He snapped off 2 rounds in their direction, which sent them diving for cover. He didn't think about the fact that he'd survived multiple combat deployments targeting Al-Qaeda and ISIS and was about to get killed on his own ranch in Montana. Nor did he think about his pregnant wife just a few miles away. Instead, he thought about improving his fighting position and exploiting every technical and tactical advantage he could. If this was his last stand, he wasn't going to make it easy on them. The teams had a saying, "Don't rush to your death." There was hardly ever a good reason to go barging into a target at full speed without carefully assessing the situation. The one big exception was a hostage rescue mission where safety was sacrificed for speed in the name of protecting the hostage. There was another exception, when your friends were in trouble. From the sound of it, Rafe was in a really bad spot. Reece heard at least a half-dozen rifles firing from multiple positions, interrupted only by the occasional pop of what must have been Rafe's .45. He slowed his progress just for a second as he reached the top of the ridge and crawled the final few yards so as not to silhouette himself at the peak. The noise from the rifle fire rose abruptly as he cleared the rise, the sound waves no longer absorbed by earth and trees. Reece saw a group of 3 men ahead, bounding toward the only piece of cover in the valley below. There was no time to make a more thorough assessment. They were moments away from overrunning Rafe's position. He had a pair of range-finding binoculars in his pack, but he wasn't going to waste precious seconds retrieving it. Reece estimated the camouflage-clad shooters to be about 300 yards away, so he dialed the scope's magnification to 6 power and found a solid prone position. He held for 2 mils of elevation on the optic's Christmas tree-shaped reticle and sent a 77-grain round into his first target, which toppled to the ground from a dead run. The suppressor mounted to his rifle didn't mask the supersonic crack of the bullet, but it did disguise the muzzle blast, making his location difficult to pinpoint. The shot caused immediate confusion among the members of the assault element, and the firing came to a precipitous halt. Reece heard Rafe's pistol boom in response. He was still in the fight. Reece fired another round into the fallen man to keep him down for good, then shifted left to acquire a new shooting position. Firing resumed from below, a long burst echoing across the valley. Reece spotted the source, a proned-out figure just uphill from the one he'd just put down. His first round fell short, sending a visible geyser of dirt skyward. He made a slight correction and fired 3 more times at a steady cadence. Reece watched the man writhe violently through the scope as his body fought against the unseen force that had shattered bones and severed organs. The last man saw the fate of his teammates and took cover behind a boulder, sneaking single shots in Reece's direction before disappearing once again. Reece cranked the scope up to its full magnification and shifted his body to a more stable position. He put his weight on the rifle's magazine, digging it into the ground like a monopod for stability. The shooter's exposures from cover were random, a bit like a game of whack-a-mole, but there were only so many options. Reece exhaled, put his finger on the trigger, and took up most of its weight as he waited for the target to appear. He saw the muzzle first and knew that the head would follow. The AR's sear broke from its tension just as the shooter's head was moving clear of the boulder. Reece saw chunks of brain matter take flight and heard the smack of the bullet's impact a moment later. Chapter 42. Dimitri's arm hurt like hell, but it bled very little. The bullet had hit his forearm just below the elbow, rendering the arm all but useless. Who in the hell could shoot a pistol like that? He held his weapon awkwardly in his left hand now, but his job was to command, not necessarily to shoot. He had kept 1 man back with him to make up the base element as the maneuver element pushed toward Rafe Hastings.
Dmitri watched as the assault team bounded to within 100 yards of the target. They had him flanked. It would all be over in a matter of minutes. Dmitri saw one man go down. He would have to be left behind since they had no ability to carry his body out on foot. None of his men carried identification, though the tattoos would give them away as Bratva if killed or captured. By that time, the rest of the team would be across the Canadian border and possibly already in the air, bound for safe houses on the other side of the Atlantic. Observing the final assault through binoculars, part of him wished he'd stayed in the army, but the officer bullshit outweighed the fighting by too heavy a margin. There was no sign of movement behind the log where he'd last seen Hastings take cover. Maybe he was already dead? His eyes saw another man fall as a shot echoed across the canyon. What in the hell? Dmitri lowered his binoculars and scanned the ridges for a shooter. A pistol reverberated in the canyon, and another 3 rounds tore across the open bowl from the new rifle in the fight, the sonic report bouncing around the terrain like a pinball. Whoever was shooting had to be to Dmitri's left. He barked at the Russian next to him and told him to change magazines. He flipped his own weapon upside down and held it between his knees so that he could change its magazine left-handed. That painfully slow process complete, he motioned to his comrade to follow him. They jogged forward, side-hilling just below the crest of the ridge that circled the valley. It was tough going, and both men were quickly winded. Dmitri heard another shot, but this time he could hear the muffled muzzle blast. The hollow sound that echoed back from the valley below told him that another of his men had fallen. Shit! Dmitri knew the shooter was close, so he bent downward as he ran, using his muzzle to motion for his comrade to do the same. They cleared a small rise, and his eyes quickly found the new source of gunfire. The man was prone behind his rifle and focused on the valley below. Dmitri stepped behind one of the large pines that dotted the landscape and braced his wounded right arm against the bark to steady his aim. The sniper was only 50 yards away. Dmitri was right-eye dominant and struggled to find a good sight picture from his left shoulder. He'd closed his right eye, and the blurred figure filled the crude, open steel sights of the AKM. He began to press the rifle's heavy trigger when the last member of the team opened fire to his left, the sniper disappearing in a cloud of dust and debris. Chapter 43. Reece scanned the valley but saw no sign of movement. He would skirt the ridgeline to his left until he had eyes on Rafe, and assuming that he was ambulatory, would cover his movement out of the kill zone. His brain had made the conscious decision to rise, but his body had yet to respond when the world around him exploded. A searing heat slashed across the back of his calf amid a deafening blast of sound. On instinct, he rolled away from the fire and found a slight depression that gave him momentary defilade. He spun to his right, searching for targets, and the image in his scope became a collage of greens and browns. Shit! His optic was still on full magnification. He fired 3 quick rounds before grasping the power ring and quickly dialing down to 1x to address the closer threat. He was taking accurate fire from extremely close range, and his available cover could be measured in inches. If one of them had a frag to throw, it would be over in seconds. Reese's world was all muzzle blast and dust, with rounds landing all around him. He fired 10 rounds, trying to push his enemies behind cover. His eye caught movement as one of the shooters moved laterally to achieve a better angle, one that would put Reece directly in his line of fire. Reece moved the rifle to engage, but before his finger found the trigger, he watched the man's head explode in a shower of bone and brain tissue. His body fell like a dropped sandbag as his brain discontinued its instructions to the muscles that held him upright. A rifle's report, audibly louder than that of the AKM's, boomed twice more. Jonathan Hastings was charging through the pines, firing his battered FAL from the hip like he had done during countless ops as a young man. Reece had never seen him look so alive. Reece rose to his knees and watched as Zulu pounced on a downed man, the canine's powerful jaws locking on his enemy's throat. Jonathan kicked the man's rifle clear and held the muzzle of his 7.62mm battle rifle to his chest. Reece safed his rifle and stood. As he did, he was reminded of the wound to his leg. It hurt, but he could run. and he sprinted forward to link up with the Celis scout. The attacker appeared to be gut-shot and had also taken a hit to the upper leg. He held his bloody abdomen with his wounded hand as he fought with the other to break away from the hound's death grip. "Zulu, release!" Jonathan snapped. The dog complied instantly, barking in the wounded man's face as he did so. "Good boy, Zulu. Find Rafe. Find Rafe, Zulu." The dog considered the command for a moment before putting his nose to the ground and making ever-widening circles in search of a scent trail. Within a minute he was thundering down the valley toward the spot where Rafe had entered the creek. He barked at his pack and boots. Reece took a knee and searched for additional threats as he heard the downed man mutter in a language that he could not decipher. "It's Russian," Jonathan said without being asked. He jabbed the man in the chest with the flash hider of his rifle. "How many others?" The man shot back a look of confusion. Jonathan repeated the command in Afrikaans and received the same non-response. Reece looked back into the valley and saw the hound trailing the creek toward the log that had been Rafe's Alamo. "I'll go check on Rafe," Reece said. "Right, I've got this bloke." Reece didn't run directly into the valley. Instead, he took the high ground that made a sweeping path to his left, following in the footsteps of the assault team. He held his weapon at the low ready as he ran, just in case any of the bad guys decided they were no longer dead, remembering more than a few soldiers had been killed that way. It took 2 minutes for Reece to cover the distance to where the bodies were scattered. As he arrived, he yelled out to announce his presence to Rafe. No sense getting shot by your best friend. "Rafe, it's me!" Reece checked each body as he approached, tossing weapons aside as he moved. The first stared skyward with lifeless eyes, and the second hadn't stirred from his faceplant since Reece had hit him with Black Hill's finest 77-grain projectile. He held his weapon at the ready and gave the boulder a wide berth as he approached the third figure. But his efforts were unnecessary. The headshot had been immediately and predictably fatal. The last downed man had been the one Rafe shot before Reece had arrived, and, despite what looked like a serious chest wound, he was still alive. Reece kicked the man's rifle away as he fought for breath. Reece would render aid only after he was sure that his friend was safe and the fight was won. He watched as Rafe rose to one knee and changed magazines, relieved beyond belief that his friend was uninjured. Reece strode down the hill toward him and felt a smile spread across his own face as Rafe clambered to his feet. Rafe walked to where he'd ditched his bow and held it up in 2 pieces, its limb split by gunfire. Zulu stood nearby, his tail wagging so hard that it swung his torso like a pendulum. "I thought you were going to kill that buck today. Guess I'm slipping. Maybe you should put some shoes on, in case there are any more bad guys to kill." "A rifle might be a good idea, too. Good plan." "We have 2 wounded," Reece said, changing subjects. "This guy here and one Jonathan has detained up on the ridge. Where's Enika? She's okay. She's with Katie, Liz, Thorne, and your mom at the house." "Good. Mom can take care of them, but we need to get back there now." Rafe worked his way up the creek bank to retrieve his boots and pack, and, within minutes, had linked back up with Reece. Reece had a basic aid kit in his pack and was working to assess the man's wounds. Saving this man's life was a simple matter of necessity. They needed information. Rafe shook his head as the man expired from the shot that had taken out both his lungs. The last living attacker was seated against a pine tree. Jonathan was standing over him, doing his best not to pull the trigger as the 2 SEALs approached. "Jonathan, can you bring the truck down? Let's throw this guy in and get to the house." The attacker was pale, and his BDU top was soaked with blood. Reece unbuttoned the surplus uniform and cut through the undershirt. Beyond the blood, the man's entire chest and abdomen were covered with crude ink. Prison tattoos. Reece did a primary assessment, noting the gut wound and an entry wound 6 inches above the knee. The leg was contorted, and Reece guessed his distal femur was shattered. He heard the sound of a vehicle approaching as Jonathan pulled the cruiser into a nearby clearing and opened the tailgate. He carried a blanket from the SUV and spread it out next to their prisoner. "Rafe, can you grab a tourniquet from the driver's side door? Sure thing, mate." Rafe tossed the tourniquet to his friend, who quickly applied it 6 inches above the wound. Reece then stuffed some gauze into the hole in the man's stomach. "Let's move him," Reece said, positioning him and rolling him onto the blanket. Their detainee screamed in pain as his severed femur ground into the flesh and arteries of his leg when they loaded him into the cargo area of the Toyota. A swift rifle butt to the head from Jonathan knocked him back into unconsciousness. "I'll drive," Jonathan said. "Rafe, we'll stop at your truck so we can have a secondary if we need it, and you can grab your rifle. Whoever these tears are, it's time to kill them all." St. Petersburg, Russia. Helpless and alone, Gray thought that after all the failures that made up his life, he should be used to it by now. His adrenaline high had crashed and morphed into a state of depression as the transponder on Reece's vehicle raced away from the highway ambush site. Somehow, some way, he had escaped. No one was that vigilant unless the team on the ground had made an unfathomable error, or he had been warned. Things went from bad to worse as he watched Reece's vehicle travel back to the main house and then directly to a remote area where the second team had conducted their ambush. He called Dmitri's phone. There was no answer. He then called Vitya, who couldn't explain how Reece had evaded the ambush. Everything had gone perfectly until that cowboy had pulled over and the target vehicle had reversed course and drove away. His team had stolen the cowboy's truck and were now heading to the ranch to finish the job. Gray didn't need to ask what happened to the cowboy. Without a doubt, he was dead. Even though the first attempt had failed, the mission was far from over. There were still 2 hit teams on the ranch. Their targets were outmanned and outgunned. Barring some miracle, James Reece and Rafe Hastings would soon be in the ground. Chapter 44. Coomba Ranch, Flathead Valley, Montana. Defending the homestead was something that was bred into Caroline Hastings's very being. As a child of Rhodesia, she'd watched her mother chase lions off the family farm while her father was away. Later, during the long and bloody Bush War, it was she who had defended the family's Loveld ranch while her husband was at war. On the Dark Continent, self-reliance meant survival, and as a woman of both the African frontier and American West, Caroline was no stranger to the way of the gun. The home's spacious vault was built from thick concrete reinforced with yards of steel rebar and would withstand anything short of an airstrike. Caroline marched her fire team directly to the gunroom. With military precision born of practical necessity, she handed Thorne an AR-15 with iron sights, knowing that he would be familiar with it from his days as a Marine in Vietnam. It was essentially the same weapon as his old M16A1. "Keep your deer rifle with you. We are going to high ground to keep them off. Once they get in close or into the interior, drop it and go with the AR. Here are your extra mags," she said, handing him an old LBE belt and harness filled with loaded 5.56 magazines. "This brings back memories," he said, "just like we had in Nam." "Liz, take this," she said, handing her a scoped AR and 3 magazines. With a proficiency instilled by her military training, Liz pulled back the charging handle and pressed the bolt catch. A quick glance confirmed it was unloaded, so the former Army aviator inserted a magazine and released the bolt catch, slamming a 5.56mm round into the breech. "Annika," Caroline commanded, "you take downstairs. Hold on that front door. Use the hearth for cover. That thing will stop an artillery round. Stay down and only fire if they make it to the house." Annika was already pulling the Benelli M1 Super 90 from the rack and shouldering a bandolier of shotgun rounds. "Take my body armor," her mother-in-law continued. "I know yours is in your house." "You sure, Mom?" Annika asked. "Protect that child," the Hastings matriarch ordered. "But if you die this day, die bravely." Who is this family? Katie wondered as she watched the scene unfold. These people were prepared for war. "Katie." "Yes, ma'am," Katie answered quickly. "Can you shoot, dear?" "I've shot a Glock a few times at the range, but that's it." "Then take this," Caroline said, pulling an AR with an aim-point optic off the wall and performing a press check. "It's loaded, and this is the safety. Just flip it like so, and pull the trigger. You have 28 rounds in the magazine. Liz, take Katie to your guest room at the end of the hall. You are our rear security on the lower level. Tuck inside the bathroom. These walls are stone and thick wood. Use that to your advantage."
If we hear you shooting, one of us will come to reinforce. Katie, just put the stock in your shoulder, aim this red dot at whoever tries to come across the back garden, and shoot them until they go down." Katie stared wide-eyed at the woman who just a day ago had seemed like a Western version of Martha Stewart. She had transformed into a warrior. "Are we clear?" Caroline asked, looking each of her newly minted recruits in the eye. "Good. Remember, no one is coming. It's up to us. Take your positions." Caroline opened the bolt on her Bruneau rifle and pulled it back far enough to confirm that there was a round in the chamber. The magazine held 5 rounds of the venerable .375 H&H. Another was in the chamber ready to go. 10 more rode in a leather belt around her waist, and she'd stuffed another 10 in her pockets. The rifle had served her well since she'd first picked it up in 1971. The home was still and silent, many of the windows open to let in what might be the last warm air of the season. Caroline had positioned herself on the second floor inside a dormer window that faced the most likely enemy avenue of approach. She didn't have to wait long to hear a diesel motor and tires gnawing at the dirt and gravel road. A blue pickup came into view, its motor accelerating. She didn't hesitate, dropping into a seated position and resting the rifle's forend on the windowsill. Unlike the CZ-550 and most modern rifles, the Bruneau safety needed to be pulled back to fire. Caroline's thumb clicked the safety into position, her cheek dropping to the weathered Turkish walnut Lux pattern stock, and centered the front post with the 200-meter leaf of the express sight on the driver's side window. The Bruneau was made in Uherský Brod, Czechoslovakia, when it was under Soviet occupation in the late 1960s. Now a rifle built in the ashes of the Prague Spring was about to be unleashed on a new Russian enemy. The heavy rifle barked, the recoil pushing into her shoulder, as her round turned the windshield into spiderwebs. Though she couldn't see from her perch, the .270 grain bullet took the driver in the throat. She cycled the bolt quickly and sent a second round through the center of the glass, which gut-shot one of the men in the back seat. The driver's foot came off the gas pedal thanks to his severed spine, and the big Ford began to slow. With their leader in violent death throes, his severed artery splattering the truck's cabin with hot blood, the rest of the men panicked. When the fourth round shot away the rearview mirror, the 4 assaulters who were still able to move bailed out of the vehicle as it came to rest. They had trained for and expected to deliver a violent ambush, not be ambushed themselves. Taking cover, they fired wildly on full automatic, spraying the large home with 7.62mm rounds. With no leader, the men didn't communicate, they didn't maneuver, they didn't flank. They just hunkered down and burned through their ammunition as they continued shooting into what moments before had been a beautiful mountain home. Caroline was single-minded in her purpose, firing a single round before moving to a different room and finding her next target through a new window. After the initial volley, she was careful to stay well back so that her rifle's protruding barrel would not give the enemy a target. Her objective was to keep them pinned down so that they couldn't approach the house. If they set it ablaze or moved inside, she would lose the tactical advantage. It hadn't been a question of what to do when the attack came. It was all about executing a pre-planned emergency response, habits instilled in a different time and place, habits born of necessity in the African bush. That plan and those skills now kept her family alive. She remembered her own mother tucking her into bed and explaining the reality of life in Rhodesia. If someone with malintent enters our property, they have declared war on our family. These tears had declared war. A shooter found the courage to roll out from behind the truck's rear wheel, firing as he rose to charge forward. Caroline's next shot took him in the chest. She topped off the rifle with 6 more rounds as she moved into an adjacent room, looking for her next target. Chapter 45. Oleg Guskov was itching for a fight. As the youngest member of the crew, he had something to prove. The other 5 had military or police experience, albeit rudimentary, or had come of age in the 1990s, the heyday of Russian organized crime. He'd had to endure listening to their stories of what amounted to urban combat as the gangs fought for control of the new Russia, carving it up in a Darwinian contest for control of the underworld.
Oleg had looked over at his boss when the bullet took Vitya in the throat. He watched as the man who had helped train him for this mission went white, his eyes bulging, mouth struggling to bring in oxygen in an attempt to delay the inevitable. Oleg felt another round as it passed between him and the dying driver, and heard Pavel grunt from the back seat. The truck veered left and ran up and onto a stump, arresting all forward progress. As Oleg watched his team leader die, the rearview mirror exploded just inches from his face. "What now?" Another round impacted the vehicle. He heard and felt the rear passenger doors open as the gangsters bailed out to find cover. Oleg followed suit, trying to figure out how to open the huge vehicle's door, groping to find the handle and throwing it open just in time to avoid the .375 round that took out his headrest. Falling to the dirt, he low-crawled to a rock by the side of the long driveway, propped himself up, and depressed the trigger. Nothing happened. He could hear his comrades return fire, spraying the front of the house with bullets. He looked around long enough to see Boris charge forward from behind the truck and take a round to the chest. Serov and Taro were behind cover, continuing to let loose with their AKs.
"Ah, the safety!"
Oleg pushed the safety to fire and watched as his rounds hit fairly close to his intended target, the far right upstairs window. He was surprised at how quickly his magazine ran dry. He had to move. He had to make a name for himself. If he could get to the house, he knew he could kill everyone inside. That would make the Pakhan proud. Maybe he would even rise in the ranks? He remembered Vitya and Dmitri say that a moving target was harder to hit. When he heard his